were the gangs and gangsters, especially in places like Soweto. Some of the more notorious gangs were the Berlins, the Americans, the Russians, the XYs, the cooperatives, and the Nuclear Gang.
The gang members were inspired by the American movies, especially the movie that was called The Street with No Name. Oh, it made everybody to become a gangster. In that movie, the gang leader always wore a coat, background. And he used to eat apples. Oh, the next day, most gang leaders wore coats, backgrounds. And you see them eating apples, like the character in the film. They even adopted the style of walking and of talking.
At that time, according to Salathiel, nobody spoke their own language. One didn't know if a person was a Zulu, or a Venda, or a Sotho. They developed a special language, a mixture of English and Afrikaans that was called Tsotsitaal, and it was the official gangster language. Everybody walked with an American swagger. A new culture developed in the cities, and traditional ways were forgotten. So much so that if a person from a rural area came to the city, one could recognize him immediately because of the way he walked, talked, and dressed.
I want to find work for my wife. But he laughed and he said, in the city, the women do not work. Only the men work here. Come with me. I can find work.
According to Salathiel, the gangs were very powerful, and people were afraid of them. Nobody could stand up to them on their own. If you wanted protection for your family, you had to join a gang.
I belonged to a gang called Berlin. All the gangs were large. They had their own areas. If you live in a certain area, you automatically belong to that gang.
You had to be very rough or notorious and ruthless to become an important gang member, says Salathiel, and he learned a lot from them. A few gang members had guns, but most of them had knives, and they practiced with them all the time by staging mock fights with each other. They became very skilled, Salathiel says, and they could stab somebody many times without inflicting serious wounds.
Once I gang member stabbing somebody 28 times. 28 times. It was so fast, it was a blur. The whole idea was to scare somebody, not to kill. Because we didn't want the police to be involved. I learned very fast. And I was disciplined. And I became the prominent member of the gang.
Salathiel even called himself Humphrey Bogart after seeing the famous American film star in a movie. Salathiel dressed like him and copied his style. And, says Salathiel, because they were powerful and well-dressed, the gangsters had all the beautiful girlfriends. If they saw a girl that they liked, they just took her for themselves, even if she was with another guy, because a man on his own could not stand up against them.
The most well-dressed gang was the young Americans, because them and their girlfriends were very nice. Dressed very nice. They were notorious of hijacking boxes from the truck, clothing boxes from the truck. They used to sell them to make a living. The trucks were driven by whites. Now, because of stealing, they used to take a guy, put him in the back of the truck. But the young Americans learned that, and they were very clever. They used to send a little boy to go to the truck and said to that guy at the back of the truck, "That car produces a tombur." She was the guy would just get off the truck and chase. While he was chasing, other guys just from nowhere, they'll offload the truck, they'll offload the boxes from the trucks. And gone are they.
I was mixed up with the Americans. They were gangsters, but in a sort of way, they were like Robin Hood, because they were stealing from the whites and giving all the money to the poor. Because party keer is daar iemand wat gesterwe het en daai mense het nie geld om te begrawe nie. Then they'll ask some money from the Americans, dan gee hulle. So we, the girls who were in love with the Americans, used to dress beautifully, because these guys would steal in town and come with the money and dress us up. But jy moenie met ander manne boyfriends hê nie, want hulle gaan jou slaan, because he's maintaining you. So in the old times, they used to maintain their girlfriends.
You know, my son, life was different in those days. And this was known. We knew nothing about politics. Politics was for white people, for Fulanis, man. You get Fulanis. That's why, when the new government took over in 1948, it took no notice. There's no cop to have it. Because I thought blacks will remain where they are. No change. Because there was nobody who would listen to us, who had the power to change all this.
Before the 1948 election, the National Party, led by Dr. Malan, strengthened its position against the United Party of General Smuts by accusing them of overtaxation, an ineffective foreign trade policy, failure to oppose communism, and of dealing with race relations in an ineffective way. The National Party proposed a clear policy that could solve the race relations problem and build the country economically. The results of the election of May the 26th, 1948, came as a surprise, because few people truly believed that the Smuts government could be defeated. This victory allowed Dr. Malan to pursue his apartheid policy of separate development. Mr. Jacob Potgieter became a candidate for the National Party in 1943 and a Member of Parliament in 1948. He served as the Chief Whip in Parliament until 1972. Jacob Potgieter witnessed all the political developments of the turbulent apartheid era from within the political arena.
Daar was geen haat geweest nie, maar almal het gevoel. Selfs in daardie tyd was daar geleidelike spanning en wrywing wat so uitloop op 'n botsing en uiteindelik op 'n bloedige botsing in die land. En daarom die begeerte by alle staatsmanne wat dit wel gemeen het, selfs soos generaal Smuts, het nie sommer ligtelik gepraat oor die verhoudingsvraagstuk nie. Ook nie meneer Hofmeyer nie. Ook nie advokaat Strydom nie. Alhoewel advokaat Strydom gesê het dat ons naturele beleid is soos 'n lappies kombers. Ons het gevoel ons moet die beleid so formuleer dat die mense 'n duidelike keuse kan maak, maar nie om spanning te bring tussen wit en swart nie, maar liefs om die spanning uit te trek tussen wit en swart en om sodoende rustige, vreedsame rassebetrekkings in Suid-Afrika te bewerkstellig.
I became aware of apartheid when they started to enforce the law very hard. The pass laws. The pass laws was a pain in the neck. You couldn't move around. You had to have a special permit to visit a friend in another township. Even if your mother came from the rural area, if she didn't have a permit, she'll be arrested. And you'll have the following day to go and pay a fine to get you out there. If you wanted a pass, you had to go to 80 Albert Street. That place became famous. But they didn't treat us well then. They had to put us in one big room, old men and young boys. And, you know, we were told to undress. Can you imagine? to undress in front of small boys. This is against our culture. In those days, if you wanted a permit to work in the city, you had to go to the native affairs to get a rubber stamp in your passbook. If you get fired, well, they'll give you 3 months to look for a job. After those 3 months, if you can't find a job, they'll send you back to the rural areas. You'll lose your place in the city. But we as gangsters, we didn't bother about the permits. Because we had a say that pere werk, mense werk nie, meaning that only horses work, not people.
But, says Salathiel, even though the gangsters didn't work, they still needed money. And an easy way to earn it was to brew their own liquor. But brewing beer was against the law, and many women were arrested by the police. Unfortunately for the gangsters, it was also illegal for blacks to buy liquor in stores.
So we had to make a plan. We as gangsters, we wanted something to drink, liquor to sell, or Meadowlands. So we'll get these white hobos. We'll clean him up and dress him up and send him into the bottle store to get liquor for us. If he tried cheating us, he's like a moorwood. Now, some of these hobos were so bad. He'll buy the liquor and drink it, leave the bottle half, and he'll urinate into the bottle. So we quickly find out that these people are bad. We had to look for somebody we could trust. In spite of all these laws, we lived our life. And we were happy.
Salathiel says in those days families and friends were close. The children respected their parents, and the parents looked after their children. And there was a wonderful spirit in the community in those days. Everybody knew each other. They used to play games like marabaraba, which is similar to drafts. Even strangers walking past would come and join in, and although the players sometimes became very emotional, everything was accepted in a good spirit.
And then, in 1952 or 53, the schools, the education system for the black children changed. You know what people said? They were saying Dr. Verwoerd wanted to educate black children to become good servants so that there wouldn't be a threat to the whites.
Well, you can understand that we're terribly upset. This is why initially we thought we must run away from the country, and many people thought it was the wrong thing to do. Many have accepted, who came back from exile, that they should not have gone away because people of substance left the country. We felt very resentful. We were completely frustrated. We didn't just know what to do. But the famous government then didn't care even to have consultations. They just put things in Hansard and went on with their job.
Uitlik geglo as mense wat sekere potentialiteit het, wat moet verwerklik word, ook op politiek en staatkundige gebied. En hy het dus gedink hy moet die apartheidsbeleid so wetenskaplik fondeer dat daar kontinuïteit was van die morele basis dwars deur die verloop tot die onmiddellike en uiteindelike verhewe doelstellings, sodat hulle al hulle moontlikhede kon verwerklik en hulle eie lewe kon lei. Dit was eintlik sy groot bedoeling gewees. Maar sy mistasting het hierin gelê dat teoreties het dit pragtig geklink. Maar daar is 'n ander toets vir die wetenskaplikheid en dis die pragmatiese. Toe dit in die praktyk kom, waar daar goeie vrugte moet wees, was daar ongelukkig ook bose vrugte gewees. En daar was sy mistasting gewees. Dit kon nie die toets van die pragmatisme deurstaan nie, want in die uitwerking van die beleid het ons baie skade gedoen aan betrekkinge tussen blank en die blank in die land.
When the school system changed, because all the prominent good teachers to leave teaching, because they wouldn't accept that the school standard became so low. Even then, they knew the importance of education. When all the good teachers left, the department had to find substitute. Some were not well qualified. Some only had standard 6. Even those teachers are still teaching even now.
It was at this point, Salathiel says, that he heard about the defiance campaign that was started in 1952 in protest against the apartheid laws. By this time, the full effect of the apartheid system and its laws were being felt, and educated people were beginning to oppose it. The defiance campaign also intensified the fight against the pass laws. One day on his way home, Salathiel saw a large gathering in an open area called Freedom Square. He stopped to listen and realized that it was a defiance campaign meeting where the people were asked to burn their passes. Some, says Salathiel, did participate, but many didn't because they were afraid of being arrested.
People were afraid. And some of them, they were not sure that the PAC or the ANC was strong enough to protect them. You know, my son, people like me who knew nothing about politics, we didn't even know there's an ANC or a PAC. I started to realize when the police ask questions, they would ask you, do you know Nelson Mandela, Sisulu, Sobukwe, Oliver Tambo? You know, it is funny. It's the police who made this organization famous. If the government wasn't so strict with its apartheid laws, people wouldn't have been fighting.
It is ironic that, according to Mr. Potgieter, members of the National Party had already, as early as 1955, realized that apartheid was fatally flawed.
Die mense het gesien daar kom Suid-Afrika se pad na 'n onaanlokkelijke toekoms van wrywing, van spanning en wat uiteindelik sou uitloop op 'n bloedige rassebotsing in die land. En omdat dit die atmosfeer was in Suid-Afrika, het hulle gesoek na 'n metode om dit te beëindig. Maar daar was geen sprake van haat wat hulle aangehits het nie, want die Afrikaner weet dat haat verteer die hater en dat hy alleen die oplossing sou kry wanneer hy op 'n vreedsame verhoudinge tussen blank en nie blank kon bestendig in die land. En daarom het hulle oral in debatte het uitgeslaan. Daar was klanke opgegaan in die nasionale party wat gevoel het, nee, maar ons moet dink en ons moet diep dink en ons moet weer dink. En daar was diepe besinning oor ons beleid.
But, says Mr. Potgieter, although they knew that apartheid did not work in practice, the policy was already firmly entrenched, and Dr. Verwoerd still believed that he could make it work. So despite their misgivings, no political changes were brought about at that time.
Even though we had political problems, life went on in Soweto and Kofifi. You know, music played a big role in our lives.
And, says Salathiel, there were many famous bands and musicians who did very well. Even after they were no longer allowed to perform in white areas, they persevered and succeeded.
After getting to a movie and listening to them singing, we'd go for this music. It was the in thing. When we come back from a picture, seeing a picture where the Americans were singing, we'd grab that number and sing it and sing. That's how we used to imitate the Americans. Although our stuff was African jazz. We had our African songs. And we you know, music now was the in thing. Like, the police used to harass us, but we lived for music because the Avas net music was the in thing then, and We couldn't care how we lived and how we were treated. Music had those happiness.
Although the music that flourished in South Africa at that time might have been borrowed from America, there was nothing second-hand about the quality of the musicians. Some of the musicians that became famous in the 50s were Miriam Makeba, seen here with the Manhattan Brothers and the Ink Spots, whose music reflected a strong Western influence with professional choreography. But apart from acknowledging the Western influence in their music, our musicians also recognized Europeans imitating African art.
Most of you good people have heard Europeans impersonate darkies. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we give you a darkie impersonating a very famous European who impersonates the darkie. Sylvester, his balmy, I beg your pardon, Sylvester Pahlani will give you September in the Rain.
Mammy, my daydreams lie buried neath autumn leaves. They are covered with autumn rains. Our time was sweet September. The place a shady land. I'm riding the wings of an autumn breeze.
They didn't only follow American trends, they also developed their own unique African style. This is the first ever recording of a gumboot dance made for the film Zonk in the early 50s.
Yeah, we loved our music. We loved getting together, singing and dancing. It was a jive. Chicken, marketers pegan. Even though we didn't earn enough salary, but we made it. You know, in the early 50s, we started stock fairs. We helped one another.
During a typical stock fair of the 50s, Salathiel says, a group of people from the neighborhood would come together to eat, drink and dance. The host or hostess would receive money from the others for the refreshments. They always paid much more than the actual price for food and drink, so that the host could benefit financially from the stockfell. And like the stockfells of today, they took turns to play host to the party. It was a merry affair, and everybody dressed up to make it special.
In those days, with a little bit of money we get, you could go a long way. The highest salary we could get was £2, 1 in 6. But with that £2, you can pay your rent, buy your groceries. You can even afford to buy a suit.
In those years, says Salathiel, 25 pennies was enough to buy your monthly groceries. A loaf of bread was 5 pennies. Sugar was 3 pennies. Meat was 2 tikkies. Everything was cheap in those days, and people could still afford to buy what they needed and add a few luxuries onto their list of the basic necessities. Even rent and transport was inexpensive. If you had £1, you could buy a suit, and the best sports jacket only cost 5 shillings.
We dressed very well. Like I said before, we dressed like people we saw in the movie. We were straw hats. And then the government stopped American films because he was afraid we will be influenced by them, by the films. And then the people started making local films, You know, like Jim Comes to Joburg, The Magic Garden, Zonk, and others. You know, because of these local films, we started having our own stars. You know, like Tony Ratebe, Ribbon Damini, Tandy Klassen, and others. I went for an audition one day, but unfortunately, I couldn't get a part. But even then, we enjoyed our local films. You know, because I was still a gangster at the time, I was arrested for assault and jailed for 6 months. But when I came back from jail, my parents arranged a marriage ceremony for me with a young girl from Petersburg. And we had a traditional marriage in Petersburg. And she followed me here. Now that we were still thinking that things were going all right, smooth, unfortunately, just something bad happened. You know, the government decided to move people from Soweto to a new township called Meadowlands. And we were very upset. We didn't want to go. As you know, there was a slogan that said, on Stakni, on Spolai. That meaning that we are not going any place. We'll stay right here. But we knew there'd be trouble with Soweto because it was right in the middle of two white areas. It was Newlands on the right, West Dean on the left. If you are supposed to go to town, you got to pass through West Dean. Now the white people were scared, even to take the tram to go through Soweto, going to Newlands. Because if it happened that a white man bumped a black man's car, there will be trouble. All those darkies will come and threaten the white man.
The government decided to deal with the problem by moving Soweto to a new township called Meadowlands. And says Salathiel, even though the houses in Meadowlands were bigger, and for the most part better houses to what they had in Soweto, nobody wanted to move. And there was quite a resistance. But Salathiel says their resistance didn't help, because eventually white soldiers came with lorries and they forced the people to load their belongings and they were moved off. Salathiel can clearly remember how the people grumbled, but he says they were too afraid to resist forcefully. It took the government 4 years to move the whole of Soweto to Meadowlands.
You know, during the move to Meadowlands, I couldn't get a house immediately. So I had to go and stay at the hostel. My wife must go back to Petersburg. I stayed about 3 months in the hostel. It was terrible. Now, fortunately, there was one woman who wanted somebody to look after her house. So I went to stay there.
The move to Meadowlands spelled the end of the reign for the gang lords, says Salathiel, because people were moved according to their ethnic groupings. Zulus were put together in one area, Sutus in another, and so on. So the gang members were separated and scattered all over the township. The gangs started losing their power, and eventually they all broke up.
Now, whilst I was still in jail, I thought my life as a gangster. I said, no, I must change. When I came out from jail and got married, I thought I must change my life. I must repent. And I repented and became a Christian.
According to Salathiel, boxing was a very popular sport amongst gangsters, and he was a keen boxer himself. However, when he became a Christian, he decided to give it up and took up weight training instead. He loved bodybuilding and thought it would make him look good enough to get a role as an actor in a film. He did, however, keep his interest in boxing as a spectator.
I remember in the 50s, there was this boxer, King Kong. He was big and strong. He used to knock out his opponent on the first round. But if you can say something about him, bad in the press, or volleyball, he'll go looking for you no matter where you are. He'll go and look for you. And if he gets you, he'll beat you up. Whoa, people were very scared of him.
King Kong's real name was Ezekiel Dlamini. His flamboyant personality inspired a musical stage show called King Kong. Some of the most talented musicians in South Africa took part in the play. It was also presented in London and was such a success that it ran for about 11 months.
Yeah. You know, my son, in 1960, that was the year when the King Kong show opened in South Africa. But to me, it always reminded me of the Sharpeville massacre. Everybody in the community was shocked when it happened.
On the 21st of March 1950, as part of the Defiance campaign, the PAC arranged mass demonstrations against the pass laws at police stations all over the country. In Sharpeville, the police were unable to cope with the mass demonstration and opened fire. It was an event that shocked the world. General Jacobus Visser, who was then a lieutenant, is one of the few policemen alive today who was in Sharpeville on that fateful day. According to General Visser, he and 4 other officers were negotiating with the black leaders inside the police station when the shooting started.
En ons was nog bezig, dit was minute. Ons was nog bezig om met handwagens zelfs te horen als die skoot klap. En als die kantoor kan ons een venster wat so uitgewys het, kon ons, en toe sien ons net die mense hardloop. En dat is net so deur mekaar. En het was, ek weet nie hoe lang nie, as jy my vandag vraag, is moeilijk om te sê. Maar dit was seker nie langer as 1 minuut of 2 nie. Dus alles doodstil. So as jy nou vir my vraag, wat het gebeur dat daar geskied is, dan sê ek vir jou, ek weet nie. Maar een ding weet ek, dat as ek nou na daardie mannetjies, as ek nou hulle gekyk het, daai jong konstabels, mense sonder ervaring, mense wat nie hierdie tipe van konfrontasie ken nie. En ek het na hulle gesigte gekyk. En jy sien hier is 'n gevaar voor jou wat soos 'n see van water lyk. En jy sien hier is 'n draad wat enige tyd kan breek. Dan sien jy gevaar. En as jy gevaar sien en jy het 'n vuurwapen in jou hand en jy's op jou senuwees en jy staan met jou vinger op die trekker, op die sneller, dan kan enigiets gebeur. En dit is wat gebeur het.
Before Sharpeville, people were not just killed that way. Oh yes, there was racism. Laws were enforced. People were arrested. But there was no real mass murder. That is why people were very upset. Because they felt those people were unarmed.
Almal was jammer daaroor. Dr. Verwoerd was geskok. Die hele parlement was geskok dat daar so iets moes plaasvind, dat daar bloed moes vloei. En ons het begin dink, maar is dit nou die begin van die einde? Is ons op pad om die land te omskep tot 'n slagveld? Niemand het gejuig daaroor nie. Trouwens, almal was diep geskok en ons het gedink, wat nou? 'n Toestand van algemene neergedruktheid het op my as hoofsweep toegesak. En ek het gedink, waarheen is Suid-Afrika op pad?
You know, my son, for me, 1960 was a turning point for this country. I felt that after 1960, life became more and more difficult. We started to suffer financially because they've changed the money system in 1961 when South Africa became a republic. Now, instead of pounds and pennies, we had rands and cents. For instance, if your salary was £3, you're now only getting 3 rands. You could buy very little with the rand. Because you were moved from Soweto to Meadowlands, you had to travel far to get to work. And it cost more.
After Sharpeville, many of the black political leaders, including Nelson Mandela, went underground. Realizing that non-violent resistance had no effect on the government, Umkhonto weSizwe was formed by the ANC and the Communist Party to carry on a program of violent resistance. By June 1963, more than 200 acts of sabotage had been committed in South Africa by the Spear of the Nation. On the 11th of July 1963, 9 prominent leaders were arrested in Rivonia. At the resulting trial, they were all found guilty and sentenced to life imprisonment for plotting to overthrow the government. This was a massive blow for the armed struggle, and the resistance movement quietened down for most of the 60s. For those not so actively involved in the political struggle, life went on.
You know, my son, in the 60s, I had to find work because I was not a gangster anymore. It's when I realized that work was for everybody, not only for the horses. I had a wife and children to support. I worked for various companies in the 60s, trying to make more money to support the family. Life wasn't as carefree as it was in the 50s. Oh well, we had our music, we had our show, it all changed. They were not like in the 50s.
It was clear that the strong American influence of the 40s and 50s was waning, and the music and shows in the 60s developed a new style, combining Western and traditional African cultures. Ipitombi stood out as a good example of the unique South African style that was developing. The show was a huge success around the world. But soon, Salathiel said, the quiet period of the 60s was over. Resistance against the system started building, especially after the unfortunate death and detention of black consciousness leader Steve Biko. Like Sharpeville, the 76 Soweto uprising was another turning point for Salathiel. He confessed that it was at this point that he became more politically aware.
The Soweto uprising made me think more about Nelson Mandela. What he did, how he was caught. I had young children shouting for his release, but they didn't even know him. That made me think about the situation of our people in this country. I started to pray that Nelson Mandela be released because I didn't want him to die in jail. The Soweto uprising didn't only make me aware of politics, it also made me think about community life. I was sad to see so many things happened. I remembered the warm community life we had in the 40s, 50s, even the 60s. But after 76, children turned against their own parents. If a parent tries to discipline a child, he or she will go to the comrade. They will come and beat the parent with sjambok or burn their house. So the parents became afraid of their children. And they stopped caring for them. So the family unit broke down. And the community as a whole suffered. Up to this day, it's not healed properly yet. Well, it broke my heart to see how younger people treated older people in 1976 uprising. During the consumer boycott, even the 80 stayaways. The necklacing and violence really affected our people. I felt that blacks suffered a lot under the system. We were not supposed to hate each other in any case. To me, the 70s and the 80s were a dark period. The only happy times I had, it was when finally I became an actor. After 50 years, it happened.
Salathiel has had a very successful acting career for the last 5 years. He's featured in numerous local and international films, as well as many television dramas.
The last 5 years were much happier to me. I was very glad and thankful to God they released Nelson Mandela. I felt there was hope.
Salathiel says that he was relieved when President F.W. de Klerk unbanned all the political organizations in 1990. In 1991, the last of the remaining apartheid laws was scrapped. In 1992, CODESA 2 was established to ensure multi-party negotiations for a new democratic government. Finally, at the end of 1993, South Africa's first democratic elections were announced.
You know, I never believed that I would see the day when a black man vote in this country. I was in a hurry to cast in my vote. Many old people stood long queues for hours. Some even died in the queue. But like me, they wanted to feel like human beings again. Now, our only hope is to work together, blacks and whites, because we need each other. We must not be impatient, because things don't happen overnight. Because if you're impatient, you lose hope for the future. We need to have hope when we want to build this country and heal the wounds. Now I can die in peace. My children have inherited freedom. It is up to them now. We must feed and nourish and bring up this child, this new South Africa that was born on the 10th of May, 1994.
This is Mandela's first television interview.
There is room for all the various races in this country. The Africans want the franchise on the basis of one man, one vote. They want political independence.
No one is born hating another person for the color of their skin, religion, or background. Even in the grimmest times, I have seen glimmers of humanity which reassured me that man's goodness is a flame that can never be extinguished.
Mr. Nelson Mandela, a free man taking his first steps into a new South Africa.
Amandla i-Afrika. Hallelujah. And never again shall it be that this beautiful land will again experience the oppression of one by another. South Africa, united we shall Let freedom reign. God bless Africa.
I remember him as a man who once said that it seems impossible until it's done.
I'd like to thank him for teaching us that it is possible to break out of your circumstance.
I think for everything we've pursued in our lives, we can be testament to that.
And for me, he represents all the possibilities.
And I will forever hold him dear to my heart, and definitely he's a man that my children need to know about later in life.
Tati Madiba was 'n inspirasie vir ons almal. Hy het ons geleer van deursettingsvermoë en van vergifnis. En bo alles liefde vir jou naaste.
His long walk to freedom has set us all free.
We've lost a father. We've lost a great man. And we own that Madiba memory.
Ons gaan hom mis.
We love you, Tata.
Mandela's first television interview.
There is room for all the various races in this country. The Africans want the franchise on the basis of one man, one vote. They want political independence.
No one is born hating another person for the color of their skin, religion, or background. Even in the grimmest times, I have seen glimmers of humanity which reassured me that man's goodness is a flame that can never be extinguished.
Mr. Nelson Mandela, a free man taking his first steps into a new South Africa.
Amandla in Africa. Hallelujah. And never again shall it be that this beautiful land will again experience the oppression of one by another. Let freedom reign. God bless Africa.
I remember him as a man who once said that it seems impossible until it's done.
I'd like to thank him for teaching us that it is possible to break out of your circumstance.
I think for everything we've pursued in our lives, we can be testament to that.
And for me, he represents all the possibilities.
And I will forever hold him dear to my heart, and definitely he's a man that my children need to know about later in life.
I'm here in Venda in the beautiful province of Limpopo, and I'm on my way to explore the music, the dance and the traditions of the Venda people. In the last episode, I met with the Sand people in the bush outside Kimberley and the Sufi group in the Cape. I encountered some fascinating people and heard their beautiful and very different oral traditions. Merging their sounds was an inspiring experience. In this episode, I'm looking forward once more to bringing together entirely different sacred sounds of two unique traditions. I'm going far north, just a few hours from the border with Zimbabwe. The Venda are part of the Nguni people who have been active in this area for many centuries. They traded in minerals and through such commerce enriched their tradition with colorful cloths and glass beads, which they wear to this day. I'm going to Chikweta, a small hamlet under the leadership of a matriarchal chief. I'll be meeting Dr. Dima, an expert on Venda law and culture.
Long time, you're looking good.
I've heard that the drumming and dancing of the female Venda performers is highly energetic and rhythmical.
Shall we go?
As a sign of honor, they prostrate when Dr. Dima and I approach them, which shows how close they are to their culture. One sees very little of this type of salutation to a foreign visitor in today's world. Local custom dictates that I should greet Mama Joyce, one of their leaders, before they begin their Chikona dance, which is a celebration of welcome. I asked Dr. Dima to share with me some history of the Venda tradition.
My history of the Venda people, it's broad. We have been living here in the Venda for millions and millions of years, I could say it like that. Because the first settlement of the Venda people, they were called the Nguni people, or Bangona, in Venda. These people, they were smelting an iron, copper, and gold, and they were selling it to abroad. That is why we have been known by the Arab people, the Chinas, and the Indians. From the Arab people, we were getting glass beads. And from the Indians people, we were getting seashells or cowrie. And from the China, they give us a ceramic pot, and then we give them an iron. Venda people, they were having their own sacred drum, which was called Ngoma Lungundo. In South Africa, they are the people who are using the wooden drum, and which made out of chiat or mahogany, covered with the skins. The big drum is the one which gives the beat, so that you must follow the beat. Even when we play the spiritual dancing, there are 2 drums and 1 of small drum. So there might be 3 drums which are going to be played on the spiritual dancing. Here we were dancing the solo dancing, which is Malende in Venda. If you listen to the instrument itself, the song itself, in the songs there is a message. It gets deep into your heart. And there is a feeling that, no, you are somewhere, you'll be taken, you can find yourself you are not here, you cannot see the people. You know, a dancer, when he started to dance, he don't see anybody. There is a feeling on the instrument itself, the song itself, when people singing, and the drums also, the beat of the drum itself. It gets right deep into the heart, and it will direct you how are you going to dance. You go straight with a beat, because the spirit now has been taking you to that song.
Mom Joyce, sometimes when I play music, when I play an instrument, I feel good sometimes, I feel sad. Sometimes when I close my eyes, I feel the music takes me to different places. And I can't see anyone around me. It just makes me feel very, very, very good. Now I want to know from you, when you play the drums or when you sing, how does that make you feel?
Nga nḓila ine nda vha ngayo kha muzika wa Tshivenḓa, arali nda vhuya nda tou thoma luimbo, ndi a hwelwa ndi uri muvhili wanga wa oma, wanga u na starch woṱhe, lune arali ndi tshi vho dia houḽa murumba wa hone ndi nga u rwa na nga ṱhoho ndi si tsha zwi pfha na zwine nda khou ita zwone, ngauri zwi a ndzhena malofhani, nda hangwa na zwori ndi gai, nda pfha ungari na ṱhoho yanga ya tsha shuma, zwi a ndzhena na ṱhohoni hafha. Zwavhuḓi nga maanḓa musi ndi tshi luimba, ndi a swika hune nda hwelwa musi ndi tshi thoma humbula uri arali ndi tshi khou amba uri a vha mboni ndo ṱamba ndo ḓola ndo naka, zwi vha zwi tshi khou amba uri ri vhathu vhane ra dzula ri vhavhuḓi, zwa ita uri ri ḓipfhe ri na maanḓa na power ya u ita zwine ra khou ita zwone.
These rhythms stir something deep within me, and I'm eager to learn more. How are you transferring this music to the younger generation?
Vhaswa ri navho vha na khou guda. Nga maanḓa vhana vha fhano Venda vhaṱuku vha khou thoma u guda zwikoloni. Hu na dzi program dza muzika ya sialala ya Tshivenḓa. And then vha tshi bva ngei zwikoloni, ri a vha navho afha practice, ri a vha na ḓuvha ḽine ra vha gudisa.
Dr. Dima then introduces me to some Venda musicians who play several different instruments, the first being a locally made imbira, which is quite different from my own. They have cleverly made the finger pieces wide, elliptical and flat, which I realize gives it a different musical quality.
Now, going further with these Venda people, they don't do dancing during the course of week. On the weekend, when they have their own ceremony, they can be called in on a chief crawl so that they can come and dance for the chief. And the people who are playing the mbira and marimba and bow, pumpkin calabash music instrument, they also come to the chief crawl to entertain the chief himself, because the chief doesn't have a time to go to the street to watch the dancing itself. That's what the historical background of the Venda people.
Can you tell me more about the drum? Because I know the drum is very, very important to the Venda people. Can you tell me more about its use?
We do have a circle drum of rain making. When they see that there is a drought, they called in the villagers to come on the chief crawl. The relevant people who are like Chief Mujaji, because she is part of us, of the Venda people, she coming here. Her forefathers are coming from Venda. They are the rain making. They've got their own drum, of which when they beat the drum and sing the song itself, which is a sacred song, the following day there will be a cloudy, and there will be a legend rain. It does not have a thunderstorms. It's just only a shower rain. You just wake up early in the morning, you just see only without any storms or lightning.
I meet Selwyn, a well-respected Venda cultural activist.
Tati Madiba was 'n inspirasie vir ons almal. Hy het ons geleer van deursettingsvermoë en van vergifnis. En bo alles, liefde vir jou naaste.
His long walk to freedom has set us all free.
We've lost a father. We've lost a great man. And we own that Madiba memory.
Ons gaan hom mis.
We love you, Tata.
Selwyn, tell me about your music, more especially the bow that you play. Can you tell me what's the name of that instrument that you play?
The name of the instrument I'm playing is called Denda in Venda. It's one of indigenous instruments which our ancestors used to play when they are happy, when they are angry, when they want to express themselves or to transfer something they want to be known. They use Denda to sing. I started playing the Dende long before, when we were still young. But we used to leave them out, being ashamed of ourselves, as we thought we were running back to olden ages. We were thinking of taking something which is like the guitars and all that, forgetting that we are leaving our roots away. When I play this instrument, it brings me back to my ancestors. I practiced it till I came to the place I am now. It tells me that when I play it, I have to give the people around me who I am and where I am from. I feel something in me, the spirit, something like spirit comes into me, giving me some expressions and ideas and what I have to tell the people. Most of these songs, all of them, they are telling youngsters that there is a danger. We must have stick to our roots, where our ancestors have lived. And those people, we have to respect them, because they are the ones who lived near our God. They were near to God than what we are not today, because we are now far from God. He gave them instructions, everything. So this motivation, it gives me the power to stand up and say what I want to say, even if I know that it is not from myself. It is from somewhere where I even don't know.
I now have a chance to interact with the two Venda musicians I've heard playing, to see what kind of fusion we might make together. I always find it a privilege playing with traditional performers of this caliber.
There's a specific place where they can play. Maybe they've been gathering together, helping one another, what we call that to give a hand one another. We need to sit down, maybe underneath the shade. Is then now we started to sing songs. Mostly we use our hands to clap it.
I feel as if I'm sitting amidst Venda ancestors, and it warms me to be among these wonderful souls.
When it's late hours, by 6 o'clock during the oldest time, everybody have to go so that they can prepare a food for their children.
A very humble woman who quietly begins playing a beautiful mouth bow catches my attention. She's playing with a safety pin. Her ability in capturing different notes is incredible. The technique produces a polyrhythm which is very difficult to do. I begin to consider which elements I'll be using later in the fusion. The Venda music has totally captured my heart. The next leg of my journey takes me to meet an Anglican choir in St. George's Cathedral.
Ons Suid-Afrikaanse rockstar, original rockstar is.
He brought peace to this country when everyone expected civil war.
And he stood up for what he believed in.
I want to remember him as the great man that he was.
Vat sy boodskap saam met jou elke dag.
But his spirit, it still lives within us.
It's Sunday morning and I'm standing in front of the St. George's Cathedral. And today I have been promised that I will be listening to the voices of angels. Going back in recent history, between 1986 and 1996, spiritual icon Archbishop Desmond Tutu was based here at St. George's Cathedral in Cape Town. It feels as if the inside of the cathedral is like a womb, protecting one from the outside. I'm met by Father Bruce, who offers to share his knowledge with me on the Anglican tradition and the cathedral after the service. The stillness of this structure is awe-inspiring. St. George's has been a bastion of peace for decades. Throughout the apartheid regime, this magnificent edifice was a safe haven for many activists, freedom fighters, and refugees of the struggle. It served as a place where they knew they would be protected by those who stood by justice and liberty. In countless ways, this cathedral embodies the essence of Christianity, which is to love and serve humanity. Although the church serves several Anglican communities, it is seen as a central base by various denominations. Many of these congregations celebrate annual festival services here. I've heard so much about the choir. The young ones look quite cherubic.
Sing together the first hymn of praise to the Lord.
Father Bruce, how long has the Anglican tradition been in South Africa?
The first English settlers came to South Africa in 1820,
At that stage, though, there was no Anglican church here and there were no Anglican priests. The only ones who were available were the military chaplains, and they held services at the beginning of the Anglican time in South Africa at the Grote Kerk, around the corner from us, and at the castle down on the waterfront. The Anglican Church in southern Africa is called precisely that because it includes not only the Republic of South Africa, but also Angola, Swaziland, Lesotho, and Mozambique. And so the Anglican Church in Southern Africa is even more multidimensional than the pluralistic culture we enjoy in the Rainbow Nation itself. There are about 2.25 million Anglicans in the Anglican Church in Southern Africa.
How old is this magnificent structure, and can you give me some of its history?
Originally, there was an Anglican church on the spot, but it wasn't a cathedral. And that church is 162 years old. And it was founded in 1848. But in 1906, this cathedral was built. And much of what we see here was completed by the middle 60s. So the Anglican church in Cape Town, that was on St. George's Mall, where it is now, was originally a neoclassical building in the Greek style. And when the first bishop of Cape Town arrived here in 1848, he had a vision of a Gothic cathedral that looked like the cathedrals in Europe, and that's what we have in St. George's Cathedral today. This cathedral was planted in 1906. Cathedrals are symbolic buildings in bricks and stone, in glass and stained glass. They tell the story of the Christian faith. They've done that for centuries in the great cathedrals of Europe. This cathedral does the same thing. But for all its delicate symbolism, the overarching symbolism is of a ship. And if one were to look at the shape of the cathedral, it looks like the upturned hull of a ship with all the ribs running through it. And the power of that symbolism is that the cathedral represents the ship of faith into which people can enter, and embarked there, they can negotiate the difficult and troublesome waters of life. In the ship of faith, they find confidence and they find hope, and their course is charted. They know where they're going. And that's the overall symbolism of the cathedral. This cathedral also has remarkable symbolism in its amazingly beautiful west window, the window of liberation, in which the liberating Christ is the central figure, with symbolically represented Saint Michael, who is the defender of the faith and the faithful, and Saint Gabriel, who brings the announcement of liberation and freedom. And it's a remarkable window of reconciliation and hope. And if you were to look in the lower left-hand lancet, you will see barbed wire stretching across in red and purple dark colors, representing our years of captivity, when we were unable to sing the Lord's song because we were in a terrible land of apartheid. But if you look at those barbed-wired lines, they become notes of music. And they rise up in that window, a song of glory and hope as we celebrate the liberation. So this cathedral is unique in that the theme of liberation and new life is symbolized in the building as much as the traditional themes of the ship of faith, carrying people through a troublesome life into the peace of God.
Eternal light, shine in my heart. Eternal hope, lift up my eyes. Eternal hope, be my support. Eternal wisdom, make me wise. Eternal light, raise me from death. Eternal brightness, help me to see. Eternal spirit, give me breath.
What I have been told is true. This choir definitely has a divine quality of light to it.
Until
I'm anticipating an inspired fusion with the lilting sounds of the children's soprano, woven with the deeper bass voices of the adults.
I am blessed to have been around to experience him even as a statesman, as our president, as the first president of our democracy.
He's in the morning air, in the mountains, all around us in this country.
And he carried that throughout his life, and that's one of the lessons that I will always keep with me.
Ons gaan hom mis, maar ons gaan nog steeds sy legacy probeer.
I did a movie with Samuel L. Jackson and Juliette Binoche called In My Country. And I remember it was premiered in Rosebank, and Madiba was there. And they said we must come and take a photo with him. I remember he looked at me and he said, "Menze, you are good at what you do. Keep up the good work, young man." I'll never forget that day. Madiba, yeah, ma'am. Hamba kahle tata.
Father Bruce, as I walked into the cathedral, I noticed this amazing smell that just makes you feel so good. Could you please tell me what is it and what does it symbolize?
The fragrance that lingers in the cathedral is the odor of sanctity. It's the fragrance from the incense that we use in our rituals. Our prayers, like the incense, rise to the very heart of God. And so the incense is a symbol of our prayers ascending to God's ears.
I meet one of the cathedral's famous choir masters, David Orr, who provides me with some insight into the sacred music of the church. David, in the Anglican tradition, sacred music, could you tell me more about its history?
The history of sacred music is much older than the Anglican Church, to start with, and I think a lot of our earlier repertoire actually goes back to the Catholic Church. But we do have a very long history, and I think that's probably one of the things which sets the Anglican Church and its style of worship aside from some of the other denominations, is the music and liturgy that you find here. Some of the material we use goes right back to the medieval times, sort of Gregorian chant, that style of repertoire, and then we move through the Renaissance period, where we've got some really quite spectacular stuff in a sort of polyphonic style. We sing some Baroque music as well. A lot of the music we sing for our evening services, for evensong, is written in the Victorian Romantic era, like the piece you heard tonight, sort of late 1800s. It's a very rich history, and it's a living history because we're still contributing to it today.
I have to know how David managed to engage these children who seem so committed to the repertoire. Because of the influences that we have today, how do the young adults accept this beautiful tradition of sacred music?
That's actually a very interesting question, because all of these kids who sing in the choir are all singing voluntarily, and they really seem to get very enthusiastic about music, which is really not part of their culture today. And it's a really exciting thing to see. I think young people respond to quality, and if you present something in the right way, you'll catch their enthusiasm. One of the other things which is quite interesting about having those children in the choir is seeing the interaction between young people and older people. And I think that's one of the exciting things about a church choir, particularly, is that everybody is on an equal level playing field. They all have to work as a team, and whether they're singing bass, tenor, alto, or treble, soprano, they've got an equally important role. think there's a symbolism, apart from anything else, with people singing together as a group. They're all working towards the same goal. They're expressing the same belief. They're singing material which might have been sung by hundreds of different choirs over a large time frame. And I think that the community element involved in choral singing is very important.
I'm eager to integrate this refined choir together with my kora. I invite them to work spontaneously with me on a musical rhythm and chant they may never have heard or tried together.
Anglicans, singing is very, very significant. And we have a long tradition of beautiful, beautiful Anglican church music. This music is especially supported in our cathedral by a choral tradition. For many, many centuries, that tradition was exclusively the property of men and boys. And the great cathedrals of the world had for hundreds of years remarkable choirs of men and boys. But 2 years ago, we were able to establish in this cathedral a mixed choir. And so now is a choir of men and women, boys and girls. The heart of the choir is the 20 trebles, the young boys and girls who provide the top line of clear cherubic music that informs our worship and that leads the people, invites them into singing. One of the great African saints, St. Augustine, said, "To pray is important. To sing is important, and to sing is to pray twice."
In the mind of the Anglican Church, what is the vision for South Africa?
We hope for a people and a nation in which democracy is made a wonderfully realizable possibility in a pluralistic culture where people bring together a whole variety of life experiences. We hope for a society which is just and free and in which men and women and children, gay and straight, old and young, black and white, all find the possibility for the expression of their true identity, and in our common life we can be a beacon of light and hope for the world, because we can live with a troublesome history as we make from our challenging present a glorious future.
Let us take a mystical journey into the past, where you shall find your future. For you will never know where you're going to unless you know where you're coming from. For we are now a 21st century people, and we speak of love and peace. Love and peace for the universe. Love and peace for the leaders of tomorrow. This is your future. I also believe that one day when I die, I shall become a dream of the past, the present, and the future. Welcome to your own 21st century. Mama way.
They now offer me an opportunity to tune into one of their religious pieces, O Lord, hear my prayer.
I think music is definitely intended for particular spaces, and a lot of the music that we sing relies very much on a resonant, reverberant acoustic. And I think that there are definitely composers who have written music with a particular kind of spatial effect in mind. The organ was installed 100 years ago, so it will be 101 this year, but it's very much older than that. It actually came from St Margaret's, Westminster in London. Parts of it are very old, go back to the 1600s, and it's thought that great composers like Handel played on it, and the last organist to have played on it when it was in London was an organist called Lemaire, who apparently wanted something which was more orchestral for doing orchestral transcriptions.
It's the first time that I have had an experience like this in such a place, and I am moved. Listen to the subtlety of their prayer, their devotion. This tradition preaches peace and love, and I realize, being surrounded by these angels, that I am really feeling this peace. It is my belief that there is one God, and anyone can reach out to that supreme being through song, in any language, using all instruments, with an open heart. Now I'm going to see how I can blend these two very different traditions together to speak in one voice.
I did a movie with Samuel L. Jackson and Juliette Binoche called In My Country. And I remember it was premiered in Rosebank, and Madiba was there. And they said we must come and take a photo with him. I remember he looked at me and he said, "Menze, you are good at what you do. Keep up the good work, young man." I'll never forget that day. Madiba, yeah, ma'am. Hamba kahle tata.
Mandela's first television interview.
There is room for all the various races in this country. The Africans want the franchise on the basis of one man, one vote. They want political independence.
No one is born hating another person for the color of their skin, religion, or background. Even in the grimmest times, I have seen glimmers of humanity which reassured me that man's goodness is a flame that can never be extinguished.
Mr. Nelson Mandela, a free man taking his first steps into a new South Africa.
Amandla in Africa. Hallelujah. And never again shall it be that this beautiful land will again experience the oppression of one by another. South Africa, let freedom reign. God bless Africa.
Thank you for your courage.
The only thing I can say now is that I'm very thankful. I am today because they faced the monster and said never and never again. And we are grateful.
Those leadership qualities, not carrying that grudge.
Thank you, Tata, for embodying true leadership. And not in words, but in action.
And I pray that a part of whatever you had in my daily living, I have it.
The fusion of the Anglican choir music and the Venda rhythms is going to be an interesting challenge. You know, the music I heard in the Cathedral follows a Western classical system, an 8-tone octave, with its gentle linear approach. Now, the Venda sing and dance to syncopated African drum rhythms, which are cyclical and polyrhythmic, and it's so different to the Western approach. Let me give you a simple example of what a polyrhythm is. I'm going to clap in 4, but in your mind you're going to be singing something else. So here we go. So I'll be going like 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is just an idea of a polyrhythm. So it's all like interweaving, you know, it's like people sewing things together and stuff like that. That's what polyrhythms are. Now I'm going to see how I can blend these two traditions so different from one another to speak in one voice.
I think there's a symbolism, apart from anything else, with people singing together as a group. They're all working towards the same goal. They're expressing the same belief.
In the songs, there is a message. It gets deep into your heart.
They're expressing the same belief.
There is a feeling.
arali ndi tshi khou amba uri a vha mboni ndo tamba ndo ḓora ndo naka zwi vha zwi tshi khou amba uri ri vhathu vhane ra dzula ri vhavhuḓi zwa ita uri ri ḓipfe ri na maanḓa na power ya u ita zwine ra khou ita zwone.
To sing is to pray twice.
It gets right deep into the heart, and it will direct you. How are you going to dance? You go straight with a beat because the spirit now has been taking you to that song.
Something like spirit comes into me, giving me some expressions and ideas and what I have to tell the people.
To sing is to pray twice.
nga nḓila ine nda vha ngayo kha muzika wa Venda arali nda vhuya nda tou thoma luimbo ndi a hwelwa ndi uri muvhili wanga wa oma wanga u na starch woṱhe lune arali ndi tshi vho dia houḽa murumba wa hone ndi nga u rwa na nga ṱhoho ndi si tsha zwi pfha na zwine nda khou ita zwone.
Thumbu ya nthangeni yo mela mawe
They're expressing the same belief.
There is a feeling.
hamba moya wami, hamba. Hamba kahle, kawela makawe.
This is Mandela's first television interview.
There is room for all the various races in this country. The Africans want the franchise on the basis of one man, one vote. They want political independence.
No one is born hating another person for the color of their skin, religion, or background. Even in the grimmest times, I have seen glimmers of humanity which reassured me that man's goodness is a flame that can never be extinguished.
Mr. Nelson Mandela, a free man taking his first steps into a new South Africa.
Amandla i-Afrika bayibuye. Never and never again shall it be that this beautiful land will again experience the oppression of one by another. South Africa, let freedom reign. God bless Africa.
ambakahle kawela makawe.
It's exactly a week ago that Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela passed away. The memorial services and funeral of Madiba can only be compared to the magnitude of perhaps Mahatma Gandhi, who was the preeminent leader and freedom fighter of Indian nationalism in British-ruled India, or even Sir Winston Churchill times, the British Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. We'll continue providing coverage about the celebrations of Tata's life and be bringing you information of where you can attend the respective ceremonies. And we'll also continue to discuss his life with international leaders, local celebrities, and ordinary people from around the country and the Union buildings, of course. Now, the Union buildings, I think, perhaps being one of the center of attention when it comes to the next 3 days, where the body of our former statesman is lying in state. So we're going to be crossing to the Union Buildings now and get a sense of what the feeling is like at the Union Buildings. But we do know that at 7 o'clock the body will leave one military hospital. Very much so the scenes that you saw yesterday will be happening for the next 2 days again, today and tomorrow. So the viewing starts at 8 o'clock until 5:30. But as far as I know, Lebo is at the Union Buildings. So let's cross to Lebo and just get an understanding of what's happening there on this Thursday morning. Lebo, good morning to you.
Thank you, Leanne. Good morning to the viewers at home. Yes, we are live from the Union Buildings. Of course, this is the place where the former president of the Republic of South Africa, Nelson Mandela, will lie in state. As Leanne had said, it will start at around 8 o'clock this morning. And the Tshwane Metro has issued out a warning to say, if you reach the park and ride areas at around 3 p.m. this afternoon, please do not go further than that, because it closes at around 5:30 and they can't take you to the Union Buildings that late. So arrive early so that you're not in a rush and you can get here on time. And please, no photographs, no cameras. Be dressed in a proper way. You know how we Africans do things. We don't arrive with our shoulders exposed. Please dress properly and arrive here on time. If you get to the park and rides, there's one at Fountains Valley. There's one at the LCD De Villiers Stadium. That's where the park and rides are located. And they will pick you up there, from there and drop you off here. Please, no private cars are allowed, but we will continue to talk to several people regarding what is going on today. It's day 2 of Nelson Mandela lying in state at the Union Buildings, and we'll speak to the spokesperson of the SANDF who will explain to us, the process of what's going to happen today. Remember, yesterday the VIP started very early in the morning. The public only got to get to see the body of Nelson Mandela at around 12 o'clock, but today you can start a little earlier, so arrive earlier than expected, so you can, give other people a chance as well, because they're expecting thousands of people to arrive here at the Union Building today. It's here until tomorrow, and then the body's flown to, of course, his hometown of Kunu in the Eastern Cape, where the funeral service will take place on the 15th of December. That's this coming Sunday. Back to you, Leanne.
All right, thank you very much, Lebo. We'll continue to cross to Lebo throughout the morning just to get a sense of what's happening at the Union Buildings. Now, yesterday I was broadcasting from the Union Buildings, and I had the opportunity of viewing Madiba's body, and I'll tell you about that experience a little bit later on in the program. It was absolutely incredible, I have to tell you. All right, well, let's talk about what happened last night now. Thousands of people descended on the Cape Town Stadium for the city's official memorial service for former President Nelson Mandela. The crowd of over 50,000 people heard tributes to the global icon and were treated to a variety of musical acts.
There was high anticipation as scores of people camped outside the Cape Town Stadium ahead of the memorial service. Many were here since early morning.
He became a father of many people, and nowadays we have so few leaders who serve and who only serve themselves. But he truly served the people, not just of South Africa, but also of the world.
We want to say thank you to the Madiba family for borrowing us Madiba all these years to fight for the freedom. We're here today because of him. If it wasn't for him, today we wouldn't have been here.
The stadium was almost packed to full capacity. The city made available about 53,000 free coupons for effective crowd management. Political leaders have reiterated that South Africans must keep Madiba's legacy alive.
Madiba said we are too focused on the external stuff of money and material wealth and showing who we are. But the real issues are in the sincerity, the honesty, and the qualities of service within us. And if we can unlock that, in all of us, then I think we will be able to go forward.
It would be a great disservice to Madiba's legacy if we were simply to be sentimental about his passing for a certain amount of time. In fact, what his legacy is hard work and sacrifice and service. And what he showed us is that those values can make a difference and can change the world.
One of Madiba's legacy projects is inspiring the Springboks to win the 1995 Rugby World Cup.
As a nation, we must be the captain of his soul. Our president, our example. Thank you, Tata.
A sea of South African flags to those with Madiba's tattoos and a festive atmosphere to bid farewell to the father of the nation. Several musical groups dazzled the crowd throughout the night. Bulilani Philip, SABC News, Cape Town.
Former President Thabo Mbeki says the generation of Nelson Mandela laid a firm foundation for a country to continue its reconciliation process. Mbeki was speaking at the Methodist Church in Midrand as part of the many events to honour Mandela.
The other day we buried Red September, and one of his sons spoke there, Mark September. And it was rather painful because he spoke about how the father had abandoned them. We grew up without our father. Couldn't reach him, couldn't touch him. So I said, you see, Mark, the challenge is that your father, Red September, took a difficult decision that he had to serve the people of South Africa. And for that reason, the children suffer. But the nation benefits. This leadership was ready to make those sacrifices. Their lead counsel during the Venda trial was the late Bram Fisher. Bram came to London to defend the case. He was already detained, but they released him. He promised that he would come back. So indeed he got to London. We saw him and tried to persuade him not to come back, but he said no. And Bram was not only a lawyer, a leading lawyer, an outstanding lawyer, but very much part of the leadership of our struggle. And he said no. Once we give our word, we have to keep it. And he came back. So Bram said to us that, as you know, the Rivonia trialists had been sentenced already by then. And he said he had a difficult debate with them, because they had said to him, after the judges said guilty, before sentence, they had said to him, in the event that we are sentenced to death, please don't appeal. So Bram said to us, I said to them, but why are you being reckless with your lives? We need you to be alive because the struggle is not won. So they said, no, don't appeal, because what will happen? In the event that we get sentenced to death, the people will ensure that that death sentence is not carried out. If we say appeal, that means we are saying to the people, do nothing. Wait until the apartheid judicial system decides indeed to confirm the death sentence. So they said, don't do it. So Bram said to us, you know, you young people, I don't know whether you have the same courage. Because here are these people, and they knew that by not appealing, they were possibly standing the danger of being hanged. But I'm saying that surely we have a duty to celebrate the example they set, celebrate their lives for the sacrifices that they were ready to make.
Civil rights activist Reverend Jesse Jackson has described Nelson Mandela as a martyr. Jackson paid tribute to the late former president of the Nelson Mandela Center of Memory last night. He will be attending Madiba's funeral in Kunu on Sunday.
A befitting tribute.
He was a living martyr for 51 years. God gave him longevity as a gift to survive to see the new day emerge.
Jackson and Mandela share a long history spanning decades. Jackson corresponded with Mandela while he was in prison under the apartheid regime. He was in the country when Madiba was released from prison in 1990 and again 4 years later when Mandela was inaugurated as South Africa's first democratic president.
He matured in jail and became a different man. Madiba didn't change his ideals. White supremacy lost its authority and changed their response from annihilation to coexistence.
And more gratitude from the Mandela family.
I wanted to come and thank everyone that's here tonight for coming out and showing us so much love, care, and support. Every night, actually, since our grandfather's passing, we've seen people either outside of the house or coming to the foundation and showing how much they cared for him. And it means the world to all of us. So thank you.
I'd like to, first of all, thank the Heavenly Father, God Almighty, for keeping us safe during this time as we bid farewell to our grandfather.
And calls to honor Madiba's legacy and to help realize his dream of a children's hospital. Mangoba Kunu, SABC News, Johannesburg.
Thousands of people have flocked to the Union Buildings, Nelson Mandela Amphitheatre in Pretoria to pay their last respects to the greatest son of the land. The former president's remains are lying in state for 3 days to give people an opportunity to say their goodbyes. The Mandela family, international dignitaries and South Africans from all walks of life converged on the capital city.
A surreal moment as the coffin arrived. The mood immediately turned somber. Madiba was making his final journey to a place where he was first inaugurated as a president of a free South Africa in 1994. A state funeral befitting a statesman. Draped in South African colors, the coffin arrived at the Union Buildings amphitheatre carried by the military personnel. Some of the members of his family followed the coffin as it was ushered into where the body would lie in state. A reality the man loved the world over was now gone. First to view the body was family members, together with the country's first citizen. For many, the occasion was too much. His wife, Gracia Machel, and ex-wife Winnie Madikizela Mandela couldn't hold back tears as they were overcome by emotions. After family and dignitaries, it was the turn of ordinary people. Finding it hard to believe, they draw inspiration from the statesman. Mzondele Mbeje, SABC News, Union Buildings.
The Minister in the Presidency, Collins Shabane, has made an appeal to the public to dress appropriately when they go and view the body of Madiba. He says government received complaints from the public that some of the mourners did not follow the rules. The Minister says parents should not bring their children to the Union Buildings as there are no childcare facilities.
We had, through experience, we had complaints from the public about the presence of children, young children, in the queues. We then took steps to remove the children from the queues, and we'll appeal to the public that don't bring children. If you want to bring children, we don't have childcare facilities at the accepting points. We'll ask the public to assist that in that regard. The second point which has been raised by the public is the manner in which people are dressed as they file past, especially for African people who hope all of us know that what is the decorum when you go to funerals, what is it you are supposed to do and you're not supposed to wear. We don't want to be tempted to apply strict measures, but we think adults know what they're supposed to do, what men are supposed to wear, what they're not supposed to wear, and women, they know what is it that's supposed to happen. And we'll appeal to the public, at least, to follow those protocols.
The hunt is on for the sign language interpreter at Tuesday's memorial for Nelson Mandela at the F&B Stadium in Soweto. The presidency, or the minister in the presidency, Collins Shabane, says government is investigating the alleged incorrect use of sign language by the interpreter. Deaf SA says they have received thousands of complaints from people around the world.
Things wrong. Actually, he has 0% accuracy. If you do a comparison of what was said and what he was signing, 0% accuracy. Some of the more basic mistakes, he couldn't even use the sign name for Nelson Mandela. The sign name for Madiba, just for knowledge, this is the sign name. So every time the speaker mentions Utate Mandela, you should see somewhere in the sentence, you should see the sign as making reference. He did not use that sign. He did not use a sign for Obama. He did not use a sign for Zuma. Those are just the most glaring mistakes. Of course, there are many other grammatical errors. There's basically no structure, no language structure. He flouted all the language rules.
Well, our sign language interpreter that's on your screen right now, Thelma Kotza, will be joining me in a short while to talk more about this story. The national outpouring of love for Nelson Mandela is continuing unabated. In this digital world, it is also being recorded in various mediums and platforms. Television, radio, YouTube, Facebook and Twitter, just to mention a few. But the written word has not fallen by the wayside.
A handwritten message still remains one of the most personal means of communication. And the messages written on the banners here in Kunu for Nelson Mandela are straight from the heart.
May your soul rest in peace. You have served the world and the country well. God bless.
His legacy will live on forever. And I came here because I just wanted to pay tribute in the smallest way I could.
More than 100 messages have already been written on the banners.
The greatest human you have ever lived. Your spirit will live on forever.
The message banners are very popular with children, as they get the opportunity to express their thoughts about Madiba in their own words. Books of condolence are also open throughout the country. There are 69 official books in 45 municipalities across the Eastern Cape. Yuri Blichner, SABC News, Kunu.
A memorial service has been held in London to celebrate the life of Nelson Mandela. It was held at St. Martin in the Fields, a church that was at the centre of the global anti-apartheid campaign. Veterans of the campaign gathered to remember Madiba. They were joined by younger generations who have been inspired by his life.
For those who could not travel to Johannesburg, the London Memorial was a fitting tribute for the leader who had touched so many. Veterans of the struggle shared their memories.
At this moment he paused, a long pause, in which one could hear a pin drop in the court, and then looked squarely at the judge and finished. It is an ideal which I hope to live for and to achieve. And then dropping his voice very low, he added, but if needs be, it is an ideal for which I am prepared to die. He sat down in a moment of profound silence. From the public benches, one could hear people release their breath with a deep sigh as the moment of tension passed. Some women in the public gallery burst into tears. We sat like this for perhaps a minute before the tension ebbed and the trial continued.
Veteran ANC activist Thembi Nobadula described how, as the newly elected president, Nelson Mandela spent hours listening to the concerns of her women's group about reconciliation.
He told us he was a president of South Africa, not a president of only those who were oppressed by apartheid. He told us that he had to liberate everybody in South Africa, otherwise his job would not have been done if he didn't. He said the architects of South Africa, of apartheid are the very people that should be liberated first before anything is done. Because if those were not liberated, then South Africa would not be free. He brought together people who are enemies. You saw the President of the United States shaking hands with the President of Cuba. That is Mandela. This is what he stood for.
There were hymns and, of course, singing and dancing, which spilled out onto Trafalgar Square after the memorial was over. Those present lingered, many old friends in a struggle that produced camaraderie across two countries.
There's always been a sort of special interest in this country about what happens in South Africa. And there's a feeling that they want to see South Africa do well.
Just as in Johannesburg, the London Memorial was not only a time for mourning, but a chance to celebrate the life of Madiba, to remember his ideals, and to pledge to continue to work towards them. Catherine Drew, SABC News in London.
All right, let's take a look at a couple of tweets now and see what the nation and the world are saying about the passing of Madiba. We've been reading your tweets the entire time, so let's show everybody. This one coming from Denta Mokab saying, the hero, stalwart, peacemaker, father, comrade, and world icon. You will always be in our life. Rest in peace, Mandela. The next one, Mangopo writing in saying, wow, Tata, you were indeed a people's person and they loved you dearly. Isn't that stunning? And indeed they do. Thank you very, very much. Nombolelo, I came from Kimberley to attend the memorial at the F&B, but the viewing of Tata saddened me most. He is really no more. Very sad. Yeah, indeed, indeed. All right. Beg your pardon. Please continue to send your tweets at SABC News Online. Those are the tweets that we are putting on the screen. So we'd love to hear from you. Continue to send them through.
We have a special group here from Alexandra. It's called the Alexandra Youth Ensemble, and they woke up at 3 o'clock this morning just to be here outside his Houghton home to pay tribute. With me, I have the ensemble's leader. Can you just tell me a little bit of why you're here outside Nelson Mandela's Houghton home?
We are here basically to thank Nelson Mandela for the role that he played for us. I mean, as Alexander, we're the first city in the then Transvaal to host him when he came to Joburg. And we think we owe him that much to come and say thank you for what you've done, but not only for us, also for generations to come. I think Tata's legacy will live on in our hearts and in our minds. And unfortunately, we are fortunate enough to be alive during his time. And now, after witnessing or hearing about his passing, it's a blessing yet sad at the same time.
But I see that there's a lot of women in this particular ensemble. Can you tell me a little bit more about why?
We are currently working on a ladies' show. As a drama group, we have developed a special play about women in struggle. You know, the beginning of how ANC women and other women struggles, involvement of the women in the struggle to today, where we have leaders like Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma heading one of the biggest offices in Africa. It started here in South Africa, and they also have a role that they played that it's maybe overshadowed or overlooked or underlooked maybe. But now we've decided, unfortunately, during the rehearsal of the show, that's when we heard about the passing of Futata. Hence, if you can see them, they are dressed in their combat. They've also played a very important role, you know, through hard times, and they also went through same as everybody else who was during the struggle, including the play talks more about them. Amongst other things that they talk about, it's also them marching, you know, to the Union building and saying we don't want to be carrying these passes. And you know, women came up to be seen. You know, unfortunately, not too much attention has been paid to them. So the show is basically to say we know what have women done for our struggle, and the play it's designed to highlight where it all started up until today.
And can you tell me, what is your special message to Tata? I understand you have a special song for him. Just tell me a little bit more about the song and your special message.
The song basically says we thank Nelson Mandela for our freedom. For today we have rights, you know, we have right to vote, we have he opened a whole lot of opportunities for us, living currently, and we hope that the current government or the current leaders will sustain that throughout. So the song that we have, it's we thank Mandela for our freedom. For now, we are free. Even though some people cannot say, people always have issues. But the truth of the matter is we are here today. We are free, democratic, non-racial, non-sexist South Africa. It's thanks to Madiba. Things could have gone any other way. But he made sure that he channeled the things to where we are today. So we're basically here to say thank you, Madiba.
And can they sing a little rendition for us of this particular verse of the special song before we head over to our reporter, Lebo, standing live in Pretoria?
Thank you, Dada. Siyabonga. Siyabulela. Rialebuha. Tatu Madiba.
Well, Leanne, that is the beautiful sounds of the Alexandra Youth Ensemble singing a special tribute to Nelson Mandela. We are going live now to our colleague Lebogang, who is standing live in Pretoria. Over to you. We'll play out with some of the sounds from the ensemble.
Thank you to Nozintombi Mia. They're out in Houghton. Remember, we are all over the country. We'll try and give you as much updates as we can around the country. As she said, we are at the Union Buildings. We are expecting the body of Nelson Mandela to arrive at around 7:30, around 22:08. We'll give you those updates a little later. But remember, there have been memorial services around the country. And there was one in Rosebank at the Catholic Church last night by the Hellenic Portuguese and as well as the Italian communities. They go by HIP, and Josh Bezos, Advocate Josh Bezos was there, as well as Ahmed Katrar was there. But the chairperson of HIP, Stavros Nikolaou, is here to tell us more. Good morning. Welcome to Morning Live.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
How was the memorial service received last night?
Well, firstly, it was very moving because these communities, remember, prior to the democratic order that we introduced in 1994 as a country, they weren't quite certain of their future. And there was a lot of anxiety in 94. And I think Madiba played a pivotal role in calming some of that anxiety. So yesterday there was quite an outpouring of grief at the church, but also a respect for what the man had done. Some very moving tributes. Ahmed Kathrada shared some very personal and intimate stories about his relationship with Madiba. The same with George Bezos. George is a stalwart of the Greek community, so a very close friend of Madiba. So all these stories, I think, gave a lot of hope to people that were a bit grief-stricken yesterday in the church. Luli Kalinikos, also from the Greek community, she was the ANC historian. She's chronicled a lot of what Madiba achieved in his lifetime. So all in all, a very moving experience, but I think people left with a sense of optimism about the future.
And I mean, your relationship goes back a long time, and I remember you guys were also involved in the Nelson Mandela Sports and Culture Day as well. What is it with this community and being so involved?
I think this community is an integral part of the South African community, and I think we try and play our role in promoting social cohesion in the country, establishing a country where all its citizens can realise their full potential. And part of that work that we do is looking at social projects where South Africans will benefit. So the Nelson Mandela Children's Hospital that's been mooted, good case in point. Yesterday, the CEO of the Nelson Mandela Children's Hospital Trust, Sibongile Kabela, she was present, and there were some moving tributes paid in that regard as well. So I think it's really about how do we build an inclusive society, and we want to be a part of that. We feel a part of it, and I think that the role that Madiba played in bringing us closer into the mainstream. There's this phrase, people coin this phrase, minorities. Okay, I think it's completely wrong terminology. We're very much part of the majority and want to contribute.
And what is your message to the family and to the grieving South Africans?
I think that the single biggest message is some people are saying, this is a day of reckoning. Is it the beginning of the end? I don't think so. This is very much the beginning of a new phase. And we're going to build the next building block in our country by respecting the legacy of Nelson Mandela and following through on some of those legacy principles that he left with us and carrying on the good work that he had started. And I think by doing that, we're moving into quite a new, exciting phase, albeit without Tata Mandela. He'll be looking from above.
What are your memories of Mandela?
Well, I'm with Aspen Pharmacare, pharmaceutical company, and he asked us about 13 years ago to help him establish a clinic near his ancestral home in Kunu. And we set up this clinic, and most of the patients that came to this clinic were HIV-infected patients. And in those days, there were no antiretrovirals. They had very little hope of survival. And also at that time, the cost of antiretrovirals was around $25,000 per patient per year. Clearly unaffordable. What we did is, together with Stephen Sard, CEO of Aspen, we went and we showed video footage of the Mandela Clinic to the multinational companies. And they realized, I think, for the first time how they needed to assist. Gave us licenses, were able to introduce ARVs from $25,000 per patient a year down to $140. Many hundreds of thousands, if not millions of lives were saved. So that was Madiba yet again exercising his magic, and by showing a video and associating him with something, we were able to save hundreds of thousands of lives.
All right, Mr. Nikolaou, always having a pleasure having you on the program. Mr. Stavros Nikolaou, who is the HIP Alliance, talking to us about several other projects that they were involved in while Nelson Mandela was still alive, including a memorial service that they held last night at the Rosebank Catholic Church. We will be back with you in a little while. Let's head back to Auckland Park, where Leanne is standing by. Leanne, over to you.
Now, very much so, the same process that you saw unfolding yesterday is about to take place this morning at 7 o'clock. Nelson Mandela's body is to leave the one military hospital. It is then to go through a selected route. It's the same route that you saw yesterday along the streets of the capital, Tshwane, all the way up to the Union buildings. Let's take a look at the visuals. Now, these were the visuals that we recorded for you yesterday. Now, we do have a helicopter that'll be taking off this morning as well, so that we can follow the route for this morning's viewing at the Union buildings. That there is the vehicle that was transporting, or that again will be transporting the vehicle of Nelson Mandela, and the streets lined with people as they stand in honour as Nelson Mandela makes his way forward. Now, there's a very strict process that happens from the one military hospital, where the coffin is draped in the flag, and it's something that does happen every single day for today and tomorrow as it makes its way to the Union buildings. Now, there you can see the Union buildings, the flags all still flying at half-mast today, and it will do for the 10 days of the mourning period. Now, there is that route for you on the screen. It goes from the one military hospital. Now, you will be able to pick it up from C-Max prison. So you'll be able to pick up that motorcade there, and it carries on along that route, as you can see, and turns into Madiba Street, and all the way down Madiba Street, it'll then make its way into the Union buildings. Now, this actual process takes about an hour. So from the time it leaves one military hospital in around about 4 minutes from now, it'll arrive at the Union Buildings at around about 8 o'clock. So it's about an hour that you can see this all happening. Now, some more memories and visuals from yesterday. This was President Jacob Zuma, behind him the former wife of Nelson Mandela, Winnie Madikizela Mandela, and of course Graça Machel, his wife at the time of his passing. Cyril Ramaphosa also leading the dignitaries as they walk to the coffin and bid their final farewell. These are the visuals that were streamed across the world, and there you can see the Mandela family as well, all going there at this very, very solemn occasion. It's certainly the atmosphere changed. There is our former President Thabo Mbeki as well, making their way down to the coffin. Now, just a reminder, these are visuals from yesterday. Our former President Phumzile Mlambo Ngcuka also in and amongst the dignitaries. That is the Nelson Mandela Amphitheatre outside of the Union Buildings, and that is where you will find the coffin, which is lying in state, and it's in that structure that was built and designed specifically for this occasion, and it'll remain there until Friday, where the public have got access to go and view the body. Now, here are visuals of the public while they were queuing up to view Nelson Mandela's body lying in state. And this was yesterday, but just to tell you that today already we've seen so many people already queuing. Now you can see these are some of the presidents that were coming from the different countries as well, that had come to pay their last respects. Many of them were at the memorial. In fact, I'm sure that every single one of them were at the memorial service that was held the day before, and then, of course, waited for the morning where they could come and view the body as it lay in state. As far as we know, this is the very first time in South Africa that we've actually had a body that has been laying in state, and it's a privilege for South Africans to be able to view this. And the government has please urged South Africans to respect this occasion. The family have allowed us to do this, and they are asking for respect, to please dress appropriately. They're also asking people not to take photographs. I would imagine it's very difficult to do that. I had the opportunity of walking past yesterday, and I think that it is exceptionally difficult. I'll talk you through my process a while ago. Now, the visuals that you're seeing on your screen now are live. This is the helicopter that has taken off and that is going to be following that motorcade as it makes its way to the Union Buildings this morning. But again, as I say, it is the very same process that you saw yesterday. So if you did miss it yesterday, you'll be able to watch it this morning as we show you that particular vehicle. So in about a minute, the motorcade should leave from the one military hospital. Now, we've got Lebo Tinani, who is in Pretoria. She's at the Union Buildings this morning, and she'll be following the story for us. And she's got a very nice vantage point where we are. We're set up just outside on the lawns of the Union Buildings, and you're able to see the road as the hearse drives up the road, and also right behind you, you actually see the structure outside the Union Buildings, the Nelson Mandela Amphitheatre. Now, General Mbanga is with Lebo. He was with us yesterday explaining the process. So let's cross to Lebo again so that he can talk us through this once again. Lebo?
Thank you, Leanne. As you said, well, we are with Xolani Mabanga, General, who is the SANDF spokesperson, who'll just give us a brief look at, what is going to happen today, what happened yesterday. General, good morning. Welcome to Morning Live.
Good morning.
If you could just reflect on what happened yesterday, what are some of the key points? What happened yesterday?
Well, what happened yesterday is that almost everything as it was scheduled went well, except that a number of people turned out and most of them had to be returned because of the time. And that set some emotions amongst the public. But there was nothing more that we could do. We were just running out of time. And apologies for those who could not view the former president yesterday.
What do we say to those people now who were turned away yesterday and want to come today?
There's still time today. We are starting today at 8 o'clock, finishing up at 5:30, as well as tomorrow, that is the last day, Friday. We still again start at 8 o'clock in the morning up until 5:30 in the evening.
Now, you and I were speaking about the relationship, Nelson Mandela had with the military. I mean, he was the first commander-in-chief, and, some of his colleagues will come and see today. What is going to happen today?
Well, today, the chief of the South African National Defence Force and the military command, that is the top structure of the South African National Defence Force, will come and pay their homage to the former commander-in-chief, and in fact, the first commander-in-chief of the South African National Defence Force. Then we will also like them to talk through, because if we all know that it was only under the leadership of the former president and the first commander-in-chief that 7 armed forces had to be integrated to form what is now today known as the South African National Defence Force. And those forces were at one stage or another fighting one another. So we would like to hear and say, how did it happen? How did it happen that they were able to sit under the one roof and form what is this respected South African National Defence Force?
Now, this Lion State term and this process is something new to South Africans, and we're hearing this for the first time. What is it, and what does this process include?
Well, this process is lying in state. It's just allowing the person who has been respected or a hero by the nation that he can lie down in state, and the public or the people can have an opportunity to come and see him for the last time and pay their last respect, and also to remind themselves of the deeds that that person has done, which will live forever in their memories. So it's a sort of really coming to term that that person that they respect is gone and is no more. You will not talk back to them. But it sometimes becomes emotional. But it is just to allow people to see the person for the last time and pay their last respect, so that when they go, then they know and realize and accept that he is gone.
The issue of dress code has also come up in yesterday's news, and this morning we saw Collins Shabane also appealing to the people. What is the appropriate dress code that we keep talking about?
Well, like Minister Shabane has said, that the government won't like to be too restrictive or prescriptive to people. People should wear accordingly. As if they were going to view their own, how will they dress? That's the question that they should ask themselves. That if I'm going to see a person or a body of a deceased person, how should I be dressed as a man? How should I be dressed as a lady? Those are just basic things.
And I mean, the SANDF, I imagine is something that you've been preparing for a while. Speak to us about the logistics of, putting something like this together. I mean, they have to start in military, one hospital, come through here for the next 3 days.
Well, it has been a demanding job indeed. However, as we are all aware that the South African National Defence Force, the chief of the South African National Defence Force used to describe it as it's like an insurance for the nation. So when things go and then you have something else somewhere else. So we came in full force. We did what we were asked to do, and we are doing it to the best of our ability. We would like to see a well-prepared, dignified send-off for the first Commander-in-Chief.
Now, you've got that black armband around your arm. Tell us more a little bit about that. Does everybody have one in the military? What's the significance of that?
Well, the significance of this is that when the Defence Force is mourning or is going to a funeral, then we put on a mourning band, which signifies that you are in a mourning stage or a mourning period. So now, as we are here, we are also having the body of the first Commander-in-Chief. So we are respecting that period, and we are mourning with the family and the nation at large.
And I imagine logistics as well, heading to Kunu on Saturday, then with a funeral on Sunday as well. Those are also probably some of the major things that the military is involved in.
Indeed, those are the major things that we are busy with. But everything is still in place, and we assure the nation that everything will go accordingly. We will be preparing the body on Saturday to move down to Kunu. We will take it first to Air Force Base Waterkloof, where it will be officially and formally handed over to the African National Congress to enable or to give them an opportunity to pay their last respect to the president of the ANC as well as the comrade. And then after that, after they finish that ceremony, they will again hand over the body to the South African National Defence Force, who will then take it over and prepare it for transportation down to Kunu in Eastern Cape. And when we arrive on the other side in Eastern Cape, we will be received again on the other side by elders from the Madiba family, as well as officials from the South African National Defence Force. We continue with our ceremonies. That will be a fusion of what they have to do as the family and what we are required to do as the military in terms of the protocol that governs the state funeral.
Now, we've had people speaking about, we can't all make it to Kunu, obviously, because of logistical issues and how small the place is. What are your biggest challenges going into a place like Kunu?
Well, if people can understand that everybody would like to go, and we as the locals, as well as the locals in Kunu, so how do we do? Can we all get there? Hence the establishment of public viewing areas where other people who cannot make it to the facility can be able to view the whole processions at the public viewing areas. And people are encouraged just to have that understanding in mind that Kunu is as that such. We cannot all be accommodated. We South Africans, as well as other people that have come to pay their last respect from other countries.
Does the size of the venue make your job more difficult?
It's not the size of the venue that makes the job more difficult for us. It is the expectation of the turnout from the people that makes the job a bit complex.
Now, we believe the body has already left one military hospital. Take us through the process again for people who are hearing this conversation for the first time. What happens once the body's left the military hospital?
Well, when the body leaves one military hospital, from one military hospital up to prison, there will be street lining that will be comprised of the South African Police Service. And then people are expected to line up from Correctional Service Center down Potgieter Street and then Madiba Street up to Parliament Street. Then from Parliament Street, we will have the South African National Defence Force providing the street lining. Then on arrival here, it will be received with a guard of honor from the South African Air Force. And then it will be taken by the poll bearers to a pedestal where it will be placed and prepared for viewing. Then we'll also place the sentries who will provide guard during the lying in state of the former president.
General, thank you so much for talking to us. General Xolani Mabanga speaking to us about, the process, what is going to happen today and what is going to happen tomorrow and Saturday and Sunday. We believe the body has already left one military hospital and is heading this direction. We'll keep you up to date on what's going to happen, what is happening at the moment. Remember, yesterday, the public were not able to see the body up until 12 o'clock, but that has changed a little bit today, so you can come a little earlier than 12 o'clock this morning. Back to Johannesburg.
Thanks very much, Lebo. Yeah, indeed, people can go earlier, but we still are getting reports of things that are happening at the Fountains Park and Ride where they're not too happy. Apparently, there are a lot of people that have gathered there that are not able to use the facility because I think there's a problem with some of the security scanners. That's what I'm reading here. We're still working on that story, and we'll bring you all of the details as soon as we do get it. So perhaps, if you are thinking of going, maybe don't use the Fountains Park and Ride at this time. All right, let's get you some music now. And we've got some performers in studio with us this morning. They have a song for Tata. And let's welcome Drie Faith.
Drie Faith, I want you to cry for me. It's Crazy T. Hey, I want you to cry for me. Drie Faith, Yabolova. Want you to cry for me. Close your eyes for me. Your head to the sky for me. I know a man that'll die for me. Let me rewind this, please. Take a ride with me. Before 94, before I was free, we were fighting a war against the giant beast. Police kicked down the door, tear gas fired at me. Blood floods the floors of these Mzansi streets. You did 2 + 25 for me. You risked your life so I can breathe. We were blind, but now we see. The greatest man to live in Roli Tata is he. Salute, raise your fist, tell your kids this. A true leader is somebody that is selfless, puts their own needs in the back seat and drives forward so we can all succeed. They fight for our freedom, we can never forget them. Dr. Madiba, father of the nation, Uncle Steve Biko, now a Chris Hani, bloodshed, cry, my beloved country, cry, 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 my beloved country, cry, 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 my beloved country, cry, 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 my beloved country, salute, Abo Baba Masensate. Let it rain, let it rain, let it rain. Madiba came, rained, washed away the pain. Never again, never again, never again. Will kids lose their life like Hector? Never again. The bloodshed and the apartheid. No more tears and the heartache. Many years in the dark place. No more fears, cheers, cause God's great. As I write this song, wishing I could right the wrongs, but I can't forget the fight he won. Dr. Madiba, the selfless one. Salute, raise your fist, tell your kids this. A true leader is somebody that is selfless, puts their own needs in the backseat and drives forward so we can all succeed. They fight for our freedom, we can never forget them. Dr. Madiba, father of the nation, Uncle Steve Biko, now a Chris Hani, bloodshed, cry, my beloved country, cry, 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 my beloved country, cry, 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 my beloved country, cry, 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 my beloved country, salute, Abo Baba Masensante, salute, raise your fist, tell your kids this, a true leader is somebody that is selfless.
All right, Drie Faith, thank you very much for bringing us the music here on this Thursday morning. Thank you very, very much. Now, so many musicians putting music together, and it's been absolutely beautiful. I was told as I arrived here that that we had a song on the program. It was by goodness me, I've lost my train of thought. Zahara, thank you. Somebody's talking to me. Zahara, when they were on the program and they performed a song for us, apparently it's gone viral on YouTube because it's just absolutely incredible. Everybody was just loving it. Perhaps we'll try and play that song to you that Zahara performed for us with Mzwake and Buli. It was earlier this week. All right, now let's go to Mthatha. Now, all eyes are certainly going to start shifting their focus from the Union buildings over the weekend to Mthatha when the aircraft is expected to take off from the military Air Force base here in the Gauteng area and move to the Mthatha International Airport. Now, that's, of course, where all of the VVIPs and dignitaries are going to be landing. Members of the public are not allowed any entry into the Mthatha International Airport. They've been asked to use the other airports of Port Elizabeth and East London and then make their way to Kunu. But we've got our reporter on the scene there. I'm not too sure who our reporter is there. It's Zimkita. Zimkita is in Mthatha. Zimkita, what's happening in Mthatha? Have they closed off the airport as yet? Is it a point where nobody is allowed access there? All right, we're still struggling to establish that link with Zimkita. We will get to it, however, and chat to her. Let's just look at one or two of the tweets. Mangopo writing in and saying, it's so moving to see the emotions people go through when they walk past Tata. We love you so much and will continue to do so, Tata. Yeah, indeed. I share those feelings with you. Pash, Madiba is a true reflection of God's intentions about human beings. He was not a saint, but his conduct was sure of that of a saint. I have to agree with you on that one as well. I'm just agreeing with everything this morning. It's not part of my nature to agree with everything, but I seem to be doing a good job. Desire Tours, I think it's John Gama saying, though I have never met Madiba in person, in spirit I did. What a great man. May our present leaders learn from Madiba. Well, I think that's the sentiment of everybody that was watching the memorial service and listening to all of their leaders that were standing at the podium and speaking about the legacy and the words that Mandela lived by, and hoping that their leader perhaps could follow in his footsteps. And that's something we're hoping for. Well, as I say, we have got reporters all over the country. In Mthatha, we've got Zimkita. I'm not sure if we're still ready to cross to her as yet, but we will. We will be crossing to her throughout the morning. And Janji Chauke is also based around the country. We'll cross to him in a short while too. Lebo's at the Union Buildings, and Nozintombe Mia is outside the Houghton home, where activity has not stopped since the passing of Madiba, and that was just a week ago today. Now, I have to tell you about my experience of walking past the coffin yesterday. Now, when you do arrive at the Union Buildings, it's quite an incredible experience as you're standing in the queue, and you get the feeling automatically, one of a very somber mood. You know, the entire time for me it's been one of celebration, but the moment I arrived at the Union Buildings yesterday, my entire feeling changed about this whole event, and then it suddenly became a reality, and it was exceptionally a very, very somber moment for all of us. So what happens when you do stand in the queue? You stand in a queue with everybody that's going to be making their way into the Nelson Mandela Amphitheatre at the Union Buildings. You're asked by security to switch off your phone in front of them. So you have to switch off your phone. You then go through very, very tight security measures. Once you've gone through the security measures, you are led up a staircase, and then you get onto the red carpet that leads you all the way past the coffin where our beloved Tata is in. And this coffin is, it's open, so it's a glass coffin up to here. So you're able to see Tata wearing his famous Madiba shirt that he is wearing there, and his beautiful face that you are able to see as well in his head. And he's got such a peacefulness about him, and it is something where the family have urged you not to just walk past. Don't walk past. I know that you've only got very few seconds to do so, but I've seen a lot of people just walking past and not looking. I urge you to look and just absorb that moment, because it's a moment that you'll never have again. And my immediate reaction after I walked past was I walked past with the General of the Army, and I said to him afterwards, is it possible that he still has a presence? Because that's what I felt. I still felt that he had that presence, and it was an absolutely amazing occasion. Now, sitting next to the coffin was Mandela, and one of the family representatives is always sitting next to the coffin. And I also urge you to please pay your respects to the family member. A lot of people don't see that there is somebody that's representing the family there in the corner, and that's what I did. I could go on forever telling you about the experience, but I want you to have the experience, and that's why I'm telling you. If you're hesitating to go, don't. Make the trip. It's worth it. All right. Njanji Chauke is in the streets of Tshwane. This is where the motorcade is now making its way from the one military hospital. We've showed you the route. We urge people to go line the route so that you can acknowledge the vehicle passing by. Njanji, just explain to us the scenes that you're seeing this morning.
Yes, we are here at the corner of Madiba Street and Nelson Mandela Drive in the city centre. Scores of people have already gathered here waiting for that procession to pass through here on its way to the Union Buildings. You'll recall that since yesterday, hundreds of people have descended on Pretoria to come and pay tribute to Nelson Mandela and just to bid him farewell as we saw them going through to the Union Buildings to catch a last glimpse of him. There's a very heightened security presence. At the moment, I see one of the helicopters hovering over the Union Buildings. We understand that the procession has already left one military hospital. They should be passing through here any minute now, and we will be giving you those details as and when it happens. But joining me now is one of the mourners that have come through here to come and bid farewell to Nelson Mandela. Tell us who you are and why you are here today.
Okay, my name is Treda Maubani. I'm here to mourn Nelson Mandela, the true legend of South Africa. We really missed Nelson Mandela because Nelson Mandela has done a lot to us, and we're going to miss him a lot. There's no president like Nelson Mandela.
Why is it important for you to see him for the last time?
It's very important because he's going now. The gate of heavens are open. Now he's an angel, so we're not going to see him again. So it's important to go today to Union Building to see him for the last time.
How did he change your life? What impact did he have on your life?
Nelson Mandela has done a lot for us. He has fight for our freedom, and we really appreciate what he has done. Now we are a mixed generation. We are united just because of Nelson Mandela.
There you have it from one of the mourners that have descended here on Pretoria. We know that while the attention was here on the Union buildings or on Pretoria yesterday, all around the country there were events that were held in Cape Town, in the Eastern Cape, all over the country, as Nelson Mandela's body lay in state here at the Nelson Mandela Amphitheatre. We saw the VIPs and the family being the first people to view his body, and then from 12 o'clock midday, members of the public started filing through, going through to the Union buildings. It was a bit chaotic at first with the logistical arrangements. Some people saying that they didn't know that they have to bring their IDs, their bags were detained. As we know, the cell phone issue and cameras was already, that information was conveyed last week already, because people won't be allowed to take pictures. So on this second day, scores of people have already come through, many of them carrying flags, waving them, standing in guard of honor, waiting for that procession to pass through here. There's a heightened security presence, and then we will be bringing you more details as and when it happens.
Better. All right, thank you very, very much, Njanja. We'll cross to you again. I'm sure that as soon as the host does drive past you as well. Well, let's go to the Union buildings now and also get a sense of the feeling that's happening there. And we've got Lebo, who is positioned at the Union buildings. Lebo?
Thank you, Leanne. Well, we've had a lot of dignitaries arrive in South Africa to pay their respects to former President Nelson Mandela. And one of them is, of course, the Prime Minister of East Timor, His Excellency Kerala Shanana. Sir, good morning. Welcome to Morning Live.
Good morning.
I mean, you have a personal story to tell with your relationship with President Nelson Mandela. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, first of all, I have to say that maybe I was the only prisoner that had a meeting with Nelson Mandela. It was grateful for us. I was also a political prisoner. And of course, when I heard that the president was willing to meet me, I was like... I could not believe. That's why the meeting was fantastic. I have to say that I explained all the things, all the struggle of Timor-Leste, and I was so honored to meet Nelson Mandela, a figure of international stature. No?
What was it about this man, though? We've heard about how he was selfless and how he would give, his everything. What was it about you that struck you about him?
Well, looking at the world, I have to say that the important thing that we could, during the struggle, even we could learn from him was forgiveness, reconciliation, trying to put the past to the past, looking forward. It was very, very important to us. We follow the truth and reconciliation process here. We made the same. For ourselves, because we also killed each other, and most importantly with Indonesia that occupied our country for 24 years, and we had For more than 1 year, we established a commission of truth and friendship with Indonesia.
Now, we've got a picture that we took earlier, and I'm going to take it now. And with this picture, we've got a little picture. You were in this picture. Tell us a little bit about this picture. What happened on this day?
This picture was taken in 2000. I came to pay tribute to Nelson Mandela, and talking about, because we started our freedom process. We talked about reconciliation, and I have to say that we were inspired by the process here, and we are an example of reconciliation between invaders and the people that struggle, no? And we owe to Nelson Mandela all of this human spirit, all of these kind of defending principles. He told me when I was prisoner that a man without principles is not a man. That even being a freedom fighter, if you don't continue to make sure that you are you have principles, you are not worthy. He told me, and it was very important for me.
Okay. So His Excellency, thank you so much for talking to us. And I don't think South Africans can ever thank you enough for, sharing this moment with us. His Excellency Khairala Shanana, Prime Minister of East Timor, talking to us about his experiences with former President Nelson Mandela. We're out at the Union Buildings, where the body of Nelson Mandela has already left one military hospital, making its way here to the Union Buildings. Let's head back to Auckland Park, where Leanne is standing by.
All right, thank you very much, Lebo. Now, as soon as we do get visuals of the motorcade, you'll see in the corner of your screen, those are live pictures, and the amount of people that have come out this morning, it's absolutely incredible. Loving what I'm seeing. I think every day it's just growing stronger and stronger, and I know that tomorrow, I think there's also been another massive call out to South Africans to go and line the streets. But as soon as we do get visuals of the car, we will cross over to Njanji, who is there. Now, we've gotten used to it, but there's depth in this famous quote by Madiba. Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. True to his belief, the Nelson Mandela Scholarship and Fellowship are some of the projects that he endorsed. And with us in studio is Ntombi Kanina Malinga, who is one of the beneficiaries of both. It's so good to have you. Welcome to Morning Live.
Thank you, Leanne.
Well, I say Morning Live. I don't mean to say Morning Live because you have been our guest on Morning Live twice before.
Yes.
You were here when Vuyo was here, and then you were telling me you came in again to talk about this exact thing. And here you are talking about the passing of a man that's, I suppose you're a beneficiary of such a great life from him. How are you feeling?
I think at this point in time you feel very humbled. I think it brings forth the meaning and the power of this powerful man. But I think it's important to emphasize that I'm not the only beneficiary, that there's a lot of other people whom Mandela has inspired significantly in South Africa, and not just in South Africa, but internationally. Yeah. So it's very important to remember that there's a lot of us, there's a number of us who have benefited from this man's vision, specifically as it relates to education.
Yeah. I mean, you qualified and benefited from both the scholarship and the fellowship.
Yes.
I mean, you must have been quite a high-flying student to qualify for both of those.
Contrary, I wouldn't say as such. I think what I appreciated about the panel and the judging process is that they stay true to what Mandela was all about, a holistic individual. We've grown up in a world, or we've gotten used to a world that focuses too much on IQ. And I think the leadership of the future and what Mandela stood for and showed us or demonstrated to us in the world is that leadership is more than just IQ. It's about the wholesomeness of an individual. It's about the other talents that a person has. So when we look at young people, children, and how we groom them and look at capabilities. We need to look at a holistic person.
All right, I'm going to continue talking to you and talk about your opportunities. But right now, let's turn our attention to, you can also have a look at the screen then, Tombi. These are the live visuals that we're seeing right now in the streets of Pretoria. And isn't this a beautiful shot that we're getting this morning? The people that have gathered. This is the vehicle and the motorcade that's transporting our former President Nelson Mandela to the Union Buildings, where he has been lying in state. He was there yesterday. He will be there today and again tomorrow as well. And this is just, it's moving. You know, we saw this yesterday. We're seeing it again today. And the emotions and the emotional outpouring of views from South Africans was quite incredible yesterday. And it's amazing. I'm not there this time. I'm watching it on television, and I'm feeling overwhelmed with emotion just again watching these visuals. This is our aerial shot for you, our helicopter that took off earlier this morning. I'm glad that the view is quite clear because it was quite cloudy a lot earlier. But I think you got a picture there of the crowds that have gathered. But that I think is a much nicer picture that you're able to see there of the amount of people that have gathered out there, all the way lining the streets to the Union Buildings. And I think the same process is going to take place. You'll have everybody that is waiting to receive him at the Union Buildings. The family will be there. The elders will be there. His grandson, Mandela Mandela, yesterday was standing on the steps waiting to receive him. We'll see if this, in fact, is the scene we see today again. But as far as I believe, it will be the same. Now, inside that black vehicle, the vehicle that has been chosen by the family, I had asked the General, was there any significance in this particular vehicle? And he said there was no significance. This hearse was chosen by the family themselves. So it's not necessarily what the Defence Force would use, but this was chosen specifically by the family. Right, again, showing you the shots from our helicopter. This is the eye in the sky that's able to capture the visuals of the amount of people that have come out and lined the streets this morning. And my instinct tells me that this is going to be a much bigger crowd, even from tomorrow, knowing that tomorrow is the last day that you'll be able to see and witness this historic occasion. Now, these are our cameras that are at the Union Buildings, and the Guard of Honour is awaiting the arrival of the hearse and the process that will take place as soon as Mandela's body does arrive there. We've been hearing reports and people writing in saying that they left their homes from about 3 o'clock this morning so that they could get to the streets and just, you know, in terms of being there to witness this occasion. And Tombi, I've got you with me, and let's talk about your emotions at a time like this. How, you know, just having a look at this, I keep talking about how I'm feeling, but I'd love to know from your side, watching this, how does this make you feel?
It signals an end of an era. It signals an end of an era. It signals a great life. It signals the impact one person, if you stay true to your beliefs, what you can achieve in this world. But most critically, I think the biggest challenge now going forward is, what does this mean for us post Mandela?
Yeah.
You know, what is our responsibility, and why, as a nation and as a
Union Buildings?
I will be tomorrow.
Will you be going tomorrow?
Yes.
Yeah. How do you viewing it brings the closure? Is that what you're hoping for? Or
willing to let go, to start us with. So I go there not necessarily too much with sadness or tears, but I go there with a clear sense of responsibility to what lies ahead, and an understanding that if this person can do so, I hold a different philosophy and belief system. I believe death grants us an opportunity to delink, to let go us with. So I go there not necessarily in an understanding that if this person can do so much in his life when he met us, something like that. And when we
expect you to be like me, I expect you to be more than in that particular vehicle that you're seeing on your divisions within the military. And look at the people. All right, now, as we say, Lebo, and again be spoken through the...
South Africans came out. I mean, it's very different. What is the significance of this?
Good morning, Lebo and the viewers. The significance of this is that we would like to bury our previous commander-in-chief, the late Nelson Mandela, in a dignified and honorable manner. Hence, we had a guard of honor consisting out of the military personnel as well as the police services, as well as the Metro Police, to also show our respect and our last honor to the late Nelson Mandela.
And their backs, they've got their backs towards the street. What is the significance of that?
They had their backs not towards the street, but towards the escort, the cavalcade. They are looking to the public. Yeah. And if something should happen also, so it is actually twofold. Yeah. To show our respect, as well as if something, any incident can happen, then they will prepare to avert that.
Now, we've got a chopper over us. I hope our viewers can hear us at home. Who is that and what is the significance of that chopper?
The chopper just after aerial view. Should there be somebody want to try to do something that they should not do, so they can detect it. So the chopper is following the movement of the convoy, as well as any maybe criminal activities that somebody is trying to organize and making use of this on this specific day.
General Fredericks, we're going to try and do this again a little later, but I can imagine South Africans can barely hear us. We'll try and come back to the Union buildings a little later. There it is in your screen. That's the chopper that we can hear, that you can see, but we can't see it because of logistics around here. But in your other shot, it's live from Pretoria. As you can see there, it's coming through. Let's give you an update of the streets that are going to be closed. The Ansmats Drive, Old Johannesburg Road will be closed. The off-ramp to Eupheus Road and the N14 Drive from Eupheus Road will be closed. Selected sections of the route will be opened once the area has been cleared by security personnel. So in your shot there, live from Pretoria, the military helicopter there in your shot, as you can see, the procession is coming through and it should make the Union buildings, as we had been saying since the morning, it should take about an hour for it to reach the Union buildings. General Fredericks, what happens once they've reached the Union buildings?
As soon as the procession reaches the Union building, they will be met by a guard of honor comprising members of the South African Air Force, as well as the military band. As soon as the procession stops, then the military band will play the national anthem, and the guard of honor will then present their arms. The bearers, comprising of senior warrant officers from the South African Defence Force, will then go forward and remove the body from the hearse. Whereafter, they will then take the body ceremonially up to the pedestal, where they will place the body there, and thereafter the family will then prepare the body for the viewing by the public.
And this is something that, I don't want to use the word rehearsed, but this is something that, the military has been preparing for years, I imagine.
This is something not unique that we are doing, and the way we are executing this specific funeral when it comes to removing the coffin from either the gun carriage or the hearse. This is ceremonially prescribed. Yeah. So yes, we are rehearsed in this. In the past, we had some of these type of funerals, not of this magnitude. Yeah. This is a first ever. But we had buried dignitaries previously. Yeah. And the removing of the coffin, the ceremonies thereof is exactly the same.
All right. General Fredericks will keep talking to you as the program progresses. Let's head back to Johannesburg. Willian is standing by.
All right, Lebo, thank you very, very much. Let's cross to Njanji now very quickly and find out what he has to say. He's been on the streets there as the motorcade passed past him. No, we don't have Njanji as yet now. But let me just introduce my guest to you again. If you've just tuned in here to Morning Live, we watch. This is Ntombi Kanina Malinga, who is a Nelson Mandela Scholarship and Fellowship beneficiary. She's in studio with me, and we've been chatting off air. We've just been sharing some stories, and some of the most incredible stories that you have got. Yes. Talk to me about this email that you sent him, because I asked you, how many times did you have the opportunity to meet Madiba? Yeah. And then you said you had to send him an email the once saying that you couldn't meet him. You're probably the only person in the world that's ever done that.
Yes, I think it was during my studies abroad. I was in the US at that time, and unfortunately it was completely in between the sessions, and there was no way I would be able to come back to South Africa. But I just want to say that many a time some leaders, give the scholarships, but never make the time to actually meet the scholars. Yes. and have a one-on-one or even a group session with them. And I think one of the things we need to acknowledge about Nelson Mandela is the level of commitment, the time he made to meet the scholars, not just once, but a number of times. And that, for me, was leadership, visible leadership. It was not just doing it for the sake of doing it, but I'm going to be there, I'm going to have presence, and I'm going to take this seriously. Yeah. Just again to remind you, these are live visuals that you're seeing. We've seen that now they've moved into the Union buildings. And now you are going to see the official Guard of Honour taking place. I know that the national anthem will be sung. All orders are followed, and this is going to a very, very strict process that has been on paper for a very, very long time. And this is the exact process that you are seeing as to what takes place as the body does arrive. The vehicle has just come to a standstill. And now you'll see that they will receive the body. But it's not a very fast process. This is a process where they wait for orders. So it's very queued. Everything that takes place, they wait for a queue to happen. So here we go. We'll just leave it on the screen so that you can actually watch these visuals.
Oh yes, thanks for joining us again here outside Nelson Mandela Drive, where we've just seen the procession passing through. It was a very somber mood, but with some people singing and dancing, just paying tribute to Nelson Mandela. But joining me just to get some reaction is Jackie Koza. How did it feel to see that procession transporting the body of the former president?
My brother, this has been a history in the making. We are one of the fortunate, because personally I haven't met the president himself, but today I felt that it is appropriate for me to come and pay my last tribute to the giant, not only for South Africa, but to the rest of the world.
Okay, there you have it from Jackie Koza. From here we'll be proceeding to the Union buildings, but there are very many people that have come through here just to come and catch a glimpse and say goodbye to Nelson Mandela for the last time. Yes. Say, how did it feel to see the procession?
It was very sad. I actually shed a tear, and I think other people here also had a little sadness. We were here to celebrate, but we also had a little cry about it, because he was such a wonderful man. We shall miss him. We will never see his like again.
How will you remember him, and what do you think will be his legacy?
A man of great dignity, tremendous courage, a determination to free not only the black people but the white people of South Africa as well. The most important thing he did was to free us all, gave us freedom.
Well, there you have it, beautiful words from the gentleman there about Nelson Mandela. It's back to you in studio, Leanne.
Right, thank you very much, Njanji. Well, just again, referring to the visuals on your screen right now, the vehicle is parked outside of the stairs of the Union buildings. Earlier, we saw again the eldest grandson of the late Nelson Mandela waiting to receive his grandfather's body, I beg your pardon. This is the exact process that we saw happening yesterday, and I imagine the exact same process we'll see happening tomorrow. In a short while, you'll see the pallbearers making their way to the coffin, and they will carry it up the stairs to where the body will be made on view to the public as it lays in state. Well, you can see on the screen there now that the pallbearers are about to remove the body from the vehicle now. Mandela, again, another very solemn occasion as the reality of the passing of his grandfather sets in for him. Bantu Holomisa, very, very close to Nelson Mandela throughout his life, standing there, also waiting to receive. Now, just the cortege travels up to this point. Let's just listen to the national anthem. Right, the singing of the national anthem now completed, and you're going to see now that the casket is unloaded by 8 pallbearers, and these pallbearers represent the branches of the armed forces, all of them in full uniform. There was a selection process that was conducted within these branches to select the individuals that have been chosen to carry the casket up the stairs towards the I suppose what one could call a towering acropolis of beige freestone, where nearly 2 decades ago Mandela was sworn in as the country's first black president. Now this is going up to the amphitheatre that has now been renamed after him, the Nelson Mandela Amphitheatre. Trailing behind the coffin, as you can see on your screen, is Mandela's oldest grandson. That's Mandela. You know, his grief is so visible. I think it just shows that not only have we lost an unbelievable hero to our nation, I think you're understanding what Mandela meant to his family when you see the grief that has been etched onto their faces since the moment he passed away just a week ago. You can also see that the family and our defense minister walking side by side with Mandela. A lot of the elders from the Abu Tembo clan are here. They perform the traditional rituals before the body is prepared for the viewing of the public. There you can see the escort, 16 motorcycle riders that follow the casket down the streets, that lined with flag-waving South Africans that are forming the guard. Now, they basically are taking the coffin, which is going to be placed on that cubic platform in the building's amphitheatre, and it'll be viewed by family again, still, and then, of course, the general public will be allowed access from approximately 8 o'clock this morning. That people have been already making their way there from 3 o'clock this morning. And you'll also see that 2 military officers clad in white dress uniform always stand at guard at each entrance. There you go. They'll stand there at the entrance with their swords pointing downwards. So it's an unbelievable process that I know we'll be showing you this again tomorrow. We did yesterday and today. And something that'll be shown for many, many years to come. As I've been saying, Lebo is at the Union Buildings. She's there in the precinct, in the lawns, just a couple of 100 meters away from where this is all happening. Lebo, let's get a word from you.
All right, thank you, Leanne. We still have General Fredericks in our presence, and one of the things that I was curious about, I just wanted to back to those visuals in the front of the building there, the significance of those officers there in their different uniforms.
The officers that you've seen there are the chiefs of the different services. On the left, as we see on the screen, was the chief of the South African Air Force, followed next to him by the Chief of the South African Navy, and then the Chief of the the Surgeon General of the South African Military Health Services, and on the right was the Chief of the South African Army. They are members of the highest body within the Military Council and Military Command Council. And they came through to have the opportunity to view the body early this morning so that they can carry on with their tasks.
There you can see in your visuals, they're coming to you live from the Union Buildings, and the body has already gone through. They have taken it through inside the Union Buildings there in the offices, the Navy offices. The parade is about to begin.
Yes, the Navy officers that you see there, they are called the sentries, which those 4 members will take up their positions on the corners of the coffin, and they will stand there for the whole duration of the viewing.
What's the significance of that?
The significance is, once again, it's part of our ceremony, and it's also to pay the highest respect for the member lying there. And it is part of our ritual or our ceremonies to say actually goodbye also, and to honor the whole processes.
Right. So this process of, lying in state is something very new to South Africans. It's the first time that it happens. And you've always wondered, what is this lie in state definition? What is it? What does it mean? Well, it is a tradition in which a coffin is placed to view to allow the public, at large to pay their respects to the deceased. Well, it traditionally takes place in the principal government building or of a country or city. Well, one of the most famous people to lie in state was Mahatma Gandhi. Also a freedom fighter, as we know, as well as, the Pope, a previous Pope, Pope John Paul II, also lied in state. So it's something that's been happening around the world. I believe countries such as Canada and the Americas have had this process before. So we are doing it for the first time. And you are allowed to come to the Union Buildings today and come and see the body of President Nelson Mandela, the former president of the African National Congress. If you can come through, there are park and rides that have been organized for you. But please, they have requested that no private vehicles be allowed, so you take the park and ride. And earlier, we'll see if there has been an update regarding the Fountains Valley Park and Ride, because there were issues there, but there are the rest of them. The LC De Villiers Stadium is one of the park and ride areas that are there. Let's talk to General Fredericks again on what is going on in our screen at the moment. What could possibly be going on inside the building at the moment?
Inside the building, they are busy preparing the body for viewing. And that is done by removing the national flag by the military, and thereafter the family members take over to prepare the body for the viewing. What we see on the screen is motorcycles, ceremonial cycles, as well as the Guard of Honor, who are preparing to withdraw until this evening, when they have to come back on the removal of the body and to take the body back to one military hospital.
All right. And yesterday, I was watching a conversation with Leanne and, General Mabanga, who was saying what basically is happening inside there is that the family is talking to Utata. So, giving him, an indication of where he is, what is going to happen at the moment. And this is what is probably happening at the moment while they prepare him before the public can come and see him. But they are chatting to him at the moment to tell him where he is according to Xhosa culture. That is how things are done. Well, let's head back to Johannesburg, where Leanne Manus is standing by.
All right, Lebo, thank you very much. Let's now go to Zimkita straight away. She's with General Bantu Holomisa, a great friend of the late Nelson Mandela, and I'm sure a very solemn occasion for him as well. Zimkita, it's over to you.
Good morning and welcome to the rainy Eastern Cape. It's been raining since the beginning of this week, Leanne, but to residents here, they receive this as a blessing. They see it as a sign that heavens have opened to receive the soul of Tata Nelson Mandela. There are arrangements that have been made by the family ahead of the funeral, but to talk to us about this is Bantu Holomisa, the family liaison spokesperson. Good morning, General. Just tell us how far the preparations in terms of the family's side and who is expected to attend there.
Yesterday we received the first group of the family led by Magaziwe Mandela and grandchildren of Madiba. Right now inside the complex, the service providers have been on site since Sunday, and we are satisfied with the progress made thus far. On Sunday, of course, we expect the funeral to be attended by the heads of states, the government of South Africa, officials, members of parliament, the public. Of course, as a family, we are limited to dictate the terms on this funeral because this is a state funeral. The details of who will be attending, the details of the places where the public has been organized to view the entire ceremony will be given shortly by the MEC here from the province.
Okay, let's talk about the traditional aspect. Madiba himself was a traditionalist. Are you going to touch on traditionalists when you're handling the funeral on Sunday?
Well, the issue of the traditional tradition and customs have long been integrated into the plan. From day one, when Madiba was removed from his house, the family of Mandela was there and they practiced those rituals. And in between, whenever, for instance, this morning, when Madiba was taken from the military hospital, the elders did speak to him to say, Madiba, we are now going back to the Union building for the viewing purposes. And again, when they finish, they will tell him, when he comes to Mthatha, he will also be told that Madiba, we are now going back to Kunu. So all those things are integrated in the program. You are not going to possibly see, and we make an announcement, this is now traditional part of it. This is a state funeral, we must also remember, but the family has been accommodated by the government to practice those rituals.
A lot of media has arrived in Kunu since the announcement of Madiba's passing, but the family has asked them to give space. When are we likely to see media being allowed to maybe televise or take pictures of what is happening at the homestead?
Well, again, the media has to bear with us because right inside the complex, the service providers are busy. I'm sure when the time for them to beam to the outside world on Sunday, the SABC and other television stations will be linking with the media. And of course, there are periodical, there are breaks and periods where the media is being briefed by the government. So there is no way that we will allow the media currently to go and take pictures in that area. People are still working. Please wait for the right moment.
Thank you very much for your time. We'll continue to speak to you about the arrangements. He has emphasized that the public will not be allowed inside the homestead during the day of the funeral, but they will not be left out as they are public mourning areas. And to talk to us about those mourning areas is MEC of Social Development, Phemi Majodina. Good morning and welcome to Morning Live. Just tell us, where exactly are people going to be allowed?
On Sunday specifically, we expect people to be at Rotary Stadium, Mthatha Stadium, Khayamajola Stadium, as well as in Kunu Museum, Mqhekezweni, Mvezo, Empa, naseNkwaleni. So I want to request people to exercise maximum discipline because not everybody is going to fit at the stadium. But it is very much important to say all systems are up and running. We are ready to receive the former president, and we want to urge all communities and citizens of South Africa to allow us to give them direction as to say where to go. For instance, today we have 5 district events that are taking place led by the ruling party. Here in Umtata specifically, the Secretary General will be here. In Fort Hare, Minister Nosifu Ngakula will be there, BCM as well as Alfred Zo. But what is more importantly is that on Saturday morning, we expect people to make a human chain in honor of Madiba, holding hands to show unity. But each and every one must stand where she is. She must or he must not move. The human chain will be very tight. It will go from Mthatha Airport, York Road up Nelson Mandela Drive, and we expect maximum discipline even at that particular time. We don't want to see other things really. Utata was not a person of confusion, and we want to give the respect that he deserves. He has fought for the country. But on Friday the 13th, all Eastern Cape people are invited to go to the memorial service that will be held at Nelson Mandela Stadium. 50,000 seater will be filled up by Eastern Cape people, and we want to urge people that they must be there on Friday, but on Saturday there's a night vigil at Sulu to allow our communities to pay their last respect.
Thank you very much for your time. That's what we have time for here. It's now back to you in Johannesburg.
All right, that's live in Umtata as we speak right now, and that, of course, in preparation for the arrival of the body on Saturday, and then, of course, the massive funeral that should be taking place there in Kunu. Let's continue and wrap up our conversation with Ntombi Kanina Malinga, who is a beneficiary of a scholarship and a fellowship of the Nelson Mandela Scholarship and Fellowship. But let me put it in the right order. We've been chatting, and we've been chatting more off air than on air, actually, and I've been enjoying our conversation. I wish that South Africa could have been listening to what we've been saying as well. But just your lessons learned from him, your opportunities that have been given, and particularly with reference to education.
Let me start by saying that the biggest lesson is that where you come from has nothing to do with where you will be in life. Yeah. I was born in Vosloorus, and I'm still a very proud person to be coming from that township in South Africa. And very often in South Africa, young people from other so-called less privileged backgrounds or, marginalized societies, rural or so forth, seem to believe that they cannot achieve their dreams, or, there's a ceiling of sorts. And we need to always remember that Madiba himself came from a very rural background, and that did not stop him from achieving his dreams. So the sense of self-belief within yourself and believing that you can achieve anything that you wish to achieve is very critical. But what he did that was significant is that he understood that what determines one child's success over another is more exposure and the cultivating and the nurturing of capabilities. Yeah. And that alone goes a long way for us to ensure that the future generation is exposed and is given the right platforms in order to flourish from that foundation. Yeah. As for Mandela himself, I think the greatest lessons and the investment in education is not merely an investment in education for the sake of education. I think he systematically ensured that we see South Africans going out of the country. We see South Africans understanding that the world is going to be globalized and we're going to need a very broad-minded type of leadership. He saw a need for us to understand global dynamics but apply them locally. And the greatest challenge is coming back to South Africa now and having to connect all that worldly experience and having relevance at the bottom of the pyramid, which is at grassroots level, which is what he was all about. So how do we transcend from the IQ level, the head, the thinking, to a heart level where you're able to go down into your community and are able to relate and empower people with what you've experienced and you've shared abroad. Most critically, I just want to say that his leadership signature was very much about collaboration, inclusiveness, humility, and service to people. And the greatest tribute we can ever give this man is not necessarily what we say, is how we authentically live these values. So how collaborative are we in engaging as a country? How do we ensure that we hear other voices? In moments of conflict or where we differ in opinions, how do we take from that lesson that we have to have uncomfortable conversations over difficult matters in this country? It's not about shying away from that, but sitting around the table until you find a solution to that. That is what he left us with. Inclusiveness. How do we ensure that people who are less privileged or who are marginalized in society also enjoy the benefits that your freedom or where you're standing, you're enjoying? How do we ensure that people with disabilities, how do we ensure that youth, how do we ensure that women, how do we ensure that sometimes people from other foreign nationals who exist or who are in South Africa also have a rightful role to play in South Africa and in developing this country? And how do we ensure that other conversations that are probably not too mainstream, for example, how do we ensure that issues around violence, issues around the environment, issues around health are also catered in our broader conversations? Humility to me speaks very much to a leadership that is comfortable both at the highest level of society, maybe even globally, and equally at home, is still relevant, is able to connect and able to influence positively. If we can take those lessons going forward and not speak about them, but demonstrate them in everything that we do, we would have gone a long way in keeping the legacy alive. Not just to be like him, as I said before, but maybe some of us hold the keys to how we can take this nation forward post-Codesa, post the new democratic dispensation, post 20 years of freedom, and maybe create a bigger legacy, not just for South Africa, but for the continent.
I just want to ask you this question again about education, and I'm not actually sure if many South Africans know this out there, but you read a story, and let me tell you that Madiba actually persuaded his son, Makhato, even after he had children, to go back to school and study further. I mean, you truly do get a sense that he was this passion for education that he had. It wasn't something that he just spoke about. I mean, it was something he lived, and he made his family live as well.
It's very important for us to understand that the word education itself means to transform from within. It means to have a revelation from within and create a new reality. So education can never be just a formal experience. Education starts from when you are born. We teach as parents, we teach as communities, we teach in various ways. So the educational process of educating a child or a human being in society is always an ongoing process. It never stops. There's a lot that we enjoyed or we benefited from in Mandela, from his traditional home when he was young, in Vezo, Kunu. Still, there was relevance to the formal education. And once you've gathered that, it is very important for you to still learn more then about society. How do you then translate this education that you have and make it relevant to the broader society? That's another form of skill, of leadership, of an education. Yeah. So I think he demonstrated that you learn from cradle to grave, and it has to do with humility. If you come to a point in your life where you feel educated, that's probably the worst point you can ever come to.
Before I wrap up our interview, I think we just need to give a sense to the viewers out there what you've actually gone and done, because with everything, with the scholarship and the fellowship, you are a Harvard graduate. So just where have you actually gone and studied and furthered in your career, and what have you qualified as? Let's start the list, I should say, the list of qualifications.
I think I must start by saying that I actually first left South Africa when I was 16.
Yeah.
I was awarded the United World College's scholarship at the age of 16 that granted me an IB, which is an international baccalaureate qualification. Then I came back to South Africa. I did that in Canada, came back to South Africa to study my law degree. And I also studied politics at the same time. So I had a law degree and also had an honors in political science. When I got the Nelson Mandela Scholarship, I decided to do international political economy because it's very important for us to understand the global dynamics in South Africa and how Africa fits into the global picture. And then eventually I did the Harvard leadership. And that was critical for me because it's very important that in everything that we learn, we're able to translate, not in complex terms, but in simple terms, why, as I often say, collaboration and inclusiveness is relevant in our society going forward.
Yeah.
So that has been the journey, and I don't think it ever stops. I feel now I'm more in the journey of life. I lead in various areas, but the most impactful area for me is the area of community and how one can actually be able to go back on the ground and ensure that there's institutions and there's systems on the ground that will empower our society, not just from top down, but from bottom up.
It's been a pleasure speaking to you. Toby, thank you very much for being our guest here on the program, and also just enjoy your experience tomorrow, because it's an unbelievable experience. As we are witnessing on the screen now, many people are already filing in and lining up to go and view the body of Nelson Mandela that's lying in state. And this is, you can see a lot of the police officials that are going in.
A couple of South Africans have come through to the Union buildings to bid farewell to the former president of the African National Congress of the Republic of South Africa. Sir, good morning. What's your name and why did you decide to come through?
Good morning, South Africa. My name is Dave Pretorius. Once again, I'd just like to say thank you to the Mandela family for allowing us to show our last respects to a great man, Nelson Mandela, Madiba, a great spiritual leader. He sacrificed his life for us so that each and everyone can have humanity, dignity and respect. And I'd just like to say thank you. Thank you very much to Nelson Mandela.
All right, sir. Thank you so much. So what's with the hat? It's a decorated hat. It has all, his faces, his pictures on it. What inspired you to, come up with this hat?
Man, it's the long walk to freedom. I made one for the 2010 World Cup also with Mandela, saying thanks for bringing us the World Cup. But this one is a special one to say goodbye to him. And to put him farewell and to say thanks for everything. It is done for every South African, every person in the world that is touched. And his face said everything that he's at peace with all of us.
blessings we got for our freedom. Siyabonga, siyabulela, riyalebuha, tatu Madiba. Thank you, Dada. Siyabonga, siyabulela, riyalebuha, tatu Madiba.
Ambagahle, ambagahle, kawela makawe.
I'll remember him as a man who once said that it seems impossible until it's done.
I'd like to thank him for teaching us that it is possible to break out of your circumstance.
I think for everything we've pursued in our lives, we can be testament to that.
And for me, he represents all the possibilities.
And I will forever hold him dear to my heart, and definitely he's a man that my children need to know about later in life.
Thank you for your courage. The only thing I can say now is that I'm very thankful. I am today because they faced the monster and said never and never again. And we are grateful.
Those leadership qualities, not carrying that grudge.
Thank you, Tata, for embodying true leadership. And not in words, but in action.
And I pray that a part of whatever you had in my daily living, I have it.
Ambagahle, ambagahle, kawela makawe.
Unbelievable experience, as we are witnessing on the screen now. Many people are already filing in and lining up to go and view the body of Nelson Mandela that's lying in state. And this is you can see a lot of the police officials that are going in and viewing this. You know, when you do go there, you know, again, as the family has urged, you can see the different reactions that people do have. Some salute. Some touch their heart. You know, everybody just does what they can. I mean, it is a fast process for you as you do walk past. But don't just walk past. Please look. Please have a look at this great statesman. I'm listening to, I'm reading an article at the same time that's from the this is from the African news for the New Yorker, and they were just describing what it was like at the Union buildings with the open coffin, saying inside the casket it was open to reveal Mr. Mandela's body under a plate of glass. His shock of white hair was combed back, and he wore one of his trademark silk shirts in a black and gold pattern. And that's exactly what you do get. And I must say that was something that I do remember quite incredibly, was just that white hair that is so much there. And yeah, it's a beautiful occasion to do. Officials are saying that as many as 2,000 mourners can file past in each of the roughly 9 hours that Madiba's body will be displayed on each day. The line moves very fast, so you can see it. They file past on both sides of the coffin, so a lot of people are filing past at this time. And it's just incredible. From what I'm seeing here, there is the public on the street right now, and you can see that they are going to be given access in a very, very short while. A lot of the officials are the ones that have been going past at this point in time. So we'll continue to stream these visuals live to you. These are some of the most incredible and poignant visuals that you'll be witnessing for a long time to come. And while we do this, we'll continue to interview some of the incredible guests that are here with us in studio. 21 icons You've seen it, you've heard about it, and in each of us lies the potential to act as catalysts for profoundly positive changes to our world. That is the sentiment the 21 Icons Project is founded on. It's inspired by leaders, trailblazers, icons and paradigm shifters. The project celebrates 21 individuals who, in one way or another, have touched our lives. The first icon to be celebrated by 21 Icons was none other than Nelson Mandela, whose photo by the project's photographer Adrian Stern was later bought by a private collector for $200,000. That's the photograph that he captured. That's over a lot. It's a lot of money. That's 2 million rand, which will go towards the Nelson Mandela Children's Hospital. In fact, it's 1 million that'll go to the Nelson Mandela Children's Hospital, and the other million will go to the World Wildlife Fund. But we'll talk to Adrian a little bit about that. Now, sadly, 2 days after the announcement of the sale was made, Tata passed away. We spoke to Adrian very briefly at the fundraiser that we had. It was the telethon that we held to raise funds for the Nelson Mandela Hospital, and he's here again in studio with me to this time share more memories with us about that incredible photograph and what it was like to spend time with Madiba. Adrian Stern, so nice to have you in studio with us.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Appreciate it.
Can you believe it? I mean, we were sitting and talking about your photograph. We were raising funds, and that was on
Thursday.
Yeah, that was on Thursday.
Thursday.
And then Thursday night it happened.
Yeah. Incredible.
Yeah,
we were actually talking about, because we announced the sale on the Tuesday, and then for that to happen on the Thursday was just so surreal.
Yeah.
And then Friday morning, actually, I was driving through, I live in Cape Town, and I was driving through the streets of Cape Town, and it was quite a strange feeling, actually, to be driving in South Africa where Madiba isn't with us. Obviously, you can see from what we're seeing today that I think Nelson Mandela's going to be with us for a long time.
He is.
But yeah, extraordinary timing, and just to be here and watch South Africa celebrate and mourn it's sort of very, it's an honour for me, I guess, to be here during this time and to watch how South Africa is coping.
Yeah, it's quite incredible. I mean, you use those two words in one sentence, celebrate and mourn, because that's the feeling that you get. The feeling I'm getting right now is more of a feeling of mourning, because I think when you do go to the Union buildings and you view that body, it is a time of closure. And will you be going?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be out there today, actually, for the whole day. I think it's just until it happens and until it hits you, it's very difficult to describe how you're going to rationalise what you feel. And I think just watching these men and women just be so organic, so honest with the way they're feeling in the streets, and to watch the dignity, I guess, with which South Africa is handling this whole situation is a testament to Nelson Mandela. I mean, I think there was, around the world, whether South Africans like it or not, there was a question as to how South Africa would cope. And I think, again, South Africa is galvanised and united and will rise again. Yeah. As South Africans do, and just watching these scenes, it's one of those things. I think as a photographer, we look back. A lot of the time, you look at Muhammad Ali photos, you look at Luther King photos, Kennedy photos. This is one of these moments in time.
Yeah, let's talk about the photo and your opportunity. I mean, the 21 Icons Project and getting Mandela to be a part of it. Was it a difficult process? Was it easy? Talk to us about that.
Look, the whole process was a difficult process in that to come up with an idea as an Australian and say to South Africans, listen guys, this is incredible what you have here. It's absolutely incredible. I moved here 6 years ago, and to try and describe what you felt, because everyone knows the Nelson Mandela story. And when you come to South Africa, there are other stories here that are just as extraordinary, just as profound. And they're just as significant in a funny way as the Nelson Mandela story. But to tell their stories, we needed to tell the Nelson Mandela story as well, of course, because he's everybody's inspiration.
Yeah.
He's the pointy end of the stick here in South Africa. And it took us 4 years. And the first time I met Nelson Mandela was on his 93rd birthday. And the most extraordinary, I'll never forget as long as I live. In fact, I was there with my friend. It was just the family in a room, and Damon Highland and I, and we're sitting there singing Happy Birthday to Nelson Mandela.
Oh.
And it actually got to the Happy Birthday, dear, and I had an absolute panic. I didn't know what I was going to call him.
Yeah.
Because, you know, I'm there with the family. Am I going to say Madiba, Nelson? I had no idea. But they all obviously had a very... they knew what they were doing. Happy birthday, Grandpa. And I got in on Pa, you know, Grandpa.
Yes.
And it was just the most... Just meeting him, anything to do with him, has the most profound effect, I think, on human beings. He's just such a representation of the potential of the human spirit. That's what he represents to the entire world. And just to see what's happening here today and to see these scenes, it reminds us all, I guess, of what we are capable of. Taking the portrait was... I've probably never been more nervous in my entire life, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I'd photographed him on quite a few occasions previous to the actual portrait sitting.
So you photographed him from far? Or
No, I'd spent time with him on his birthday, with the family.
Previous to this photograph?
Yeah. I was fortunate enough to be able to do that and spend time within the house in Kunu and then later in Houghton. We shot that photograph in 2011.
Yeah.
And it was lit. There's a whole lot of work that went into the photograph and the filming and all the rest of it. And to have him view the project, a project that was inspired by him, and for him to look at the photographs and the films and to feed into us was just, it was just so humbling. And there's so much work gone into it. And it's a project inspired by Nelson Mandela, and I'm just another statistic. Everybody's inspired by Nelson Mandela.
Yes,
the only reason I'm sitting here talking to you today is because of Nelson Mandela.
Yeah.
And when it comes to the time where he's going to look at the work, he's going to look at the project, all of a sudden you're just overcome with nerves, because what if he doesn't like the project that's been inspired by him, that's been your life's work? And the team sat there and watched, and he smiled and he talked, and he was just, again, I think everybody's got a Mandela story, everybody's got a Mandela connection, but for us, he just made us feel like we were the special ones.
That's incredible.
And that's
exactly
the magic of that man, isn't it?
What was the idea about doing the mirror? Because having him look like that, I know when we spoke previously, you said there have been so many portraits taken of Madiba, but this one, there's just something about it, the look on his face, the looking in the mirror. Just talk us through that.
Look, for me, it was a difficult one, because Madiba had been photographed thousands of times by very, very good photographers over the years. So I wanted to do something that was slightly different, and for me, he became a reflection of who we are. So to be able to photograph him with dignity into a mirror, I think the metaphor for me was for us to reflect on his life, to reflect on his legacy, and to hopefully see ourselves and see what we can do just to keep this thing moving forward. And this is what this is. The Nelson Mandela phenomenon is bigger than a man. It's a movement.
Yeah.
It's a movement around the world. It's a movement here in South Africa. And, the photograph for me was just the simplest and smallest metaphor for a reflection on a movement and a reflection on one man's life.
Yeah. There was such a lovely photograph that we showed on the screen of you showing him something on the iPad. What were you showing him? Were you showing him the photograph?
We were showing him the photographs. In fact, all my friends now, if you ever watch the footage, he looks at the photographs, and we get to F.W. de Klerk, and I'm describing who these people are, and obviously F.W. de Klerk needed no introduction to Nelson Mandela, and he then started to talk about his experiences in jail. He thought he'd never come out, and initially he was quite inscrutable, and I'm looking at him, and he's looking at the portraits of Gordimer, de Klerk, Tutu, Johnny Clegg, and then watching the films, and then his face just lit up.
Wow.
And for us, there was just this immense
sigh of relief.
Yeah. And I think he was looking at Yvonne Shaka Shaka, who I think he's quite fond of.
Yes, very.
Yeah, I
think
he thinks she's quite cute. And his face lit up, and that, again, he gives people confidence, and he gave us confidence to turn this into a project that has touched millions of people around the world now. It's travelled around the world, and again, it's not surprising, I guess, inspired by Nelson Mandela.
Yeah. How was he feeling at that time? I mean, that was 93. That was 2 years ago.
That was 2011, yeah.
That was, yeah, I beg your pardon, in 2011. How was he feeling? He was 93 years old. Obviously, you know, I mean, this year, really things took a turn. But at that point, was he
was making jokes. He was, at one point I told him how handsome he was, and he was smiling and laughing. And there was a terrible moment, actually, when the concept of the mirror means that he actually can't see himself in the mirror.
Yeah.
I can see his reflection. The nature of the angle meant I can see him, but he can't see himself.
Yeah.
So initially he moved the mirror towards himself so he could see himself. Very natural thing to do.
Yeah.
And I said to Damon, I think you see in the photo, I said, you know, what are you doing, mate? You're gonna have to. He said, mate, it's Nelson Mandela. What am I supposed to do?
Yeah, exactly.
You know, so he's having a little thumb war with Madiba.
Yeah.
And I explained to Madiba, this is what we're doing. Straight away, got it, made us feel, again, gave us confidence, turned around and shot the portrait. I think if you ever watch the short film or the documentary, you can see how absolutely the heavy breathing, how nervous I was.
Yeah.
I'm trying to keep it together and also not wanting to stuff it up at the same time.
How long did you have?
Look, we had about 25 minutes to shoot the portrait.
Yeah.
But then he called us back in because he wanted to see more of the work. So he saw the work initially. We shot the portrait, then he called us back in again to look at more of the work. And the whole process, we sort of left Kunu and got in the car and just looked at each other as though
surreal.
Had that really happened.
And did you I mean, you must have been so relieved when you saw what you captured, because that is, I mean, that's 25 minutes to get a portrait of the greatest living man, an icon, and you managed to get something that I think is his final portrait, and that's the view that we're going to have for many generations to come.
Yeah, it was, look, it's got very little to do with me as a photographer and far more to do with South Africa and this human being. And it just, I don't know. Look, it's just a phenomenon, what happens here. It really is a phenomenon. The people in the streets. And it's not all down to Nelson Mandela. Human beings here should be so immensely proud of the forgiveness, the love that everybody shares, the resilience. But if you were to look at a man who represents a collective ideal in South Africa, it's Nelson Mandela. And he has transcended race, religion. He's transcended colour. He's transcended language.
Yeah.
And you only had to see Tuesday, and you only have to look at any of the newspapers, news stations on the wires around the world at the moment.
Yeah.
And the world is just captivated. The world just is standing still, watching what South Africa is going through. And I think sending their very best.
They are, indeed. He brings the best out in people, he really does.
He does.
And we can see that from the work that you did as well. Adrian Stone, thank you for being with us. Well done. Photographer and filmmaker speaking to us about that iconic image of our late, great Tata Madiba, which he took for the 21 Icons project, which celebrates South Africa's trailblazers and leaders who include, among others, Nelson Mandela, Johnny Clegg and Nadine Gordimer. You can visit the website www.21icons.com. You can see the images there, learn more about the campaign and the 21 individuals that it celebrates. And remember that R1 million from that money that was sold, well, $200,000 is what that photograph was sold for, and R1 million of that was donated to the Nelson Mandela Children's Hospital. It's an absolutely wonderful ending to a great story. Now, let's turn our attention back to Tuesday, to the memorial service. And there's been a huge outcry about the sign language interpreter. There was reports out there that was basically saying that he was an alleged incorrect use of sign language by the interpreter. We've seen that Deaf SA says they have received thousands of complaints from people worldwide. Well, joining me now to talk about this is our very own sign interpreter, Thelma Kotza, who was doing the job at the same time that the other sign language interpreter was. But he, of course, was just a couple of steps away from the most powerful men and women in the world on the stage. and apparently not doing the right job. Thelma, let's talk about this. Well, it's nice to speak to you. I see you all the time there, but it's nice to have a conversation with you.
Thank you very much, and it's good to be on the other side of the interview this time around.
Yeah, very different experience.
I think it must be very strange for people to hear that I actually have a voice.
I know. I know, it is. It is. All right, now, let's talk about this outcry. Is it well-founded? Is it right that people are upset with the sign language and how what was taking place on the day?
Absolutely. I, for obvious reasons, did not see it when it really happened at the time, since I was working. I was interpreting on camera. But I have had the privilege to watch YouTube videos about the actual interpretation, and it's not worthy of being called an interpretation. That was not an interpretation. We said earlier in a light note that he was doing the Macarena. If only it was that. It's intelligible. You cannot understand a thing that he was doing. It was like, if I had to sum it up, I'd say
please do.
It was is what he was saying.
The entire time?
Yes.
Through all of the speeches?
Yes. He did not even make use of the name sign, the very famous name sign for Nelson Mandela, which is this. He did not even know that. There are name signs for Obama. In fact, if the speaker introduces another speaker, you would have to finger spell the name. There was no finger spelling happening. There was just nothing.
I mean, there were lots of comments from individuals that were watching the SABC sign language, and I know that you were on. Were you on during Barack Obama's speech?
That's correct.
Yeah, I saw you there on it was difficult for me because I was at the stadium, so I wasn't watching.
Yes.
I wasn't watching what was happening. But what you were doing and what the sign language on the stage were doing were completely different. And so people who didn't understand, there you go, that's him. What is he saying?
I have nothing to say because nothing is being said there. He is just making gestures. He's just making a couple of gestures, which does not make any sense. There's absolutely no grammar in what he's doing. The grammar of South African Sign Language, and any signed language for that matter, lies on the face.
Yeah.
So if I had to say, would you like a cup of tea? I would raise my eyebrows, just as you would raise your voice. Would you like tea? Can you hear the voice goes up?
Yeah.
The eyebrows lift.
Yeah,
because that's
facial
a
expressions.
yes-no question, right?
Yeah.
So for a WH question, the eyebrows would be lowered. But you can see that man, there's just no facial expression happening. It just is ludicrous. How he landed up there, but who decided, if he was even interviewed, we wouldn't know. We just wouldn't know how he got there.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're still trying to find out, because it seems that the blame is being shifted from one person to the next person to the next person. We actually just don't know how he got there. So we've got some more footage here of there he is. Let's just have a look at this, and perhaps maybe you can help us out. Okay, just be patient. This is the footage that we have. That's Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, the AU chairperson. That's the family when they were talking. Okay, there's the sign language interpreter now. Oh, he's just in the corner of the screen there. Anything?
No, but he seems to be repeating the same hand gesture over and over again. You know, it just... And there's no fluidity in what his movements... I mean, in his movements, there's just no fluidity.
There we go. That's a better shot of him.
Da. There's nothing there.
So he's just saying,
it looks like it. There's no meaning in what he's doing.
Oh,
there's just
goodness.
No meaning.
This is.
In fact, I wish you could have had a deaf person here
to actually
tell you what they are understanding.
You know where this. I mean, I know that there were so many tweets that were happening at the time, and the deaf community were saying, what is going on there? But I think one of the most prominent tweets came from Marley Maitland. Now, she's a Hollywood actress that has a massive following around the world. She is a deaf Hollywood actress, and she was watching this and saying, hang on a second, this is not sign language. What is this guy doing? And then, of course, it spread like wildfire.
You know, Leanne, on the one hand, I must say, you know, I'm terribly sorry that this had happened to the deaf community, because it's a terrible injustice.
Agreed.
Worldwide, the deaf community did not have access to this. In South Africa, perhaps they did, with qualified South African Sign Language interpreters being on SABC Live, which makes it a little bit better. However, on the other hand, I must say, I'm very grateful that this had actually happened.
Yeah.
Because that is the plight of many deaf South Africans in the whole country. Deaf people do not necessarily have access to healthcare services. They go to the doctor. They are not provided with professional South African Sign Language interpreting services.
Yeah.
So they go to the doctor. I mean, would you like to go to a Russian doctor if you do not understand any Russian?
Absolutely. No,
well, would you go without an interpreter?
No, not at all.
Would you like to pay for that interpreter?
No.
Yeah. So why should deaf people be subjected to that? And the very inferior quality of South African Sign Language interpretation that we are seeing out there, any person who can just literally wave their hands can get on stage next to Obama, Zuma? No.
Thelma, I can understand your frustration and anger at a time like this, along with the rest of the deaf community that were watching this in absolute anguish. I believe there was an interview with the gentleman who was on the stage this morning on various radio stations. I mean, he did Master Sulu's funeral. He was translating there. Apparently, he was also working at the BRICS summit, and nobody picked this up. This just doesn't make sense to me. I think we need to investigate this further.
I agree with you. However, I do not agree with the statement that nobody picked it up.
Oh, really?
Deaf
so
people
you
in South
saw
Africa,
it from there?
Deaf people in South Africa complained about this. Other professional South African Sign Language interpreters complained about this. And the other thing, you know, is that is a clear indication of the fact that he was not a professional interpreter, is the fact that he was working alone.
Yeah.
A professional interpreter would not work alone.
And
they would
I saw
always
that.
have a support interpreter.
Yeah.
Always,
Yeah.
especially on an occasion like that. And how could one individual work for hours on end? There is no ways in which you can concentrate at the level required for so long.
Let's leave it there, Thelma. Thank you so much for talking to us, and thank you so much to you and your colleagues for doing a very professional and sterling job here on the SABC when it comes to interpreting. Thelma Kutzer, a very familiar face for SABC viewers, that does our sign language interpreter, talking to us about the memorial service. All right, let's go to the house in Houghton now. And we've got Nozintombi Mia, who is there. She's been there since the early hours of this morning. Nozintombi, what's it like there? There's still lots of people that making this their route on the way to work or wherever they're going?
Yes, good morning, Leanne. What you can see behind me is an NGO called the Firefighters for the Gauteng Group, and they're doing a little march procession here to pay tribute to Nelson Mandela. We are seeing that there's a steady stream of people that is picking up, that are coming to the house to pay their respects, and we do actually have a few people here with us who are going to speak to us and share with us just a little bit why they're here and a little bit of their experiences of coming here and speaking about what it is they were hoping to gain from here. Hi, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Can you tell me why you're here?
I'm here to just walk in the streets where he walked his freedom and just to remember him on this day.
Tell me a little bit more about yourself.
I'm Narato Mokwape and I attend at the University of Pretoria, currently doing my honours.
So you came all the way from Pretoria to Johannesburg?
Yeah.
Just to see Tata, just to pay tribute outside his house?
And just to walk where he walked in his freedom.
That was Lerato. She is one of the people that is here. I'm going to move over here to speak to one of the street vendors that has been selling here outside Nelson Mandela's Houghton home since Sunday this week. Hi, how are you?
Thanks to you.
You've been selling since Sunday this week. Just tell me how that experience has been.
The experience has been extraordinary because we've been seeing a lot of people, different kinds of people from different areas, and I've got to see celebrities lately.
And there's been a problem with getting accreditation and getting a trading license. Just tell me a little bit more about that. What happened yesterday?
There was a person from the Nelson Mandela fundraising. He came to us and said we have to pay 500 rands to be able to sell. But he only gave us receipts, and we're not even sure if they're legit, and we didn't get our passes. So I think that we've been ripped off. I'm not really sure, but we're going to find out more about it today.
Tell me a little bit more about what kind of items you're selling, what kind of memorabilia you're selling.
We're selling Mandela t-shirts, we sell caps, we sell badges, and we sell cloths with Mandela on. I
see you've got a Nelson Mandela cap outside. Is this part of what you're selling?
Yes.
And how much does this rate for?
70 rand.
This rate's for 70 rand.
Yes.
And a shirt like this, how much does that sell for?
200 rand.
It sells for 200. And how much do the general white and black shirts sell for?
General white and black is 100 rand.
100 rands.
Yes.
Leanne, as you can hear, there is a lot of activity that's happening here outside Nelson Mandela's Houghton home. We do have a steady stream of well-wishers coming here to pay their tribute. We've had an earlier choir this morning sing a special tribute song to Nelson Mandela. We do have the firefighters out here doing a special march tribute to Nelson Mandela. Memorabilia is flying. Street vendors are making money. It's an atmosphere of absolute electricity outside here. As much as people are here, they are mourning. There's an absolute atmosphere of excitement and enjoyment here outside Nelson Mandela's Houghton home. Back to you in the studio, Leanne.
Thanks very much, Nazin Toba. We can see it. We can feel it through the television screen of the people that have gathered there. Let's go back to the Union buildings now. Lebo, who are you joined by?
Well, thank you so much, Leanne. Well, I'm joined by Brigadier General Lulusi Wisa and Vice Admiral of the Navy, Refile Madiba. Remember earlier we spoke about, the military command of the SANDF, paying homage to Nelson Mandela, former president of the African National Congress. They went there earlier. Good morning. Welcome to Morning Love.
Good morning to you and to your listeners.
Speak to us about, serving under, the first commander-in-chief.
I think, firstly, allow me, on behalf of many sailors, many soldiers on the barracks, at home and abroad, who would have loved to be here to salute and to pay their last respect to the first Commander-in-Chief of the South African National Defence Force, and indeed the first Commander-in-Chief of Umkhonto weSizwe. I happened to be the member of Umkhonto weSizwe High Command in Shell House when we came back from exile, and I had in that respect an opportunity to work very closely with the leader of our people, the commander of the armed forces, President Nelson Mandela. He was every day interested to know about the happenings in Valmanstal, which was an assembly point of all those who were meant to integrate, to come together to form the South African National Defence Force. I had an opportunity to brief him about all the happenings, the trials and tribulations that we had to go to. And I should also mention, the love, the respect that President Mandela had on Umkhonto weSizwe. When we demobilized Umkhonto weSizwe on the 16th of December 1993 in Orlando Stadium, we had an opportunity to meet with him the following day in the company of the late Joe Modise Spiwe Nyanda, who was the chief of staff of Umkhonto weSizwe, because President Mandela was highly impressed about the veterans and the march that he saw in Orlando Stadium. The first thing that he said to Joe Modise, he said, Joe Modise, I want to commit some money to give to members of Umkhonto weSizwe and primarily the veterans so that they must have an excellent Christmas. We said to him, President, we are already in the process of distributing the 10 million that you gave to us when we went to Kanyamazane in Mpumalanga, where we said and say, what do we need to do with the 10 million that he had allocated to Umkhonto weSizwe? All those that they were not in employment. He said, Joe Modise, I think Umkhonto weSizwe needs money. Yeah. And that was President Mandela. He was so adamant. Well, we said, no, President, we have some money in our pockets. We are still in the verge of distributing it. But that showed, the love, the passion that the man had. And then towards the verge of integration of the forces, he came forward. That's why I say specifically himself. He said, what is the happenings? He knows the names of George Merring, because when things were not going ahead according to the plan, he will say, what is the problem? We say, we're with George Merring. The following is not happening. He said, give me the number of George Merring. And he'll phone George Merring to ask him about the progress of integration. So you can imagine, through the length and breadth of our country, those that are deployed in peace support operations in Africa, they are watching all these events. They are very disheartened that they could not be here with the family of Mandela to salute them, to honor them, and to thank them for contributing a life that is rare in humanity. A person with immense intellect, a person with immense ideas, a unifier and integrator. What a wonderful leader. Umti omkhulu ushiyile.
Brigadier General Siwisa, I mean, what is the best part about serving in the military and serving under, such an immense stature of a person?
Ma'am, the best part of serving in the military in South Africa under President Mandela is to learn how to forgive, how to integrate, and how to deal with different situations. I can tell you that when I was in exile as an APLA member, when we sat in the camps thinking of coming back home, we didn't think of anything else but to come in and fight and gain our independence through the barrel of the gun. But through the teachings of President Mandela then, all that started fading away. And it started thinking that, you know what, independence is not only attained through the barrel of the gun, but we can have negotiations, and after negotiations we can come together and build this country. And this is what we've been trying to do in the Defence Force. We integrated 7 defence forces, and it was not easy, but we managed, which is one thing which President Mandela, as the Commander-in-Chief then, achieved.
How do you think he'd like to be remembered?
I think the unity of our people, the support that we give to the region, to the continent, in terms of allowing those people from the region to come and use the facilities of the South African National Defence Force to also improve their skills, because there's a greater belief in his thinking that South Africa cannot enjoy independence whilst our neighbors are languishing in poverty, under education and diseases. So I think wherever he is, he will be happy to see the South African government, the South African National Defence Force, playing a pivotal role in ensuring that the skills and the empowerment of the militaries of the region are what he thought that they should be. I think the fact that, he's even thinking of a hospital, not for South Africa alone, but for the region, it shows, the integrity, it shows the in-depth know-how and understanding of the human destiny, that we alone cannot do it, but working together we can achieve millions of things to improve the lives of our people.
Now, we've spoken about, forgiveness and the lessons that come with knowing a man like this. What are some of the other lessons that South Africans can take from this man?
South Africans need to learn that we don't have to get tired. We need to continue where he left, and we need to make sure that South Africa becomes the country that he wanted, what he saw in his vision. And we can only honor him by making sure that we build this country to the best of its ability. Because South Africa, it is a wonderful country. We have wonderful people. We just need to put ourselves together and say, now, let's continue where Tata left, and let's make Tata smile wherever he is.
Now, the military is always such a serious profession, and throughout the week that we've spoken about Nelson Mandela, every second person speaks about the humorous side of him. He had an amazing sense of humor. What are some of your memories?
Yes, like I indicated, we had an opportunity when he was writing his book to sit with him. I think I also had an opportunity to meet him in Zimbabwe when he visited those that were in exile. And, the things that you want to say about us, about education, because one of his greatest passion was the issue of education. I think many people across the week, they had been alluding to that fact. I think, those that were in there in 1994, as we were busy integrating the force, they will remember him very well in that, he was always on the phone checking with General Mering at the time about the happenings and say, Mering, things have to work. Mering, this has to happen. General Anyanda, this has to happen. And that is Nelson Mandela. I think when the people, they say there is no leader the same as him, I think that comes from the bottom of our hearts, that comes from our mind. We will, for a very long time, have to pick up our socks and do things differently in order to continue with the hope and the love that he possessed.
Brigadier General, you spoke about how being part of UPLA and, the one thing that you wanted to do was come back here and fight. How much did you know about him during the time that you were that side?
President Mandela, I know him when I was 2 years. My grandfather is a former member of ANC. He left the ANC and formed the PAC. So President Mandela, Tate Walter Sisulu, Govan Beki, they were my grandfather's colleagues. And from the time they went to jail, my grandfather was arrested in 1960 on the 21st of March. And he didn't get the opportunity of being tried because he was killed in jail 2 years after he was arrested. And they looked after my mother, though my grandfather had crossed the floor. Yeah. But because she was the only daughter of George Zwide Siwisa, they looked after her during the trial of his death. And after they went to jail, we kept on saying to Mama, atina mabhune phephen about Utatu Mandela, Utatu Sisulu. And one thing that Mandela had, he never forgot. The first visit he made to Zimbabwe, he sent people to the PAC office and said, "Where's George Siwisa's daughter?" Meaning my mother. Yeah. And there was a special evening where he was honored by President Mugabe. And we were invited as a family and were his guests. The first thing he said to my mother when he saw her, he said, "Sybil, Bapa Bantwana." And I was right behind my mother. Mama turned around and said, "Yes, one of them. The others are at school in other countries." And he said to me, "You must never disappoint your grandfather in his grave."
All right. Thank you so much for talking to us. Such amazing stories coming out of, our military people as well. I always think it's such a serious profession. So maybe one of these days I must go into the military. Well, we were talking to Brigadier General Lulu Siwisa and Vice Admiral of the Navy, Refilwe Mudimu, talking to us about some of their fondest memories of former President Nelson Mandela. Well, on the screen there, as you can see, we are at the Union Buildings. On your screen there is Chief Mandla Mandela there, and then at the Union Building. Remember, the elders have been here with the body, and South Africans are continuing to flock in. He is being handed over a sword by the military as well. I don't know if we can... It's a foreign diplomat handing over the sword to the grandson of Nelson Mandela. That's happening now at the Union Buildings where we are. We're not far away from where this process is happening. It's actually... behind me, and he is receiving the sword from foreign dignitary. And as South Africans are continuing to flock in, remember that you can come through if you want to. But let's ask if we can move the camera towards there we go. That's what I want to see. So let's talk about the significance of those four military Navy personnel. What's the significance of them standing there?
That is the guard. I think it's a show of respect, the honor that the person of the statue of Nelson Mandela, when he departs, and hence we say the full military honors. This is a state funeral. The military will always show symbolically and very importantly to say how do we respect our fallen. That's why you see them with the sword. That's why we see with their heads bowed down. That shows the respect and to say to the community, here lies a giant that has departed.
We continue with our special broadcast marking the life and times of Utata Nelson Mandela. We continue bringing you the latest on the proceedings and the various memorial events that take place across the country, both yesterday, today, tomorrow, and going forward as we mark the funeral that takes place on Sunday. Peter, talking about events that took place yesterday, we know the lying in state that continues today, but you were there yesterday and you were moved. Tell us a bit about what you saw.
Look, it was a pretty... a strange experience because the period of time when you're walking up towards where his body is, there's a bit of wondering how you're going to feel and people chatting, and I think there's a little bit of a nervous energy because you really, and as you get closer, you start to become overwhelmed and you start to feel something and you're not quite sure what it is. You get to the body and everyone was having a different reaction to it. But consistently, everybody, after they've seen him, didn't have anything to say. You know, there was just this silence as people were taking in what they'd just seen and trying to understand what it is that they were feeling and processing. So it was an interesting thing to observe when you're far away, going up, lots of chatting, lots of this, and it starts to get quieter and quieter and quieter. For me, you know, because I'd seen him alive and living and jovial and in his best comedic self, it really, I think that's when it hit home for me, because up until now we kind of been talking about the story, but it almost seemed a little distant But yeah, I got it yesterday.
Yeah, I think a lot of people saying that it became real.
Yeah.
That's the moment it actually set in as to what had happened and what do we do now. Do you think it's going to lead to a lot of introspection, do you think? Yeah.
Look, I think everybody's going to take away from Madiba what it is he meant for them. Some people will carry on with their lives, and that's okay. And I think that that's kind of how he would have wanted it. But yeah, just have that moment, whatever it is, and express it the way you want to express it. But anyway, Griselda is part of this team that's covering this event and specifically the lying of state today. And let's cross to her now and get a sense of what today is like and how people have been going in and out. Griselda, good morning to you.
Well, thank you very much, Peter and Ayanda. Well, as you can see here towards my left, hundreds of people continue to come here on day 2 of viewing the body of the late great former President Nelson Mandela here at the Union Buildings. We're broadcasting right on the side of that viewing area, and you can see so many lines of people here. These have actually just come out from viewing the face of the late Nelson Mandela. Some people are still coming in that area. As you can see, some of the members of the South African Police Service just amongst some of the people who are here to pay tribute to the former president. I can tell you there are still hundreds of other people out on the streets in the city, but police do seem to have the situation under control. Some of the areas, the streets around this area remain closed, but there are alternative areas where police are showing people where to go. They are being brought up here to the Union Buildings, and it takes just a few seconds for you to view the face of the late great former Nelson Mandela, late great former President Nelson Mandela over a glass. So much of that still taking place here at the moment. Really a mixed bag of emotions. A lot of people coming out of here and saying, well, I can really believe that now Nelson Mandela is no more. Some even saying that coming here gives them closure. They're able to say their final goodbyes to a man who's done so much for this country and has continued to inspire so many people around the world. So if you look over there, police are on standby as well. Some members of the South African National Defence Force who are also carrying some wheelchairs for some people who really aren't able to take seeing Tata Nelson Mandela in the coffin. You know, some people, yesterday we saw some people fainting just outside here. You know, such emotion being demonstrated here where people are not able to, some of them not able to take what they're seeing there inside. But the family continues to sit alongside the coffin. Yesterday we saw the grandson Mandela. We saw him again this morning sitting alongside, and every time you greet him, he really does acknowledge and has a look of appreciation for so many people coming to say their goodbyes to his granddad.
Griselda, thank you very much indeed. All right, let's bring it back to the studio here. And what we've been doing over the past few days is trying to get as many people who's had some kind of association with Madiba in one form or another. Well, we've got somebody who's actually quite close to home. She works with us. She was associate producer and Oscar-nominated Mandela, Son of Africa, co-author of the book Mandela Authorized Interviews, and that's SABC managing editor Amina Frensa. Frensa has produced several documentaries on Mandela, interviewed him extensively and travelled with him locally and internationally over a 3-year period. While Mandela was on Robben Island, she also sent Madiba photographs via Winnie Mandela. The filmmaker and journalist joins us now to tell us more about her interactions with Madiba. Amina, thank you very much for joining us. We see you in the office every single day, but it's I guess sad but good that we have the memories that we can share. Tell us a little bit about, because I know the Western Cape is home for you, growing up in Cape Town, and you could see Robben Island at a distance. Did you have any idea growing up who was there and what was going on there?
Oh, absolutely. I come from a very politicized background. And when we were little, we were told, you know, there are political prisoners there. What's a political prisoner? So you begin to ask questions. And people sentenced to chopping rock, you know, chopping rock, chopping stones, and we're not allowed to see them, we're not allowed to visit them, but they are our heroes. So this is the kind of politicized environment that I grew up in. And in later years, I became a journalist. We wanted to find out more about the well-being of the families of the people on the island. And that is, I think, how one gets involved. You're a citizen, you're a, in an oppressed kind of situation, oppressed regime. You're not going to take it lying down. You are going to try and take care of the loved ones, the family of those incarcerated on the island. So I think that is how we got involved, trying to look up the families, trying to find out what there is that we can do, because they suffered as well. Mandela, Malangeni, Sisulu, and all of those people. So that is how we reached out to them.
And I would imagine that you had no idea that one day you were going to meet Madiba. And just tell us a little bit about the first contact, though, that you had with him.
Well, the first contact with him was on the second day of his release. He was released in Cape Town. I was working as a foreign correspondent for German television at the time, and I decided that we are not going to... the team is... I decided the team is not going to go to Cape Town. Impossible to get there. We can get there but not get back, so we stayed here. And on the second day, when he arrived at his Orlando Soweto home, that is where I met him. And I introduced myself, and he immediately said, he knew exactly who I was. He referred to the letter that I had sent him. He made reference to how it uplifted his spirits in the darkest days. And in the letter that he wrote a few years earlier, he said that when he's released, he'll take me to his Transkei, his beautiful places in the Transkei. And at that moment, he called the organizing committee. Zulaki Sisulu was heading that committee to say, make sure she's on my plane to the Transkei. This is
what
the
letter
second
had
day.
You sent him, though?
I sent him a letter. I sent him photographs. I sent him photographs years earlier. This is now going back to the 80s for our younger viewers. I went to look up also his first wife, Evelyn Masi, in the Transkei, in Kofi Mbaba. Went to visit her, met Mahato, met the grandchildren, etc. You know, in the spirit and the vein of where does Mandela come from, what is he left behind, and the other political prisoners. And that is where, I took photographs also of the family, but particularly of the graveyard at Kunu, where he's being laid to rest on Sunday. It was in a very dilapidated state. It was in a very broken down state. There were animals walking around, including chickens running around. So I took some photographs at the time, long before digital photography, printed these photographs and attached some chicken feathers also to the photographs and sent it into prison via Winnie. This was intercepted for years. It was kept by the censors in prison authorities. And a few years later, I gave another set of prints to Winnie and I said, put it in your bra or wherever, but make sure that he gets it. So he got these photographs and he sent me a very moving letter. Of course, I was in Cloud 9 getting a letter from the great statesman at the time, political prisoner number 1, incarcerated still when no one had... Very few people had contact, had seen him, knew what he looked like. So for me, it was quite achieving.
And so he remembered you.
He remembered me, and he also made reference to what the photographs meant to him. Some of his most beautiful childhood memories, especially in Mkekazweni, and what it meant to him, what the photographs meant to him.
And he says, come to Transkei with me.
He said, when I'm released, I will take you to my beautiful place. And I thought, this is not possible. This man knows thousands of people. He has his family. He wouldn't remember who I am. So when I met him on the second day, that's exactly, we just tapped in. And I don't know, he's a remarkable memory, a remarkable person. Had a, I don't know. The details he remembered. It's incredible.
So tell us about the visit then to his home.
Well, it was very, very interesting. I was on a plane with him, like a few other people. We landed at Umtata Airport, and he was given, the kaross, the, leopard skin and so on. And he insisted that I'm by his side all the time. So you can imagine me sticking out, not only female, but a kind of a fairer-skinned female. So she's not possibly family. What is she doing there? But he insisted. So I was literally holding his hand and at his side and so on. And he's honored guest at banquets and events that were held in his favor. But for me, most memorable was, the slaughtering of the bull and the ox, that decided to bolt, it ran away, and they had to chase after it, drag it up the hill, slaughter it, roast it, eat it. I'm sorry, with respect to vegetarians. And I was sitting at his feet once again, his guest, and he took his Swiss penknife and cut me little pieces of his honored meal. I was at the center of it. It was a little uncomfortable. You know, being the only female, sitting there, not being family, not being royalty.
Amongst these elders.
Amongst the elders, yeah. The women were somewhere else.
He fed you, though, didn't he?
Yes, he fed me. He hand-fed me. Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
With his knife, he cut the pieces of meat, which is like, you know, cut it smaller and, you know, which
Such
is
is the
quite
humility of the man, isn't he? That he always had this thing of making everybody bigger than himself.
Yes.
Even though he was the centre of attention.
Yes, yes. But he never forgot. I had many lunches and dinners, private ones, with his family, with him at home, one-on-one with him as well. And there was also always reference made to the time they were in prison, the food they ate, the deprivation. So we're celebrating the man.
We'll talk about his family just now, but just a quick thought about the man himself. What do you remember? Because you saw him in a way that other people probably wouldn't have.
I think he is inwardly very strong and trying to depict that outwardly as well. A man of great principle, so many have said that before. But there were things to spark him off, spark him his anger. And he's... I think what stays with me is his intense dislike of poverty, the pain of poverty. And he said on many occasions and many platforms, you know, the gross inequality of poverty. I mean, that is a huge
So
human
much
rights
to
violation.
talk about. Unfortunately, time is just not on our side, so we're going to have to leave it there. But thank you very much indeed for sharing those precious thoughts and memories, Amina. Thank you.
Oh, welcome back, and thanks again for joining us as we continue with the special broadcast on this very historic week. I think it is exactly a week to the day that Odada Nelson Mandela passed away. You'll remember where you were when you heard that news. Many people having slept and only found out the Friday morning as to what had happened, but many of them having heard the president's speech on that Thursday gasped at the reality of just what had happened. Well, one of the people who also, I'm sure, was shocked at the news and perhaps had a lot going on inside, as she had met Odada Nelson Mandela personally. But we're going to speak to her about her professional aspect as well. With me is Susan Boyson, who's going to talk to us about her work as professor at Wits and also her special personal memories. A huge pleasure to have you with us. Thanks again for your time.
So nice to be here on this special day in time. Thank you.
I'm going to start with your professional aspect, because I don't want you to get all emotional before we get to the nitty-gritty of our discussion. I know you've been working on some research that really was taking a litmus test, if you can, is what people think and feel not only about democracy in the country, but also about Odada Madiba. What can you tell us?
Yes, it's fascinating research, and it was done in these last few months after we had the big shock of the illness mid-year, and things had calmed down a little bit, and then we went in nationwide focus group research and hear these wonderful voices. And we didn't even specifically have to ask about Odada Mandela. People were just so spontaneous, and it was so heartfelt, this appreciation they have for this founder of democracy. So many, and especially young people, were just thanking him for liberating them to lead a life of non-racialism. Not perfect yet. Many of their memories of their parents or grandparents are still so harsh, but they themselves feel liberated and thank him. And across party backgrounds, across racial backgrounds, celebrating this personality that brought this freedom into their lives. And, you know, they credit him for so much to what has been going right in South Africa. Of course, they use him as benchmark, and that's very difficult for post-Mandela presidents and ANC leaders. They use him as benchmarks to compare their current experiences, and sometimes they're a bit confused, wondering, now what exactly has happened to the Mandela mandate? But they have clarity in their minds. I think that he was a large part of what had been going right in South Africa in the last 2 years. And some wonderful voice would say, we and Tata Mandela did it.
I know that the talk of Odada Madiba perhaps was a byproduct of what you were trying to achieve. What was the focus of the research initially, and how was it conducted? How many people were involved, etc.?
Yes. It was a wonderful nationwide project, and by chance Freedom House sponsored it. It was quite an expensive project because we did focus group discussions, qualitative form of research, across the country, and around 30 groups, a great number for this kind of research. We had a pile of transcriptions that high, all the wonderful quotations we had to go through. And synthesize a report, which will be released, by the way, next week, and looking at how people experience this 20 years of democracy. And seeing, they obviously recognize the journey is not over by any stretch of the imagination, but they have so much celebration and thankfulness for the human rights that have been realized. Human rights was the central thrust of the research, saying that they live a better life. They compare it with what was before, and problems, warts and all, this life for them is better. And very important, they have hope that current government, or they adore the ANC. Other parties are also in the picture, but the thrust is they really adore the ANC. And Nelson Mandela obviously had a big impact on that. And they still hope and trust that this ANC can take things forward, or maybe an improved current ANC can take things forward. They're also obviously very critical of many aspects of current government, but they haven't given up hope.
You spoke of the Mandela mandate, but I want to take a look at the Madiba magic now of his presence in a room and how he's able just to get the attention of so many, but turn it and turn it towards the person that they're speaking to. You met him. What was that like?
That was absolutely a highlight of a period. I first met him when, in the early 1990s, in the period leading up to the 1994 election, I was a part of a team of people. We were doing research, which also were shared with the ANC on the state of democracy, how people are feeling, how much support could the ANC possibly get in that 1994 election. And those were eye-openers. And we did briefings to senior ANC structures sharing much of this research. And that was an experience to be in there. Now, there was also a bit of a tension between the rest of the ANC and this icon, which individualized the ANC, but it was a collective movement. And one could see through becoming to terms with this research how they also came to terms that this person is the face, would be the face of the 1994 election campaign, that he stood out and that they could benefit from it. He, as leader, his rankings were even higher than what the ANC got. And that is the ideal situation in an election campaign, that the leader should further pull up the ANC as party organization. And he was in that meeting and he would ask questions, sometimes not very knowledgeable about quantitative survey research, but he was so keen to learn. And it was very interesting how the dynamic in that room worked. So it was a dual kind of dynamic, both to us as researchers and between him and the rest of the ANC audience.
I want to talk more about the research and some of the findings in just a moment, but I want us to take a look at this. You spoke about the collective of the ANC, and someone who was very active also in the struggle, of course, is President Jacob Zuma. He has now called former President Nelson Mandela one of a kind, and that was during his speech at the memorial service at FNB Stadium. And let's remind ourselves about what he said.
Most importantly, he leaves behind a deeply entrenched legacy of freedom, human rights, and democracy in our country. In his honor, we commit ourselves to continue building a nation based on the democratic values of human dignity, equality, and freedom. United in our diversity, we will continue working to build a nation free of poverty, hunger, homelessness, and inequality. As the African continent, led by the African Union, we will continue working to fulfill his desire for a better Africa and a more just, peaceful, and equitable world. Tomorrow, our people will accompany Madiba on his last journey to the seat of government, the Union Buildings in Pretoria, where his body will lie in state for 3 days. I have the honor today to announce that the Union Buildings Amphitheatre, where Madiba was inaugurated as president in 1994, and where his body will lie in state, will, with effect from today, be called the Nelson Mandela Amphitheatre. This is a fitting tribute to a man who transformed the Union Buildings from a symbol of racism and repression to one of peace, unity, democracy, and progress. Compatriots, comrades, and friends, we extend yet again our deepest condolences to Mama Grasa Machel, Mama Winnie Madikizela Mandela, the children.
Well, as you can imagine, the condolences and the tributes continue to pour in. Let's check what Twitter has to say. It is a buzz with activity as people continue to comment on the passing of Udadu Nelson Mandela. Let's take a look at this first tweet now coming to us from Terry and Love. I think RIP Nelson Mandela there, the hashtag. SABC Online is where you can weigh in on this debate as well. Seeing Madiba's coffin is still a sad reality. May we all just continue to live full lives and grab each valuable second. R.I.P. Dada. We should all strive, he says, to achieve and live our lives at best, live on purpose and with destiny in our hearts, I believe. Kalita saying, watching the arrival of Madiba at the Union Building, the Defence Force and the beautiful protocol gives me goosebumps. And that was something that was highlighted as well, just the order of that and the protocol and the unison with which the various officials on the bikes and in the vehicles, just the precision of it all was world class. And a lot of people having said that. Vela says people are queuing to pay their respect for Dada Madiba, more like the reflections of 1994 queues to vote for the first time. Now, that is an observation I had not seen before. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. It's something that didn't come to mind until you just mentioned it there. And then Noxie saying, yeah, ne? Emotional feelings seeing motorcade carrying our loved former President Madiba. Can't stop crying. And that coming to us from Noxie. And just a reminder that we'll see similar scenes tomorrow as well as the body continues to lie in state. Tomorrow, the final day that you can see Udadu Nelson Mandela. If you don't go today, then tomorrow will be the last. We know the body will be flown to Kunu come Saturday, so he can be buried and laid to rest finally on Sunday there in Kunu, a place that he spoke so fondly of. But going from talk of Kunu now, let's go back to the Union Buildings. My colleague Lebo is standing by. Lebo, what do you have for us?
Thank you, Ayanda. Well, good morning to you. If you've just joined us, we have been at the Union Building since around 6 this morning, and people have started arriving. They arrived about an hour or two ago to view the body of former President Nelson Mandela. And some of the people that have come through is the people standing next to me. Mama, why was it important for you to be here and honor Ntate Madiba?
Ke ne ke ntse ke labalabela gore ke mmone a sentse a phela ke paletse go mmona sentse a phela ya no ka tseno fruhu ke re ke emelle ka maoto go bona ke mo re ke re bye bye Ntate Madiba gore diretse go siame go siame.
Okay, Mama ke ene mang, and why was it important for wena gore o tle mona o tlo re bye bye ko Ntate Madiba?
Nna ke nna Queen Moikanyane ke tswa go Garankuwa. Leso la Ntate Mandela le nkamile thata ga ke moitse ka sebele ga ke ise ke mmone ka sebele fela modimo nthusitse gore mo thobalong ya gae ke kgone go mmona ke itumela gore ke be ke mmone ke dumela gore ga nke be go sa kgonagala gore ke fitlhe ka jeno ne ke tlo utlwa botlhoko mo bophelong ba ka bo botlhe ka gore ne nka se ke betlhele go kgonagala sepe gore nka tlhole ke ka mmona gape a ithoballe ka kgotso monna mogolo wa modimo o dirile o re diretse ba bang ne re sa gopolo re tla be ra fitlha mo ra be ra mmona a robetse ka mokgwa robetseng robala ka kgotso ntate robala ka kgotso ntate.
For you, you're a youngster. How much do you know about who Nelson Mandela was, and why was it important for you to come here?
Well, I don't know a lot of him, but I do know that he's our president. He elected in 1949. I'm not actually a very good speaker. And then he went to president and everything like that. And it was important for me because he was the person who helped inspire us and everything to make sure that everybody's united and make sure that everything is in peace and like that. And especially to tell my friends because they couldn't be here today.
Mama, batho ba itse kgakakang ka Tate Mandela and go botlhokwa yang gore re itsise youngsters ka Tate Mandela.
Go botlhokwa ka gore Tate Mandela o re ntshitse ko ne re le teng ko kgolegong e ne re le mo yona ko apartheid a re tlisa mo democracy ba bang re phetse bophelo bo bonne bo se monate bianong o re tlisitse mo ra phela monate ra enjoya bophelo ya ba ekete ka nako e ne re simolla ka yona ne ekete ke nako e re tsalwang ka yona and yet ko morago no go se monate tshwantse go ya kwa o tsamantse o tshwere pasa go ya kwa o irang wa tsene go se monate mo dinakong tse di fetile I remember one time ke kerele mmereko ko Tembisa he tshwantse ke ba ntikisetsa dipasa ba ntirele ke tlatse di-form he tsena ke fetsa tlatse di-form le buru le nyebe le tla letsa form ele ya ka le ke ba stempelere hestu amaskra wa tsika utlwa botlhoko mara yanong ka Ntate Mandela dilo di ne di a fetoga ra phela monate re integrate le bona batho bao go monate
Mama, what do we teach youngsters today about the values of Nelson Mandela?
Na bana ba gompieno ne ke eletsa gore ba ka bona sesupo ba tsa motlhala wa Rre Mandela ba ske ba ikobonya Ntate Mandela ha ka ikobonya le ga nna utlwisiwa botlhoko ka mekgwa e mentsi le ka mokgo a dirilweng ka teng ke hopola he nne ke ile ko Robben Island ha ke tsena kwa le ke bona monna a beilwe mo teng di pleitanyana ha e beilwe mo pankaneng khamelonyana nna ithusa ngwana mo ke ipotsa gore mara go ra gore na tshwantse re a je bjana thininyana ela e le mola ko bjana ela e le mola ka dithuto tsotlhe ka bokgoni ba ka boinelo Ntate le ona na le rato le senang tlhaloso go ra ke khono le tlhalosa go utlwa botlhoko go utlwa ke tsielega mara ke ipolella gore modimo o mo senotse gare ga batho ba South Africa a mo tiisetsa ka gore ba bang ba tsamaile ba wa mo tseleng ba bang ha ba khona go finyella ba bang ba ratile ha ba khona lerato la hae ke la mannete ruri a kitso ke tlhalose bjang gore ke tlhoka tlhaloso a kitse ke utlwa botlhoko bo bong bo eleng gore nna nka se mo thusa a ka khona mo thusa le ntate tota o paletswa a khona mo thusa.
All right. Thank you so much, ladies. Thank you so much for talking to us. These are some of the people that have come through to the Union buildings to pay their last respect to former President Nelson Mandela. We have a youngster there and two older women that have come through from Garankuwa to pay their respects to former President Nelson Mandela. For our viewers who may not have understood what they said, one of them saying that, she had gone to Robben Island and seen the conditions that President Nelson Mandela was kept under. But in spite of all that, despite all those conditions, he's come through and freed all South Africans. And one of the other stories was that, she had found a job in Tembisa. But, at that time, the government at that time would not allow her to work in Tembisa because she was in Hammanskraal. So those are some of the conditions that the two women had lived under. But because of the work done by Nelson Mandela, they are free today, and they had to come today to pay their last respects to this man who has done so much for all South Africans. Now, let's head back to Johannesburg, where Ayanda is standing by.
you so much. Just such moving tributes there from the mamas from Ahmed Skral. I think one of them saying that she felt as if she was born anew on that day when she voted for the first time in 1994, that the current dispensation of democracy has given them new hope and a desire to make sure that this continues even with the next generation. Very, very touching and moving indeed. Lebo, will chat to you a little bit later as well as we continue to see what's happening there at the Union buildings. It looks as if people are moving quite quickly through as they take a look at Udada Nelson Mandela's body there as it lies in state. It seems as if things are progressing quite speedily and orderly from what we can tell from where we are. We'll catch up with you a little bit later again, Lebo, but let's continue with this interview now. I'm going to remind you of exactly what we're talking about. The African National Congress, very much the home of Udada Madiba, is the oldest African liberation movement on the continent, and it celebrated its 100th anniversary on the 8th of January 2012, if you'll remember that. Now, this historic event has generated significant public debate within both the ANC and South African society at large. The book, 100 Years of ANC, directed at a wide readership with an interest in understanding the historical roots of South Africa's current politics, will find this volume informative. And between you and I, the author has been asked to put a second volume, but that's our little secret. We'll chat to her in just a moment. It's one of the contributors of the book documenting the history of the ANC. We continue our discussion now with Prof. Susan Boyson from Witwatersrand School of Management. You and I were talking about some of the research, and you let slip that perhaps a second volume is coming up, but I won't delve too deeply in that. I know it's probably something that's happening behind the scenes, but let's talk a bit more about your work as far as research is concerned. We spoke about the current research that you are doing and the findings thereof, but let's take it back to perhaps 1991, when you started your research and you looked into relationships within the ANC, with the ANC and society, ANC and PAC. Oh, yeah. Very delicate relationships there. Tell us a bit about that.
Yes, that was a fascinating part. You know, it was always the ANC and the PAC, the two main liberation movements. And it was always contentious as to what is the standing between the two, also given the historical split between the two way back. And the ANC was never quite sure. They thought they had won the international war, international support for the struggle and for the armed struggle. They knew they were the leading force in the armed struggle, but never sure exactly where the PAC would come out. And then our research in the early 1990s first confirmed that the ANC is the recognized liberation movement. In that research of the early 90s, the PAC came up around 8% of the vote, whereas in that poll, and things were still taking shape, the ANC came around somewhere in the mid-50s. Not nearly what the eventual election result was much better. The PAC, 8% then, totally declined when it came to elections. And there was a very effective, powerful election campaign that really consolidated the sense of liberation in South Africa. And that election campaign also obviously managed to turn around those strange little political parties, Bantustan parties, tricameral parties that we had in South Africa in apartheid days. And in those attempts by the nationalist regime to transform apartheid tricameral parties, and just a few of those parties, like Minority Front, like Botswana's UCDP and IFP, a much bigger one. But only a few of those strange earlier parties made it into electoral politics and actually managed to survive. And it was this whole conversion process that was taking shape. And we were also monitoring these conversion processes. And the bulk of those parties, the people there, decided to associate with the ANC. And it's very interesting, too, in this very recent research a few months ago that we did, one could see some of those sentiments still coming through. People talking that they were not always ANC. They were in these other parties. But that Nelson Mandela's presence, the magic of Mandela, had helped turning them around and starting to believe in the ANC. And that really brought home that the ANC was not just the external liberation movement, was not just the people in prison, but so many of the people on the ground, ordinary people that were not always with the ANC.
Young people during that time, I find, and perhaps it's a bit of a generalization or a stereotype, but it seemed as if the young people were more involved in politics and more interested during that time, during that climate, and that perhaps today not so much. Taking a look at your research back then and today, are you finding a difference in the mentality of young South Africans?
I certainly think so. Youth are always slightly less focused on politics because they've got to come to terms with how to make a life, how to qualify themselves, etc. But those times they had everything to win. They had the sense that they were on the threshold of bigger possibilities, an unequal time of doors opening for them that people before them didn't have, and people after them also had, but maybe not to that sudden floodgates open extent. So there was a great sense of excitement, and there was all this internal mobilization, UDM, MDM in South Africa internally through the 1980s into the 1990s, and youth were hugely involved in that. So they were seeing this as very much part of the fruit of their struggle as well.
Mm-hmm. And what did Dr. Nelson Mandela make of all these findings and research, statistics, etc.? What did he make of that?
I think he sort of almost instantaneously absorbed it and made it part of his new post-apartheid, we're moving into elections character. He was not always didn't always have the time. He was meeting international leaders and traveling. He wasn't always in the research briefings that we did, for example, but he was always briefed by other people in the audience. He had these special people there that go and talk to him and took research documents over to him in his office, whatever time of the day. He always wanted to be fully briefed on what was going on. And obviously, the new game was elections. He was intrigued to know what the parties, and I think he used the term Mickey Mouse parties first in those days. He was very intrigued as to what they were up to. He was ready to take the ANC into elections and into democratic government. Of course, and playing that dual game expertly, dual game of government of national unity, you conciliatory to the opposition parties, but the ANC has to have the serious upper hand. So it was conciliation, but elections is a different game. You exploit the weaknesses of your opposition.
And I mean, you just mentioned that it was all new for them.
Yes.
The leadership role, elections, presidency, all of that was a foreign concept. They had just come out of prison, so he must have been very eager and keen on getting some of that information that perhaps would put him above his opponents. And how did he go about fishing that kind of information from people?
It was foreign in a certain way, in that the ANC had not previously had the opportunity to participate in democratic elections, but it was so ingrained in his consciousness. This is part of the ideal. This is how the vehicle to the liberation of my people, the confirmation that we shall now rule in this country. And that was his frame of mind, absorbing and working with elections information.
We'll have to leave it there for now, because you and I can carry on all day talking about the times there just after he was freed from prison, the early elections, and to the research that you've done now. I know that research coming out next week, so perhaps we'll have to call you and talk to us a little bit more about that. But we'll have to leave it there for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Susan Boyson, Wits University professor there, with some of the findings of research she had done from way back in the early 19s, up to date, and one of those culminating in a book as well that she had written not too long ago. But we'll have visuals of ordinary South Africans now who are filing past the body, or who have, and are now making their way out of the union buildings there. That's a process will continue tomorrow as well, tomorrow being the last day that you can get to see Odada Nelson Mandela.
And you want to make sure that you get there very early, because I think they've only got the capacity to allow something like 2,000 people through per hour. And if you work out 10 hours, that means only 20,000 people are going to have an opportunity to see Madiba tomorrow. So don't wait until later on in the morning or later in the day, because you just won't get in and you'll be disappointed. So if you're going to do it, wake up very early, get to one of the park and ride facilities, or if you're in the vicinity, maybe you can even walk there. But please, we don't want to see the disappointment that we saw late yesterday and possibly late today if you don't get there on time. I'm not sure if our team have got the number ready, but the Department of Social Development was very concerned about the number of people that are traumatized by the news of Madiba's passing. And so what they've done is they've opened up a 24-hour helpline to give you support through this time, and it'll be open 24 hours right through till Sunday. And the number is 0860 004 015. So if you want to get some support and get somebody to talk to, there are professional counsellors that will be manning those lines. Give them a call, because I think this is something that you don't need to go through alone, and there's somebody on the other side waiting to talk to you to help you through it.
I think, Peter, what someone once said was that it's not per se just the passing of Dadu Madiba that may, leave someone very, very uncomfortable, but it's the fact that it may trigger past hurts, past experiences, or perhaps the death of someone who was much closer to you, and that may just be the catalyst that may just leave you in a position where you will be feeling very vulnerable and very lonely. So please do make use of that helpline and make sure that if you do need that help, you do receive it. And just going through what you told me a little bit earlier about how, having seen the body, it leaves you in a state where you're actually at a loss for words, and you don't quite know what to say and how to process it all, and how people were making light conversation as they went to the build-up. But when they finally saw Udada laying there and Leanne saying with snow-white hair, that it actually sinks in and you're at a loss for word. I understand he was dressed in his trademark shirts, the colourful yellow and brown shirts, Udada, with that peaceful look on his face, and we understand 4 guards with their faces down as part of the protocol that's being observed there. So that was quite a moment, I think, Peter, a moment in history, as were the proceedings there at the F&B Stadium.
Yes, indeed. And don't forget that this rolling coverage that we have for you is happening on various platforms, not just television. Our radio stations are carrying news, carrying stories and information as well. And don't forget also our online facility at SABC News Online, and there's a special page as well there /Mandela, so you can keep up to date with the coverage, and we're crossing across the country.
Indeed.
Getting a sense of how the mood is in the various centres.
You would have seen just a moment ago the F&B Stadium. I can recognise Orlando Stadium. My apologies. And you can recognise the red and white ensemble and the black and white. The red and white being the Methodist Church, or Mama Besambato, wearing the official uniform there of the Methodist Church. We do understand also the ladies in black and white. I stand to be corrected, but they could be of the Anglican Church, but they are of the Christian faith, if I can call it that, with that blanket statement of they are the believers who have gathered there at Orlando Stadium.
You know, I think often people wonder what Madiba's spirituality was, actually. I know that when he was younger that he went to a Methodist church in his early days. I'm not sure how it played out. It's not something that's often spoken about. But people who have met him describe him as a holy man, and by his nature and the way that he comported himself. Perhaps if there are people with some insights, it would be interesting to know.
I think, Peter, also in his bid to reconcile everyone, he didn't want to exclude any particular organisation by placing his faith and his belief on the table, that I believe in X, Y, Z. But he was all-encompassing in that he didn't want to seclude anyone. I'm sure he had his own belief system, but I think in his quest to bring everybody together, he didn't want to share that, and so he doesn't alienate anybody else. But he was always arms wide open to be you Jew, Muslim, Hindu, Christian. He was a man who was all-encompassing, I think, when it comes to that.
So.
But,
all right, so you're watching this special broadcast that's coming to you from our various SABC platforms, radio, television and online. And, we'll be giving you details as we get closer and closer to that state funeral that will be taking place on Sunday. Madiba's body, I believe, is going to be flown to his ancestral home late tomorrow evening after the last opportunity to view. And there'll be a traditional service that will take place on Saturday morning. And then on Sunday will be the very final farewell, the last time we have an opportunity to say goodbye to Madiba. And we'll certainly be bringing you coverage of all of that over the next few days. And you can keep your messages coming through as well at SABC News Online. We've been tracking a lot of your tweets and your messages just to get a sense of what you're thinking. And perhaps if you're at Union Buildings today, maybe you can tweet us and just tell us what your experience has been if you've managed to walk past us, the people that you're seeing on your screen now. And it is just one of those moments you can't quite prepare yourself for because you don't know how you're going to feel. But consistently, most people have just walked away in silence. And I think just having a moment to remember or to think, what have I just seen, what have I just experienced? And that's Madiba's body there lying in state.
And as you said, he will be laid to rest on Sunday. And let's see how the preparations are going in Kunu. I know that one of our colleagues, Peter, is standing by there just to give us some detail as to what community members are having to say. We do understand some of them have been told to not go to the actual funeral for reasons that have to do with space and capacity there, but they've been called upon to go to various viewing sites or also stay at home and watch on TV. Some reports that indicate that not too many people are pleased with that, but let's hear the word from the ground now from Yuri, I believe. A very good morning to you. What's the latest from Kunu?
Hi, good morning. Yes, welcome you to Kunu. Today is the third day straight of rain. The area is completely soaked. We're coming to you here from the Youth and Heritage Centre up on the hill, about a kilometre away from former President Nelson Mandela's home. And today, his spirit is alive and well in Kunu. Over the years, President Mandela used to have legendary Christmas parties for the kids from Kunu, where he would hand out gifts and spend time with the kids and share his love and magic with them. Well, he might not be with us, but his spirit lives on as today there's a Christmas party here at the Youth and Heritage Centre, and there's about 400 children here from Kunu that will enjoy the gift of receiving today. They've been singing in the back here. They gave a rousing rendition of Nkosi Sikeleli Africa. The process has just started, so within the next 10 to 20 minutes, the smiles on these kids' faces will literally be from ear to ear.
Just bring us up to speed with how the proceedings are going as far as funeral arrangements. Now, we can see the children that you spoke of just behind you there, smiling and waving at the camera. I think Madiba would have chuckled at the sight of that. But just take us to Sunday and what we're expecting as far as proceedings, whether or not the members of the family, not the family, I should say, but community members, whether or not they'll be allowed to attend?
Well, according to Xhosa tradition, people from the area and family members, funerals are not by invitation. A funeral you go to pay your last respects. So the door is open. Currently, the big marquee at the house of Nelson Mandela is being set up. It's nearly complete as the crews have worked tirelessly over the last 5 days to set that up. That thing is the size to deal with between 4,000 and 5,000 people. Then various viewing points will be set up throughout the area here. Kunu, here at the Youth and Heritage Centre, Mkhekezweni, where Nelson Mandela spent a lot of his school years, then also Mvezo, where Nelson Mandela was born. Just weather-wise, the weather have played havoc. As I've said, over the last 3 days, we've had incessant rain here. The crews have tried to keep up at best. It has interfered a little. Some of the time schedules are behind, but the guys are already putting in the extra hours. Currently, the marquee tents for the broadcast here at the Youth and Heritage Centre is up. The trucks have arrived with the mobile studios. That will be the setting up of that will start today. The cables have been laid. The communication lines have been put in. Guys from Telkom have been hard at work since last week, Sunday, putting in the data lines. The networks are in. So come Sunday, for the big broadcast, everything will be in place. What we will see on Saturday, the body will come down this side with the military planes and the full entourage. The cavalcade will then also go through the city of Mthatha, where people will have a chance to view the casket as it's coming through here to Kunu, where the body will be moved through to the Mandela residence. And there will also be a night vigil on Saturday before the big day on Sunday.
Well, the big tree has fallen. Keith Cause of the ANC calling him a baobab tree. And the heavens replied by pouring rain throughout southern Africa from Tuesday till Wednesday morning. Why? Well, maybe the angels were showing us the grace that we must not shed any more tears. Well, may we then cross to Zimkita, who is one of our journalists posted in and around Umtata in the Eastern Cape, to brief us on all that is happening there. Zimkita, very good morning to you. Tradition coming to the fore as well, superstitions and beliefs as to what the rain has in store and what it symbolizes also coming to the party, isn't it?
Good morning and welcome to Tsitsiga FET College, Ayanda. This is where hundreds of people will gather today to pay their last respects to Nelson Mandela. This is a day where the regional area of OR Tambo is meeting together in prayer in a different way. We've seen them mourning traditionally, postponing all their joyous celebrations in rural villages. But this time around, they are uniting in prayer to bid Madiba farewell. With me now is one of the congregants who went together with Madiba in church to tell us why they felt it was important to gather this morning here. Masikubulise mama sikwamkele khasichazela uba wena into nekususile endlini yakho waqomba uzawuza apha.
Enkosi sisi mna ndinguMrs Msotyana ongu district president here in this district, Clarkbury district. Silapha because sitsalwa ngutata Madiba. Utata Madiba was our member in church. Ubeyinto ebalulekileyo kakhulu ebomeni bethu. He is so important and we'll never forget indima ayidlalileyo kuthi ngokubanzi singumzantsi Afrika, kuthi ngokubanzi singama Kristu, because indlela ayidlaleleyo udlale as uMoses ngokwaseBhayibhelini oye wavuma ukuthunywa imeko zimaxongo zingavumi, but wavuma ukuthunywa kuba akhulule abantu bakwaSirayeli. So as uMzantsi Afrika nathi besingabantu bebebophelelekile, wavela uMadiba waza usihlangula kwimbophelelo yamabhulu. So we are here as Women's Manyano to celebrate his life, and we are here since it is Thursday today. We would like to be abantu nathi abamqubile ababandakanyekayo kwinkonzo yakhe.
Okay, I know you're not only praying to say farewell to Madiba, but you're also praying for this country. What exactly are you praying for?
We are praying for peace. If kuyangokwethu sinqwenela okokuba sengaselento beyiyo utata Madiba singafuza yena ekwenzeni kwethu konke sithi indlela esiye sambone yiyo nathi sithi play that role so that uMzantsi Afrika ube ngumZantsi Afrika obunqwenelwa ngutata Madiba, siphile impilo esazi utata Madiba benqwenela basiphileyo.
Thank you very much for your time. There you have it, Ayanda. They are not just praying to say goodbye to Madiba, but they are only praying for peace in this country so that the democracy that he fought for remains. Preparations are in place to receive his body when he comes here on Saturday. We are told that it will be received by Mthatha Airport, and then a human chain will be happening in town where people will join hands all the way to Kunu. Madiba's body will travel in between those people joining their hands. This is a chance for them to get as close to them as they can. Unfortunately, it won't be the same situation like it is in Pretoria when people can get to view him, but they are encouraged to go there and view his coffin while it moves all the way to Kunu. What I can also mention is that as from today, the Mthatha Airport will be a no-fly zone. It will only allow special flights flying in there and dignitaries that are coming there What I can also tell you is that some of the family members have already arrived in Kunu yesterday, and they were performing their traditional rituals ahead of the funeral on Saturday. And the public is encouraged to go to public mourning areas to view the funeral, as not everyone will be allowed in the Kunu homestead for the funeral arrangements, as only 4,500 guests will be allowed in the homestead for the funeral. That's all we have time for here. It's now back to you in Johannesburg.
Thank you very much, Zimkita. Umama there, as a guest of Zimkita, just likens Dadu Nelson Mandela to the biblical person of Moses, who liberated the Israelites. And Umama there saying that Madiba also broke the chains and liberated South Africans. And her desire and her prayer is that we would emulate Dadu Nelson Mandela and live up to the values and the teachings that he had bestowed. Well, let's go to the mother city now. We go to Cape Town, where Abria Barbria is standing by. Very good morning to you, Abria.
Hi, good morning, Ayanda. Ayanda, I'm standing on the steps of the St. George's Anglican Cathedral here in Cape Town, and a memorial service is about to begin here. Now, this memorial has been arranged by the Department of International Relations, and various international ambassadors based in this country are converging and meeting here today, where they are going to be paying tribute and honouring the life of Nelson Mandela. With me at the moment, I have veteran journalist and author Zubaydah Jaffer, who spent so much time as a journalist while reporting. She spent lots of time with Nelson Mandela, and she's going to be telling us a few stories. Welcome, Zubaydah.
Thank you, Adrian.
Can you tell me what stood out, what stands out about Madiba?
Besides the things that have already been said, what struck me most is that he is in body a combination of the original people of South Africa, the Khoisan, and the Amaxhosa. And his mother, from his mother's side, is Khoisan. From his father's side, is Amaxhosa. And it's such a strong link that he expressed in so many ways. For example, he chose Jake Sharpeville as his Director General, as his chief person. And the two of them really, in a lot of what they did, made the decisions to bring together people from the former coloured community and the African community as often as possible. For me, it's a great pity that, especially in the Western Cape, that the people from the coloured community do not fully appreciate that they have brought about one of the greatest leaders of the century, and that they should understand that, and they should feel proud, and they should not just remember the way they were despised and treated badly in the early years of the colonial rule. They were treated like less than animals, really, if you read the history. And it's really, really something that Madiba, I know, was very, very concerned about. Because we are one people, and we need to start understanding that, and that we are all Africans. We belong to this part of the world, and we have to build it up as far as we can.
Zubaydah, you are speaking about reading up on history, and I'm sure lots of people don't fully appreciate because maybe they are ignorant. How do we encourage people to go back and to read up and to learn about where they come from so that they know where to go going forward?
Well, it's a great pity that our education system is so lopsided, because just for example, I've looked at the textbooks at the University of the Free State for the journalism students, and I'm appalled that it doesn't deal adequately with the history of journalism itself, and the fact that our earliest journalists, South African journalists, were around in the 1800s. Now, we as a people, we have to restore our pride and our honor and our dignity, because we have a lot to be proud of. And Madiba, as I said, embodies that. He embodies the fact that from a people who were, as I said, despised and treated like nothing by the colonialists, he rose up and became, our icon. And from this we must draw strength, and we mustn't look elsewhere to be world class. We are world class. And if we're not world class, we are South African class. I mean, we are South African in this part of the world, and we are proud of that.
Zubeida, you obviously spent lots of time with Nelson Mandela. Any light-hearted stories you can share with us about him?
You know, the strangest experience I had was when I was alone with him on Valentine's Day, the year after the bombing of the Twin Towers. And I'd written a story criticizing him and his support of George Bush at the time. And it took him 5 months of arranging for me to sit with him and to explain to me that he was, why he had decided that and why he had changed his mind. But 5 months after I'd written the story, the moment was gone, everything was gone. And so I sat there here in Bishop's Court, looking at him, thinking it's Valentine's Day, and looking at how beautiful he was, and looking at the mountain behind him and the flowers, and looking at his tall form. And, you know, I failed completely as a journalist. I hardly heard what he said because I was just so happy to be with him and so enthralled that I was there on Valentine's Day.
Zubeida, thank you so much for your time today. Ayanda, back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Abria, thank you so much. Well, we turn our attention to this. I know in your interview, Abria, you asked about what it was about Madiba that stood out so much. And here's one of the many things that stood out. They were bright, bold, and some dismissed them as being out of hand, although I know many of us appreciated them. What am I talking about? The Madiba shirt, made famous by the icon himself. It's become a bestseller. I must tell you, the designer recalled the meeting that they had with the elder statesman. Let's take a look at this.
And my father likes beautiful people. I mean, he just likes and flourishes in beauty. I mean, you look at the way that he dresses. When he was a lawyer, he went to a special tailor that few Africans went to cut him. You know, he's suave, you know, and he likes to look immaculate. I mean, even in his old age, you know. He sort of started a fashion trend with the Madiba shirts.
What is that? What do we decide, by the way?
You must, well, it's acceptable for you to wear, and it's not acceptable for you not to wear a bow tie, a black bow tie.
I would like something which indicates that we are not far from the lifestyle of our people.
A bow tie in the evening is formal but festive.
And you look so handsome in it. We've worn it in Washington, you've worn it at the Carlton.
Nothing bow tie, man. It's not something that I would feel most uncomfortable. Every time I put on that thing, I can't even talk. I find it difficult to talk. I would prefer just a suit.
Okay.
But it must be a dignified suit and so on.
No.
To England. I remembered Her Majesty the Queen invited me for dinner. We were laughing at that time, are you going to wear a tail or this? And he says, no, I've had a very special black shirt that I had made, a silk one, and that's what I'm going to wear. And he wore this basic plain black shirt in silk with a little bit of white trimming.
I think it speaks of a lot of confidence to wear what you personally have claimed as your own look when you meet somebody as formal as the Queen, because there are a whole lot of rules and regulations.
Of course.
He's made it his own national costume, I suppose. That's how he would view it. And he certainly doesn't look out of place, and he doesn't look informally dressed when he's dressed like that.
Way Mandela dressed and he carried it so well, he looked better than the people that were wearing tails.
Guess what he did? When there was nice jazz music that was taking place, he started doing a Madiba jive. And the Queen made a little bit of movement as well, because you can feel that it is real. He's living in a real world.
If you reach that level, not only of statesmanship, but of a global humanitarian, I mean, you know, Gandhi basically wore a potato sack, and it didn't really matter. So I think, you know, when Madiba decides to step out in a rather loud shirt, he could also be wearing a potato sack, and nobody really would give a damn.
I've been asked to define style many times, and I've really looked for a definition. And the closest I can get to it is it's very enigmatic, it's very subtle, but it's that thing that turns heads. So many people with style create their own trends. They create their own lovely look. And it definitely has a lot to do with confidence as well.
We just don't have the made for him. And he literally wants to see the fabric. He gets involved.
In the end of the day, what you wear is really what you feel inside and who you are inside. So it's a very, very good mirror.
Those times when you were black, you know, doesn't matter whether you're going to look for a job or not, you always used to be well turned out. You've got to be clean, you've got to be smart and be well-dressed. That creates an impression.
He was very much part of his era. And anyway, his posture and just, you know, the way he dresses, I think, is ingrained. You get born with style.
A, you would be impressed by the way he's dressed. B, you'd come to the conclusion that he must be somebody important or doing a very important job. Anybody who's well-dressed like that would be somebody of stature. He used to part his hair, which we used to call it the division. And, you know, it was a sort of an indication of an educated person. We were much under British influence, our education, and therefore if you were educated or supposed to be educated, you would dress British in what they used to call Oxfords and Battersby hats, you know. So they were all normally well turned out.
He had a shop in Market Street where Nelson Mandela's office wasn't too far away. And he used to pop in, and at that time my father always said that he was very immaculately dressed. He always wore a three-piece suit and always wanted his shirts white.
As any impressionable young lawyer, you're trying to make headway into your professional life, into personal life. There's lots of people to impress, whether it's on the female side or whether it's your work colleagues, or if you're coming up against an apartheid system, you've got to kind of look the part and be able to really, really speak to those kind of people and be at the same level.
He specifically said he needed a grey suit, he needed the right tie, he needed a white shirt, and very, very specific, the suit mustn't be too heavy, it must be three-piece. He was very conscious of what he wears, as you see up to today. when he went to Indonesia, an interesting thing happened is that he switched to shirts. And we asked why all of a sudden the shirts. And he wanted to identify with the mass majority of the people in South Africa that weren't wearing suits.
Because, like I say, that a person in suits in the olden days was somebody of stature and a sort of untouchable person. But by wearing a shirt, the way he does it, he's one of the people, he's amongst the people, and identifies with the people.
I'm sorry I'm in such a hurry. Very, very nice. I'm sorry I'm in such a hurry. But I thought that it was important for me to come and shake hands with all of you.
On a few levels, perhaps, he decided to become more like the father of the nation, more accessible. Perhaps that informal style of governance that he had started changing the way he dressed.
Now, that's an ordinary person. Now you look at him as an ordinary person. You don't look at him as a statesman. The statesman comes secondary.
And he had 2 shirts from Indonesia, and then he asked for more. And then he said, no, I should have my own shirts made in South Africa. Let's get fabrics. I then went to Italy to a good manufacturer and said, I need shirts to be made, specifically this shirt. And the president said, no, my shirts must be different, must be longer than a normal shirt.
And then also you must look at it that at the bottom, it must have a cut from here, because most of the shirts are also to use for the outside kind of tagging them out. That's one of the things. And then also you check out your sleeves. When you look at your sleeves as well, straightforward, they must be long. And then also you get this nice cuffs here and the nice buttons, that going across here. This is what you need to check it out, that at the end of the day, when it sits, it must be comfortable on your calves. The main thing that you'll get is that it must have the collar. When you are wearing it, you must button it up here. You cannot leave this open. Once you leave it open, it becomes too casual. And your button must be concealed like here. This is what we call a Madiba shirt.
I think the Madiba shirts are beautiful. I think a lot of people don't know how to wear them. I think they must really look at how Madiba wears them himself. He always buttons the top button. It looks very crisp. He never tucks it in. He's got a very specific way of wearing it. And I'm sure they're starched. They really do look formal. I love them. I think he can wear them always.
I don't want to liken Nelson Mandela to a supermodel, but there's a certain reason why supermodels are supermodels, and it is that incredible stature and a presence. If a supermodel's got that X factor, then Mandela's got like triple X factor, and comes in bucket loads. And if you combine that with the height, and just the way he carries himself, it's an extremely proud and gracious at the same time way of walking and of being. And I just think that, whatever you put on it, you put a suit on him, you put a fancy shirt or something like that, that personality is going to really, really shine out.
I'm going to look like a peacock.
The most important thing you learn from Madiba is it's the person that carries the clothes, not the clothes that carry the person, and that's really important.
did a movie with Samuel L. Jackson and Juliette Binoche called In My Country. And I remember it was premiered in Rosebank, and Madiba was there. And they said we must come and take a photo with him. I remember he looked at me and he said, Menze, you are good at what you do. Keep up the good work, young man. I'll never forget that day. Madiba, yeah, ma'am. Hamba kahle tata.
Nelson Mandela embodies courage.
He never wanted to take the credit for himself.
He is a man who has taught us the importance of giving selflessly.
He embodies selflessness, the ability to look beyond one's own needs, one's own desires, and do what needs to be done for society as opposed to just myself.
Mandela's first television interview.
There is room for all the various races in this country. The Africans want the franchise on the basis of one man, one vote. They want political independence.
No one is born hating another person for the color of their skin, religion, or background. Even in the grimmest times, I have seen glimmers of humanity which reassured me that man's goodness is a flame that can never be extinguished.
Mr. Nelson Mandela, a free man taking his first steps into a new South Africa.
Amandla in Africa. Hallelujah. And never again shall it be that this beautiful land will again experience the oppression of one by another. Let freedom reign. God bless Africa.
Welcome to Mandela and I, the show that's usually presented by Vuyo Mvoko. Now, as Vuyo is making his way to Kunu, from where the show will be presented tomorrow. So for this evening, we thought we'd bring you some of the standout speeches of this week, and then to be followed by 2 documentaries on our Rainbow Nation. So let's take a look.
Madiba, your long walk to freedom has not ended. It is just the passing of an era. We pick up your spear to continue a long walk towards the economic emancipation for all, so that this economy of ours must reflect the demographics of the new South African Rainbow Nation. As I close, let me go back to the beginning. Dalibung, Sombich, Madiba, Jomo, Yemyin, Ngolumsil, Vilabempensel. The big tree has fallen. The baobab has fallen. The world will never be the same again. A pledge we make to you, Mr. President, is that as a nation, we will keep on walking. I thank you.
He was saying to the people, do nothing. Wait until the apartheid judicial system decides indeed to confirm the death sentence. So they said, don't do it. So Bram said to us, you young people, I don't know whether you have the same courage. Because here are these people, and they knew that by not appealing, they were possibly standing the danger of being hanged. But I'm saying that surely we have a duty to celebrate the example they set, celebrate their lives for the sacrifices that they were ready to make. But indeed, I think also in that context, we should not forget the sacrifices that other people made. Nelson Mandela was in jail for 27 years. Walter Sisulu and some others were there for 26 years. They released them in phases. My father was there for 25 years. But there were people who were hanged, who died. There were people who were thrown out of police windows and fell to their death. There were people who were shot, including children. So I'm saying, as we celebrate the life of Mandela and all the others, and indeed pay tribute to their sacrifices, we must not forget that there were other people who made enormous sacrifices, including sacrificing their lives. But this is a generation that bequeathed to us many values. And I think principal about the values that they bequeathed to us was this value to serve the people, not to serve themselves. Values such as commitment to principle, that you are in this thing because we uphold certain principles. It might be difficult to achieve them, but the fact that it's difficult to achieve them doesn't mean you abandon the principle of betrayal. They might be unpopular. There might be opponents who might even have a louder voice. But if this thing is right, then you got to stand up and say it's right. And you've got to stand up and say whatever is its opposite is wrong. So I'm saying there's a whole set of values that they bequeathed to all of us, which is part of why we celebrate their lives. But I think that the celebration of those lives, means a commitment to what lives stand for. It must mean that. It can't just be a celebration and then I go home nicely and say, I celebrated. What do I do about these things I was celebrating? We face many challenges, as all of us are aware. The departure of Nelson Mandela, and indeed so soon before we celebrated the 20th anniversary of our democracy, poses a challenge to ask ourselves the question, where are we? Here are these goals I was saying, which this generation helped to build and in the end got accepted by the whole of society, of non-racialism, of non-sexism, of national reconciliation, of a prosperous society, of a shared prosperity, of the eradication of poverty and so on. Where are we with regard to the achievement of these goals? I think we need a critical examination of that, a self-critical examination of that, so that we're able to say, what did we do right and what did we do wrong, and what is it that we did and what is it that we didn't do. So that indeed, hopefully, we can then elaborate a common way forward for the whole country. My sense, in terms of that review, one of the things that if I was asked, I would say, we still need to do more work to achieve the goal of national reconciliation. And I would say that it's important also then to say, we as a people, what actions are we, all of us, taking to address, for instance, the matter of poverty? If you are rich and you live here in the Midrand, what contribution are you making to the eradication of poverty? If you are an investor in the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, we must answer this question together with me. What is it that we're doing to eradicate this poverty? And that is only when we're able to act together to address important national challenges like that we can say we are really making progress with regard to national reconciliation. It can't be that national reconciliation consists in our ability to drink tea together. Can't be. We've got all of these enormous challenges ahead of us, which all of us know. Even as you just go around the country, you can see it's visible, it's in our eyes, that the legacy of apartheid lives on. What is it that we need to do to accelerate progress towards the eradication of this legacy? In the end, I think, for us to be able to address those matters correctly, to accelerate this progress that we need, we'll come back to this matter about the quality of leadership. The struggle for liberation called for the kind of leadership we try to speak about. The Mandelas and the others who were ready to sacrifice and ready to serve the people. This struggle we are faced with now is in many respects more complex. It's more difficult. It's even difficult to see who's an enemy. I think exactly because we're dealing with this more complex struggle, therefore we need to raise the level of the quality of the leadership that must give us. Saying, let us all own the Mandela legacy. And if we own it, if all of us own this legacy, we would always make sure that we would never allow anybody to betray it. Thank you very much.
It is hard to eulogize any man, to capture in words not just the facts and the dates that make a life, but the essential truth of a person, their private joys and sorrows, the quiet moments and unique qualities that illuminate someone's soul. How much harder to do so for a giant of history who moved a nation toward justice and in the process moved billions around the world. Born during World War I, far from the corridors of power, a boy raised herding cattle and tutored by the elders of his Thembu tribe, Madiba would emerge as the last great liberator of the 20th century. Like Gandhi, he would lead a resistance movement, a movement that at its start had little prospect for success. Like Dr. King, he would give potent voice to the claims of the oppressed and the moral necessity of racial justice. He would endure a brutal imprisonment that began in the time of Kennedy and Khrushchev and reached the final days of the Cold War. Emerging from prison without the force of arms, he would, like Abraham Lincoln, hold his country together when it threatened to break apart. And like America's founding fathers, he would erect a constitutional order to preserve freedom for future generations, a commitment to democracy and rule of law, ratified not only by his election, but by his willingness to step down from power after only one term. Given the sweep of his life, the scope of his accomplishments, the adoration that he so rightly earned, it's tempting, I think, to remember Nelson Mandela as an icon, smiling and serene, detached from the tawdry affairs of lesser men. But Madiba himself strongly resisted such a lifeless portrait. Instead, Madiba insisted on sharing with us his doubts and his fears, his miscalculations, along with his victories. I am not a saint, he said, unless you think of a saint as a sinner who keeps on trying. And it was precisely because he could admit to imperfection, because he could be so full of good humor, even mischief, despite the heavy burdens that he carried, that we loved him so. He was not a bust made of marble. He was a man of flesh and blood, a son and a husband, a father and a friend. And that's why we learn so much from him, and that's why we can learn from him still. For nothing he achieved was inevitable. In the arc of his life, we see a man who earned his place in history through struggle and shrewdness and persistence and faith. He tells us what is possible, not just in the pages of history books, but in our own lives as well. Mandela showed us the power of action, of taking risks on behalf of our ideals. Perhaps Mandela was right that he inherited a proud rebelliousness, a stubborn sense of fairness from his father. And we know he shared with millions of black and colored South Africans the anger born of 1,000 slights, 1,000 indignities, 1,000 unremembered moments, a desire to fight the system that imprisoned my people, he said. But like other early giants of the ANC, the Sisulus and the Tambos, Madiba disciplined his anger and channeled his desire to fight into organization and platforms and strategies for action, so men and women could stand up for their God-given dignity. Moreover, he accepted the consequences of his actions, knowing that standing up to powerful interests and injustice carries a price. I have fought against white domination, and I have fought against black domination. I've cherished the ideal of a democratic and free society in which all persons live together in harmony and equal opportunities. It is an ideal which I hope to live for and to achieve, but if needs be, it is an ideal for which I am prepared to die. Mandela taught us the power of action, but he also taught us the power of ideas, the importance of reason and arguments, the need to study not only those who you agree with, but also those who you don't agree with. He understood that ideas cannot be contained by prison walls or extinguished by a sniper's bullet. He turned his trial into an indictment of apartheid because of his eloquence and his passion, but also because of his training as an advocate. He used decades of prison to sharpen his arguments, but also to spread his thirst for knowledge to others in the movement. And he learned the language and the customs of his oppressors so that one day he might better convey to them how their own freedom depend upon his. Mandela just demonstrated that action and ideas are not enough. No matter how right, they must also be chiseled into law and institutions. He was practical, testing his beliefs against the hard surface of circumstance and history. On core principles, he was unyielding, which is why he could rebuff offers of unconditional release, reminding the apartheid regime that prisoners cannot enter into contracts. But as he showed in painstaking negotiations to transfer power and draft new laws, he was not afraid to compromise for the sake of a larger goal. And because he was not only a leader of a movement, but a skillful politician, the Constitution that emerged was worthy of this multiracial democracy, true to his vision of laws that protect minority as well as majority rights and the precious freedoms of every South African. And finally, Mandela understood the ties that bind the human spirit. There's a word in South Africa, Ubuntu. A word that captures Mandela's greatest gift. His recognition that we are all bound together in ways that are invisible to the eye. That there's a oneness to humanity. That we achieve ourselves by sharing ourselves with others and caring for those around us. We can never know how much of this sense was innate in him or how much was shaped in a dark and solitary cell. But we remember the gestures, large and small, introducing his jailers as honored guests at his inauguration, taking a pitch in a Springbok uniform, turning his family's heartbreak into a call to confront HIV/AIDS that revealed the depths of his empathy and his understanding. He not only embodied Ubuntu, he taught millions to find that truth within themselves. It took a man like Madiba to free not just the prisoner, but the jailer as well. To show that you must trust others so that they may trust you. To teach that reconciliation is not a matter of ignoring a cruel past, but a means of confronting it with inclusion and generosity and truth. He changed laws, but he also changed hearts. For the people of South Africa, for those he inspired around the globe, Madiba's passing is rightly a time of mourning and a time to celebrate a heroic life. But I believe it should also prompt in each of us a time for self-reflection. With honesty, regardless of our station or our circumstance, we must ask, how well have I applied his lessons in my own life? It's a question I ask myself as a man and as a president. We know that, like South Africa, the United States had to overcome centuries of racial subjugation. As was true here, it took sacrifice, the sacrifices of countless people, known and unknown, to see the dawn of a new day. Michelle and I are beneficiaries of that struggle. But in America and in South Africa and in countries all around the globe, we cannot allow our progress to cloud the fact that our work is not yet done. The struggles that follow the victory of formal equality or universal franchise may not be as filled with drama and moral clarity as those that came before, but they are no less important. For around the world today, we still see children suffering from hunger and disease. We still see rundown schools. We still see young people without prospects for the future. Around the world today, men and women are still imprisoned for their political beliefs and are still persecuted for what they look like and how they worship and who they love. That is happening today. And so we too must act on behalf of justice. We too must act on behalf of peace. There are too many people who happily embrace Madiba's legacy of racial reconciliation, but passionately resist even modest reforms that would challenge chronic poverty and growing inequality. There are too many leaders who claim solidarity with Madiba's struggle for freedom, but do not tolerate dissent from their own people. And there are too many of us on the sidelines, comfortable in complacency or cynicism, when our voices must be heard. The questions we face today, how to promote equality and justice, how to uphold freedom and human rights, how to end conflict and sectarian war, these things do not have easy answers. But there were no easy answers in front of that child born in World War I. Nelson Mandela reminds us that it always seems impossible until it is done. South Africa shows that is true. South Africa shows we can change, that we can choose a world defined not by our differences, but by our common hopes. We can choose a world defined not by conflict, but by peace and justice and opportunity. We will never see the likes of Nelson Mandela again. But let me say to the young people of Africa and the young people around the world, you too can make his life work your own. Over 30 years ago, while still a student, I learned of Nelson Mandela and the struggles taking place in this beautiful land. And it stirred something in me. It woke me up to my responsibilities, to others and to myself. And it set me on an improbable journey that finds me here today. And while I will always fall short of Madiba's example, he makes me want to be a better man. He speaks to what's best inside us. After this great liberator is laid to rest, and when we've returned to our cities and villages and rejoined our daily routines, let us search for his strength. Let us search for his largeness of spirit somewhere inside of ourselves. And when the night grows dark, when injustice weighs heavy on our hearts, when our best laid plans seem beyond our reach, let us think of Madiba and the words that brought him comfort within the four walls of his cell. It matters not how straight the gate, how charged the punishment, the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. What a magnificent soul it was. We will miss him deeply. May God bless the memory of Nelson Mandela. May God bless the people of South Africa.
The Mandela family, the South African people, and the African continent as a whole feel stronger today because we are being comforted by millions throughout the world. Dear South Africans, that we are Madiba's compatriots and have lived during his time is a cause for a great celebration and enormous pride. Never before has our country celebrated a life as we are doing with that of Madiba today. We do not call Madiba the father of our rainbow nation merely for political correctness or relevance. We do so because he laid a firm foundation for the South Africa of our dreams, one that is united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and prosperous. We do because Madiba was a courageous leader. Courageous leaders are able to abandon their narrow concerns for bigger and all-embracing dreams, even if those dreams come at a huge cost. Madiba embodied this trait. He was a fearless freedom fighter who refused to allow the brutality of the apartheid state to stand in the way of the struggle for the liberation of his people. Being a lawyer, he understood the possible consequences of his actions, but he also knew that no unjust system could last forever. He said at the ANC Youth League conference in 1951, and I quote, "True, the struggle will be a bitter one. Leaders will be deported, imprisoned, and even shot. The government will terrorize the people and their leaders in an effort to hold the forward march. Ordinary forms of organization will be rendered impossible, but the spirit of the people cannot be crushed until full victory is won." Unquote. The struggle became Madiba's life. He was at the forefront of the radical change in the ANC in the 1940s, advancing the long walk to freedom. He became a volunteer-in-chief during the defiance campaign in the early 1950s and became the first commander-in-chief of the ANC's armed wing, Umkhonto weSizwe, in the early 1960s. He paid dearly for his beliefs and actions through imprisonment. He stated in 1962, and I quote, "I was made by the law a criminal, not because of what I had done, but because of what I stood for, because of what I thought, because of my conscience." Unquote. Arrested and sentenced to life imprisonment during the Rivonia trial later in 1964, he never lost his fighting spirit. For 27 years, the South African people spoke about him in harsh tones out of fear. In fact, if the apartheid government had its way, they would have been burned even from thinking about Madiba. But the powerful name of Nelson Mandela lived on. He continued to inspire our people every single day from inside prison walls. He demonstrated unique leadership in spite and starting negotiations with the enemy whilst in prison. He also negotiated for the release of his fellow political prisoners first, before his own release. His release from Victor Verster prison on the 11th of February 1990 was one of the most remarkable and moving moments in the world history. The world came to a standstill, watching this tall, imposing figure walking out into a world he had left behind 27 years before. The enormous emotions and feelings we felt on that day are difficult to express in human language. A downtrodden people who had been dehumanized and made to feel like pariahs in the land of their birth suddenly saw signs that freedom would be attained in their lifetime. South Africa needed a leader like Madiba to help us through a difficult transition from apartheid to a free democratic society. In the bumpy road to our historic first free and fair elections, there are many times that he brought our nation back from the brink of catastrophe. The massacre at Boipatong in 1992 and the killing of the popular leader of our people, Chris Hani, in 1993 are some of the occasions when our country faltered in its long walk to freedom, when we stared into the heart of darkness. It is at this time that Madiba restored a sense of calm and the purpose and brought us back on the road to freedom. South Africa's first democratic elections were largely peaceful because of his leadership that he displayed. Indeed, there is no one like Madiba. He was one of a kind. Today, on International Human Rights Day, we celebrate Madiba, the man of peace. Today is the 20th anniversary of his being awarded the Nobel Peace Prize on the 10th of December in 1993. This freedom fighter had always stated that the ANC had resorted to arms because the intransigence of the apartheid regime, which responded with violence, bannings, and detentions to simple demands for equal citizenship, human rights, and justice. To him, for South Africa to attain peace, the armed struggle was inevitable, but it was a means to an end, but not an end in itself. Madiba's love for peace was also evident in the work he did in the continent. People of Burundi enjoy peace and democracy today because of the seeds of peace planted by Madiba. Following the historic national elections on the 27th April 1994, an unprecedented number of heads of state and government and eminent persons from around the world descended upon our shores for Madiba's inauguration as the first president of a free and democratic South Africa. Today, the whole world is standing still again to pay tribute to this greatest son of South Africa and Africa. Fellow mourners, there is no one like Madiba. He was one of a kind. The world speaks fondly of Madiba's promotion of unity, reconciliation, and non-racialism during his presidency. He had declared as follows during the trial in 1964, and I quote, "The ANC has spent half a century fighting against racism. When it triumphs, it will not change that policy," unquote. Thus, his promotion of non-racialism and reconciliation during his tenure as President of the Republic was not surprising. Compatriots and friends, speaking at the adoption of a new constitution of the Republic adopted in 1996, Madiba outlined the vision of the new society. He said, and I quote, "Let us give practical recognition to the injustices of the past by building a future based on equality and social justice. Let us nurture our national unity by recognizing with respect and joy the languages, cultures, and religions of South Africa in all their diversity. Let tolerance for one another's view create the peaceful conditions which give space for the best in all of us to find expression and to flourish. Above all, let us work together in striving to banish homelessness, illiteracy, hunger, and disease," unquote. With the magnitude of challenges facing the young South Africa in mind, Madiba set about uniting the nation. He carefully managed the anger and frustration of both the oppressors and the oppressed, and reminded us of our common humanity that transcended racial boundaries. He also managed both the fears of the minority and the high expectations and impatience of the majority. He told us that the promises of democracy would not be met overnight, and that the fears of the few would not be allowed to derail the new one freedom. We all agreed with him, as Madiba never hesitated to speak his mind when it was necessary to do so, regardless of how uncomfortable the words may be to recipients. Many leaders, some of whom are present here, have experienced his sharp tongue. Realizing the power of sport to conquer prejudice, former President Mandela embraced South Africa's 1995 Rugby World Cup ambitions, donning the Springbok jersey at a time when it was much marginalized by the majority of the population. This would be a hallmark of his presidency. Our sports teams yearned for the Madiba magic that his visit would bring each time they faced formidable opponents. Beyond promoting reconciliation, Madiba also laid a firm foundation for transformation as well as reconciliation and development. He knew that reconciliation without transformation and reconstruction would be meaningless. Under his leadership, the new democratically elected government focused on addressing historical injustices and created new institutions to facilitate the building of a democratic society based on the principles of non-racialism and non-sexism. Close to 800 racist apartheid laws were removed from the statute books in the first 10 years of democracy. The dismantling of the legal framework of apartheid and transformation of many state institutions led to the visible improvement of the socio-economic conditions of millions of people. Thus, Madiba laid a foundation for a better life for all, which was the rallying cry of his presidency. Madiba also laid the foundation for our country's now successful fight against one of the greatest scourges of our time, that of HIV and AIDS, while still in office and during his retirement. The Global 46664 campaign gave birth to Mandela Day, a global call to action, mobilizing people to spend at least 67 minutes helping those in need. In November 2009, the United Nations General Assembly declared the 18th of July as Nelson Mandela International Day. Each year of the 18th of July, the world comes together to celebrate Mandela Day, recognizing Madiba's selfless sacrifice in betterment of others. Indeed, Madiba was one of a kind. Bantu baseMzansi Afrika silahlekela kakhulu ngobaba wesizwe utata uMadiba. Siyazi futhi besimthanda kakhulu, namanje samthanda kakhulu futhi. Leli qhawe libekile induku ebandla. Sikhumbula namhlanjena leli volunteer elikhulu likaKhongolose. Sikhumbula umkhuzi uqala wamabutho omkhonto wesizwe. Sikhumbula iqhawe elazinikezela ladela ukufa emba ukuze likhulu labantu bakubo. Sikhumbula iqhawe lakithi, iqhawe laseningizimu Afrika elalo labantu bakithi ukuthi baphile kangcono, babe ngabantu abakhululekileyo. Sikhumbula iqhawe lakithi elabayidela kufa, ladela ukufa lifela thina abantu abamnyama. Compatriots and friends, while saying Madiba was one of a kind, we also remember that he believed in collective leadership and that he never wanted to be viewed as a messiah or a saint. He emphasized that all his achievements were derived from working with the ANC collective, from whom, in his own words, were men and women who were more capable than he was. Thus, the South Africa that you see today is a reflection of a Madiba and many others like him who sacrificed their lives for a free nation. We thus remain truly grateful to his peers, Walter Sisulu, Oliver Reginald Tambo, Govan Mbeki, Raymond Mhlaba, Dorothy Nyembe, Florence Muposho, and countless others who left indelible marks in the history of our struggle. Compatriots and friends, today Madiba is no more. He leaves behind a nation that loves him dearly. He leaves a continent that is truly proud to call him an African. He leaves the people of the world who embraced him as their own beloved icon. Most importantly, he leaves behind a deeply entrenched legacy of freedom, human rights, and democracy in our country. In his honor, we commit ourselves to continue building a nation based on the democratic values of human dignity, equality, and freedom. United in our diversity, we will continue working to build a nation free of poverty, hunger, homelessness, and inequality. As the African continent, led by the African Union, we will continue working to fulfill his desire for a better Africa and a more just, peaceful, and equitable world. Tomorrow, our people will accompany Madiba on his last journey to the seat of government, the Union Buildings in Pretoria, where his body will lie in state for 3 days. I have the honor today to announce that the Union Buildings Amphitheater, where Madiba was inaugurated as president in 1994, and where his body will lie in state, will with effect from today be called the Nelson Mandela Amphitheatre. This is a fitting tribute to a man who transformed the Union buildings from a symbol of racism and repression to one of peace, unity, democracy, and progress. Compatriots, comrades, and friends, we extend yet again our deepest condolences to Mama Grasa Machel, Mama Winnie Madikizela Mandela, the children, the grandchildren, the great-grandchildren, and the entire extended family. Nakubathembu bonke odlomo oMadiba. Our father Madiba has run a good race. He declared in his own words in 1994, he said, and I quote, "Death is something inevitable. When a man has done what he considers to be his duty to his people and his country, he can rest in peace. I believe I've made that effort. And that is, therefore, why I will sleep for eternity." Unquote. Lala ngoxolo Madiba, qhawe namaqhawe. Robala ka khotso sinatla sa tinatla sikwankwetla sa Africa eburwa. Rest in peace, our father and our hero. Thank you very much.
Now, churches across the United States have paid tribute to former President Nelson Mandela with messages infused with references to his life and work. In Harlem, New York, one of the first cities Madiba visited after his release from prison in 1990, the congregants of the Abyssinian Baptist Church paid tribute to his leadership with a message from the pulpit that Nelson Mandela was a man transformed through spiritual intervention, an opportunity also used by South Africa's UN ambassador to dispel rumours about the country's future in a post-Madiba era.
The sounds of Lord Bless Africa as the people of Harlem pause to reflect on a fallen but unforgettable man.
We pray in unity for the life of your son, our David, our warrior king, Nelson Mandela, Madiba. For it is right and proper that we thank you, God, for this man, this black man, this African.
A packed Sunday service with a message that Madiba was given his ability to forgive and reconcile through the grace of God. A man who was flawed, but a man who was able to change as the day demanded it of him.
They don't talk about Nelson Mandela's link to the power of the Spirit much. The pundits will talk about his love, his liberation, his embracing of all. They won't tell you that he tried to at first, right? And then the Afrikaner didn't hear it. So he had to blow up some stuff. We don't like to deal with that, right? Come on, folks. They'll sugarcoat it. They'll give you Dr. King and give you the speech, you know, I have a dream. They won't tell you that he wanted to tie up airports and emergency rooms. Malcolm X said the white man was a devil, not because of anything other than what was obvious. The brutal exploitation was a dark world. In the midst of that, God intrudes and he changes people. Malcolm changed. Martin changed. And Madiba changed.
The South African delegation was led by the country's permanent representative to the United Nations.
Your message through prayer, through the clear and melodious voices of the choir, massaged us and indeed wiped our tears.
He also took the opportunity to talk about the road ahead for South Africa.
I hear people are afraid. They keep on saying, and some are beginning to become even naughty. When Nelson Mandela goes, the blacks are going now to start all over and attack the whites. That would be trampling on what Nelson Mandela stood for.
But as any black Baptist church in the heart of Harlem can do, there were somber moments. But that would not be the full story. A version of Siyahamba Ekukanyeni Kwenkos, or We Are Marching in the Light of God.
I think of Nelson Mandela as someone who really represented good conquering evil. And so everywhere around the world, my family is reflecting on how powerful that message is and how strong his impact is, regardless of race, regardless of where you are, as a model for us.
It was exactly what we needed today. Oh, I was so happy to be there.
Was he much loved in Harlem? How did the people of Harlem feel about Nelson Mandela?
He was much loved everywhere.
Just like to be grateful for him and what he done for us and across the world.
In great grievance for Nelson Mandela. And I just don't know what to say. I'm so grieving.
I was actually saying to my wife.
This South African couple told us they feel privileged to call Madiba their own.
Okay, we live in New York now, but to sit where we sit and go, we can't believe this guy was actually our own leader.
And yet so many people want to claim him as their own, and we're happy to do that as South Africans.
That's true. We're happy to share him. He was an incredible man. I think this weekend, we've realized just how many people he's touched and that he truly was a saint for all of us.
Remembering the legacy and the lessons it teaches us, but celebrating a life now held up as a blueprint for the road ahead.
The most high-profile memorial event in the United States for Nelson Mandela has taken place at the National Cathedral in Washington, D.C. The American Vice President led the service, which was attended by senior politicians, civil rights leaders and members of the public who had applied for tickets. As North America correspondent Malcolm Brown reports, the audience heard passionate appeals for a continuation of Madiba's mission.
For those Americans who couldn't make it to South Africa to mourn the passing of Nelson Mandela, this was the place to be. US Vice President Joe Biden spoke on behalf of the nation.
The people of the United States of America mourn today with the people of South Africa for the loss of a truly extraordinary man. The most impressive man or woman I've ever met in my life. Nelson Mandela.
With so much already said here about the anti-apartheid hero, speakers sought to look to the future with an eye on the past.
It is this leadership that the world desires. A world exhausted by conflict, bankrupted by war, and shamed by intolerance. It looks to Nelson Mandela to show again the virtue of engagement, dialogue and negotiation over militarism. morality over legality, and the middle ground over extremes.
For veterans of the anti-apartheid struggle, this was a moment of renewal.
Let us all today now rise up again and pledge to God and pledge to all the saints of our struggle and pledge to Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela that even if it is hard, we will not stop fighting for justice.
It was a message that resonated with this audience.
The thing that I learned most important for me was the role of reconciliation. How do you do that when you come out of a situation like that?
The message today that I got from everyone was that his work is not yet done.
He showed us what victorious living is all about and what humility is all about.
The service here kept an eye on the past, even as it looked to the future.
The service here at the National Cathedral in Washington, D.C. was in large part a celebration of the life of Nelson Mandela, but it was also an attempt to make sure that this moment becomes a springboard to ensure that the struggle that he epitomised continues. Malcolm Brown, SABC News, Washington.
Well, letters have also been pouring in. Remember, you can also send us your letters, artworks, etc. For more information, do visit sabc.co.za/news. Let's take a look at one from a 12-year-old now. She says, I don't really know the full story of Nelson Mandela's long walk to freedom, but I know that he went through a lot. Nelson Mandela will always be remembered for not giving up. He fought non-stop for our rights as humans. Words to describe Nelson Mandela is very simple. He is kind, forgiving, a peacemaker, loving, caring, and many more. Without Nelson Mandela, none of us would be here right now. I thank Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela for everything that he did for us. He is truly not just our hero, but the world's hero. Spirit will live for us forever. Lydian Plaikis, 12-year-old.
The interesting thing about that letter is that's the sentiment that is shared the world over. In simple words of a 12-year-old, she's embodied what everybody thinks on a day-to-day basis since we've heard the news on Thursday that Tata Madiba has passed on. It is as simple as that. The outpouring of emotion is as simple as that.
Absolutely. It's quite amazing that an individual can have such an impact on the world. Well, as we can see from those visuals there, the public continuing to process past the late President Nelson Mandela. We expect that 2,000 people are passing his coffin at every hour.
Over the last couple of hours, we've, of course, crossed live to our reporters on the ground, and they've been talking to a variety of people. I mean, I remember Griselda Lewis talking to a woman who travelled all the way from Scotland, Glasgow, to share this very emotional, very trying time with South Africans and Africans, and in actual fact with everybody of the world who has heard the Madiba story, has been touched by the Madiba magic, who know the impact this man has had. We use that word so often, global icon, but in actual fact, it really does apply to this man.
Now, as people gather here at home, let's take a look at how people are paying their respects across the globe. New Yorkers received a bold challenge from a variety of speakers at Nelson Mandela's memorial in the city. They've been asked not to celebrate his life if they're not prepared to fight for the principles he stood for. He was given a rousing send-off at the Riverside Cathedral in Manhattan. It's a venue he frequented during his visits to the US.
They'd come to serenade his spirit, one that loved music and would surely have been pleased by the selection. this was not just a day to celebrate his life, but to reflect on the work that must still be completed.
Don't celebrate Mandela tonight if you're not willing to fight for the principles that he stood for. Don't lionize 27 years in jail, and you don't even have the courage to fight for minimum wage and livable wages. Mandela fought his fight. He lived his life. He can rest in peace because he lived in peace.
The theme from speaker to speaker was that Madiba's legacy would fade if those left behind did not embody the best of his qualities.
Madiba's wisdom and goodness were the brightest stars in our moral galaxy. His courage inspired all who struggled for justice. His vision gave sight to those who otherwise might have been blinded by hate. His truth will live forever.
You get no star of approval for being an armchair activist. And in order to really be the children of Mandela, we must be willing to struggle, get bloody if need be, break chains, walk with pride and dignity, realizing that the capacity to forgive is not just about the idea of forgiveness, but to forgive means that the pain inflicted that made the forgiveness necessary does not become definitive for the individual.
Madiba had a close relationship with the Riverside Church, first visiting here in 1990 and again on his last trip to the USA in 2005. The Reverend James Forbes, who was pastor on both occasions, said Madiba's death had convened the world's attention to get a message from above.
The Great Spirit wants to use Nelson Mandela's death to remind us that Nelson Mandela believed that all God's children should have a place at the table, and that until that is happening, God is not pleased, that all God's children must have health care. Why do some of you hoard your resources and others die for basic necessities? All God's children must have clothing and shelter and decent education and decent jobs. All the nations of the earth need to hear this.
David Dinkins was mayor of New York City when he hosted Madiba just a few months after his release from prison in 1990.
At this moment in history, and as long as there are people who hold dear the principles to which Nelson Mandela dedicated his life, we can proudly say that we are the soldiers of Madiba. Nelson Mandela fought the good fight. He finished his course, he kept the faith, and now he can rest. He has left us with so much more than memories. He's left us a rich legacy of his strength, a legacy of his warmth and charm, a legacy of great gifts of his courage and wisdom. It is said, my friends, that service to others is the rent we pay for our space on earth. Nelson Mandela departed us paid in full. Let him not look down and find any of us in arrears.
And as if to escape the power of the spoken word, there was music to punctuate Madiba's eulogy.
A long time coming, but I know a change is gonna come. Oh.
As the idea of Nelson Mandela becomes not just a figure upon which to heap lofty praise, but an example that must be followed so that a legacy of unfulfilled dreams becomes tomorrow's reality. Like the preacher said, the world has been convened to finish the job. Sherwin Briceby's SABC News, New York.
Deeply emotional stuff. Bringing it back home now, our reporter Blaine Herman spoke to Sibongile Lembede, the niece of former ANC Youth League President Anton Lembede. Let's have a listen.
Now, Nelson Mandela has come from a long line of leaders who have made a considerable contribution to the fight against apartheid, to the fight against injustice and the struggle for freedom in South Africa. One of them was Anton Lembede, Now, Anton Lembede's niece actually joins us now in our Durban studio. Spongile Lembede, thank you very much indeed for joining us. A difficult time, as we always say here in South Africa. We're living through historical times as we say farewell to Tata Madiba. What's your reaction and what's the family's reaction to Nelson Mandela's death?
When the family received the message, it was a shock. We were worried, we were panicking. We knew that he was sick, but we didn't expect him to die so soon because of all what he had done. But now we were very sad, and till now we are sad. But at the same time, we're celebrating for his good deeds.
I want to ask you about this balance between mourning and celebration.
Yes.
We've seen scenes over the past couple of days in Vilakazi Street. We've seen in Houghton people celebrating. Some people are reticent. But does that surprise you, people on the streets singing about Nelson Mandela?
No, it makes us happy. We are happy about it. It's the time to do our thing that Mandela was fighting for us to be free. People are showing their joy to the world.
Anton Lembede was the founding president of the African National Congress's Youth League. And he died at a very young age. He died in 1947 at the age of 33. What sort of influence do you think he had on the Nelson Mandela, the man back then?
Anton Lembede had much influence on Mandela's life because Anton Lembede was 4 years older than Mandela. And as he was the first president to them, Mandela, Tambo, Sisulu, he was very brilliant, showing them the ways, leading them even when they drafted the first manifesto of the ANC Youth League. He was leading them, and they were humble to himself. They were doing all what he was telling them to do. They had unity.
In terms of his legacy, we all know that many people have said his legacy, that's Nelson Mandela's legacy, is that of reconciliation. Do you think your uncle will be proud, obviously, will be looking down? He'll be probably meeting him up in heaven. Remember, Nelson Mandela said when he gets to heaven, the first place he's going to look for a branch of the ANC in heaven. Yes. He's obviously going to be proud of him.
Very much proud, because as Anton Lembede died so early, but Mandela's and others were copying, were looking at what Anton Lembede was doing, and they carried on with the vision. So all what Mandela did, Anton Lembede would be very proud.
What would you miss most about Madiba?
What I would miss is the love for children, the peace within the ANC, the peace in the whole of Africa and global.
How many times have you met Madiba?
I met him once when he came for the reburial of Anton Lembede in 2002, October 27. He was there.
And you're talking to many people around the country, they always say all you need to do is meet Mandela once, and you're greatly influenced by him. Is that the same case for you?
Same thing to me. As he was there at home, as he was there in the reburial, we felt very proud and honored for him to come. And at that time, he had retired. He was no more the president, but he sacrificed to come to the reburial of Anton Lembede, as he knew him very well.
I think that's all we have time for. That was Spongile Lembede, the niece of the founding president of the African National Congress Youth League, Anton Lembede.
Well, that was our reporter there, Blaine Herman. The former president visited the then Transkei shortly after his release from prison in 1990. There, his path crossed that of a former ambassador and MP, Gert Terblanche. Now retired in Bloemfontein, Terblanche has never forgotten the encounter. He described it to our reporter, Zimasa Mbewu.
Gert Terblanche was a former ambassador to Transkei, tasked with building an independent nation.
You know, there was a lot of criticism those days about the independent states. It was a Verwoerdian dream, you know, to have independent states. And the whole world criticized us very much about that.
He met Madiba in Mthatha with officials from the former Transkei government.
It was the first time there was a crowded meeting and all the people were around him, you know, so there was no opportunity to have a long discussion. It's only a very, very, very short interview we had. But he said that what he was very happy to be back in his country, the country where he was born, where his roots are, and he was very impressed with me too.
Terblanche says Madiba longs to be with his family in Kunu.
It's a very beautiful part of Transkei, Kunu, you know. You know, it's all the hills and the green fields, the white houses, you know, round houses, what we call rondavels, and all the people there, you know, they have their cattle, they have their pigs, they have a lot of farming around, you know. It was a wonderful area, really a wonderful area, and I think it's very wise for him to go and rest there, where his roots are, where his forefathers are. I think it will be very peaceful to him to rest there and have a good rest after the wonderful work.
Is great visuals to watch, because this is the official changing of the guard. These young men have been watching, proudly standing next to the coffin of the body of Tata Nelson Mandela, which has been lying in state and will lie in state till tomorrow, and over the weekend, of course, it will be transported to Kunu, where the official funeral service will be held.
Well, good afternoon. South Africans have spoken of their deep grief as thousands of people filed past Nelson Mandela's body at the Union Buildings in Pretoria.
And it has indeed been an extraordinary week since former President Nelson Mandela passed away a week ago at the age of 95 at his Houghton home.
Yeah, well, Pretoria today came to a virtual standstill as Nelson Mandela's body lied in state at the government buildings. It was the same government buildings where Mr. Mandela was inaugurated almost 20 years ago as the first democratically elected leader.
Now, throughout the rest of today, we will be continuing to check in at some of those main focal points, that of course being the Union Buildings, Madiba's former home in Houghton, and of course his home in Kunu in the Eastern Cape, where the funeral will take place on Sunday. And just a quick thank you to our co-presenters, Nompu and Sam.
All right, we will be with you for the next 2 hours and bring you all the latest from those focal points.
Right, well, the late Nelson Mandela is revered for many things, least of all his gift of the gab. Let's take a look now at some of his great quotes.
Looking out over these rolling hills, now covered in mist and rain, one of his quotes comes to mind.
After climbing one great hill, one finds there are many more hills to climb. There's nothing like returning to a place that remains unchanged to find the ways in which you yourself have changed.
Mandela has always been praised for the manner in which he embraced his foes and tried to bring them to his way of thinking.
If you want to make peace with your enemy, you have to work with your enemy, and then he becomes your partner.
Here in the Eastern Cape, Madiba played a huge role in uplifting the lives of children by ensuring education was a priority.
Education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world.
The world knew Mandela as a man that never gave up on his dream of a free South Africa.
It always seems impossible until it's done. Our march to freedom is irreversible. We must not allow fear to stand in our way. For to be free is not merely to cast off one's chains, but to live in a way that respects and enhances the freedom of others.
No matter who you were, colour, race or creed, Mandela believed love and respect were not negotiable.
No one is born hating another person because of the color of his skin, or his background, or his religion. People must learn to hate. If they learn to hate, they can be taught to love. For love comes more naturally to the human heart than its opposite. We are not anti-white. We are against white supremacy. We have condemned racialism no matter by whom, if it is professed.
And as this great man comes home to be laid to rest, we remember this inspirational message from him.
The greatest glory in living lies not in never falling, but in rising every time we fall.
Janine Lee, SABC News, Kunu, Eastern Cape.
Well, a pleasure. Joining me now, Mr. Mike Mwandane, Deputy President of the PAC. He joins me now just to reflect on the late Mr. Nelson Mandela. Deputy President of the PAC, thanks very much indeed for talking to us.
Thank you for having me.
Let me get straight into it. The reaction to Mr. Mandela passing almost a week ago, what did it mean for the PAC?
Well, it means a lot because here is someone who was brave enough to confront the regime with an attempt to negotiate a settlement, because all wars end up at the table anyway. Yeah, although we might not have agreed on the terms and conditions that were applicable, but then who has control over that anyway? Because it is negotiations, and you never know in negotiations what to expect around the corner.
What was it like in those years? It was the late 1990s when Mr. Mandela and the PAC sat down to have those negotiations. Here you are dealing with such a firm man, and the PAC itself was very firm on their views. How did that go at that point in time? Yeah, well, at the time that we actually formally met with him, it was after my president, Reverend Mokgoba, had issued a request or an announcement that we would like to work with the ANC on the basis of protecting the gains of the liberation struggle.
But then he thought that we should go further than that. We should be consumed by the ANC. But of course, we could not agree on that because in actual fact, to achieve that, we've got to go through the deepest depths of our relationship. But we said, look, we are both liberation movements, autonomous of each other, but there is a need for us to protect the gains of the liberation struggle because sacrifices were made in the PAC by PAC members and sacrifices were made by ANC members, ANC cadres. We died, our people died in the struggle, and there might be an instance or an occasion where we lose sight of what we intended about the liberation struggle.
Let's talk about on a personal level, Mr. Moendane. Early 1960s, you shared the present time on Robben Island with Mr. Nelson Mandela. What was that like? Oh, yes, indeed. It was a very pleasant time with him because I got to know him very, very well. I arrived on Robben Island in 1963, and he arrived almost exactly a year thereafter. And during the time that we arrived, the 1,600 PAC people, and plus one, as they used to do, but the plus one was Robert Sobukwe. And so now the leadership of all liberation movements were locked up in the isolation cells, and the rest of the membership were in the general cells. So I was in the general cells, but from time to time you would cause what they called an offense, and then they would send you to the isolation cells, and then you would meet with the leaders there twice a day because there were these exercises that we used to do, physical exercises twice a day, and during that time we exchanged quite a lot of things. Mm-hmm. But what is really charming that I can remember was on Christmas Day when we were singing for each other. Mm-hmm. So everybody in his own cell, you would just stand by the window there and you would sing your favorite song. Mm-hmm. And then, he liked singing too. He joined also. He would sing alone. But just like me, he was hardly a Pavarotti. But fascinating. Would you say that some of those very reflective episodes overshadowed or brought solidarity and overshadowed the political differences among the inmates? Yeah, well, the political differences continued to exist, but what we didn't have was political conflicts. Political differences are healthy. If they did not exist, we would have had to create them. So we did have a very, very, hot debates, especially around the question of land, because we felt that the ANC had sold out on the question of land, and then he said, no, we have not sold out because eventually we are going to create a non-racial society anyway. Why don't we start now? So there was these are very, very heated arguments between us. Well, the tension and the traditional tension between the PAC and the ANC because of those political differences. Let's just talk about how they surfaced in 1994 when Mr. Mandela was at the helm of the leadership of this country. What was it like back then? Yes, there were almost political conflicts because we felt that in the negotiations that he had entered with between himself and the regime from around the 70s lacked something because he negotiated alone, and we could not therefore come in after he had negotiated because the terms were not acceptable to us. That is the reason why we felt that during CODESA we could not simply come in like other movements because it was really on the basis of the negotiations that he had solely alone with the regime. Now, many people misunderstand that. They thought that we did not believe in the principle of negotiations. We did, but we wanted to sit down first because I think that's a mistake that he committed in his life, because he should have come out and spoke to all the liberation movements, PAC, AZAPO, Inkatha, and that we should formulate a strategy, an approach to the racist regime. So we have one word, we have got one common front. But then he failed to do this, and I think he would agree himself, wherever he is, that
this was his greatest failure, because we had to be united first as the formerly oppressed people of this country.
Well, just finally, we've seen the African Union chair, Nkosi Dlamini Zuma, saying that Mr. Mandela was indeed a Pan-Africanist. How do we remember those Pan-African qualities as we move forward, as we reflect on where this country and continent is going?
Oh, well, number one, he was not a tribalist. Mandela was not a tribalist. And then also he was not, he did not believe in South African exceptionalism. Just like Sobukwe, Sobukwe did not believe in South African exceptionalism. So to the extent, therefore, that he thought that Africa must unite, he was a Pan-Africanist. And to the extent that he was involved in the Great Lakes, in the negotiations there between the tribes that were fighting, he was a Pan-Africanist, because he went there to contribute, to the peace that later prevailed, because he said that he said to them, and everybody knows this by now, that he was ashamed to be an African because of their behavior. I think that was a salutary comment on his part, because it ushered in a settlement that has prevailed up to today. Mm-hmm. And also, I mean, here in Sobukwe, there's a similarity between him and Sobukwe, and it's not an accident that he died on the birthday of Robert Sobukwe. Yeah. I think, we Africans are not superstitious, but we are able to see the signs. So the sign was that Sobukwe was saying, now hand over the baton to my organization, because there's a dearth of leadership now in your own organization, and there's a dearth of leadership in this country. Why don't you give the people in the PAC a chance to also show their prowess in leadership?
All right, we're going to have to leave it there. PAC Deputy President Mike Mwanda Dendane, thank you very much indeed for talking to us.
Thanks for your time.
Now, a 101-year-old man in Galeshewe in the Northern Cape says he's deeply saddened by Mr. Mandela's death. Wilson Maropong says he met Mandela at his law firm when he needed legal representation. This was after being harassed and arrested countless times by the apartheid police.
Recounting his exchanges with a young Mandela, he came to his rescue after yet another encounter with police. Maropong was without his dompas.
There was a time when the police arrested me and pulled out my teeth, shot and beat me up, and Mandela and Walter Sisulu came to see me at the school where I was working and assisted me and also got me a doctor.
Principal abarno hanki kabaki hospital o kampakelanga ka special e kan ko kan one place one hanka hospital ba kunchwar.
Maropong says Madiba's passing has left him devastated.
And mo ka ule straight or kinikele ditio khumona mar hanka ka gore ke mona santsatsile.
I'm very heartbroken that Madiba is dead. I really would have loved to see him again in my life. It hurts me that I kept asking political leaders to take me to him, but they never did, and it hurts. He was very great, who did a lot to us in this country.
The Saul Blakey family has also paid tribute to Mandela. Blakey was a writer, activist, and the first Secretary General of the Native National Congress, which later became the ANC.
In Setswana, they would say, Selepe se wele. The spear has fallen. We are greatly touched by the passing away of Madiba, and would like to wish the family and the nation at large strength, courage, and wisdom around this particular event.
The Blakey family echoed calls to honor Madiba's legacy. Margaret Mutibi, SABC News, Kimberley.
Well, as promised, civil rights activist Reverend Jesse Jackson joins us in studio. Reverend, it's a pleasure. Thanks very much indeed for coming in.
Well, good to be home on this mixed occasion. It's a celebration on the one hand, and it's also so very sad. I went to visit Mr. Mandela's remains today at the Union, I don't know what I expected, but it hurt so badly because he was so full of life, and to see him dead. But he freed a lot of people. He made his light shine when it mattered, and God blessed him to have almost a century of it. I mean, Dr. King did it 39, 13 years of service. Jesus did it 33, 3 years of public service. Mr. Mandela was a martyr for 51 years. That's right. 27 in jail, 24 in the streets. And so I had to try to find out that part, just hold my balance.
Yeah. We've seen a lot of his traits surface this week, being bandied upon the media, a lot of commentators talking about, rightfully, what he's done and what his traits are, fighting a system that was so brutal. They spoke about forgiveness quite often. Would you agree that that trait should be emphasized the way it is this week?
It should, but forgiveness came as the third stage. It was repentance, contrition, and forgiveness. When he was in jail, he said a jailed person can't negotiate. In jail, he called for sanctions, cultural sanctions. People like Maya Angelou and Harry Belafonte called for political sanctions, economic sanctions, pension fund sanctions. In jail, he was fighting to bring this system down as nonviolently as he could. Once Mr. de Klerk repented, said, well, race-based apartheid passbooks is wrong. Denying the right to vote is wrong. Not bringing people back home from exile is the right thing to do. We'll have a new constitution, it's the right thing. Once he got those concessions of repentance, and then we're going to go public and have an election by a date certain, now let's choose as a free Britain, let's choose reconciliation over retaliation. Let's choose redemption over revenge. So in some sense, forgiveness is a great trait, but he also won the fight first.
Let's talk. I want to get a sense of how African Americans back home for you interpreted Mandela through that very six stages that he went through this year. A bit of a roller coaster in terms of his health. What was it like in the lead up to his death for black African Americans?
Well, you know, African Americans, we live in the same system, just two different continents. Apartheid, 1896, U.S., apartheid, 1948, South Africa. And we were fighting the same system with great contact. We wanted to fit for the legal decision to make it illegal. We took away the legal independence. That triggered the March on Washington and the right to vote. Dr. King and Mandela both in jail in 1963. Dr. King got out earlier, and we got the right to vote. And with that right to vote, gave us another level of power to fight apartheid legislatively from America here. So it was always a co-venture all down the line. So Dr. King's victory in America helped lay the groundwork for the victory led by Mr. Mandela here in South Africa.
Admittedly, there were some profound successes made for the black or ethnic man in global history, and we can note some of them. But perhaps more painful is this occasional reminder that we still see those bouts of racism frequently pitch up. Would it take another Nelson Mandela, another Martin Luther King, to completely eradicate those bouts of racism?
Well, Dr. King, another Dr. King shouldn't have to be killed for it to happen. Another Mandela shouldn't have to be in jail 27 years for it to happen. We are now free but not equal. That's the next phase of our struggle, equality. Our share of banking, agriculture, land, education, healthcare, jobs, development, that's the next phase. You can't get equal till you get free to fight. That's the next fight. And that involves more private sector involvement. It involves more global investment. It involves more people learning that while we've survived apart, living together is just better and makes all of us more secure.
Yeah. Reverend, I watched a shot of you looking up at President Barack Obama when he finally was inaugurated, and you could see the emotion there. Do you think Sunday, come his funeral, Nelson Mandela's funeral, will also be one of those episodes?
It's a big moment in world history. I was in Cape Town the Sunday he came out of jail. He came out of the Robbins Island and to the back of City Hall. We were there, my family was there, and we met him, and I was totally surprised. He said, Jesse Jackson, freedom fighter. I didn't realize he recognized me, but of course he was quite current when he came out, and we talked. And so from then to the 24 years thereafter, we saw the making of a new nation and people learning to overcome their fears and finding in their strength, finding the strength to love. and to appreciate, whether it's on the soccer field or whether it's in private business, we see a kind of growth of a new South Africa.
Mm-hmm. What would it take for Africans in this country and on the continent to be as progressive and as free? And of course, America has a long way to go to make sure that every single African American is liberated. But how should we follow the footsteps?
Well, in this phase, all these corporations should have multiracial boards of directors. Youth should be educated to fill the jobs in the growing private sector. We should be sharing in the development and wealth of mines, soft drink franchises and beverage franchises, and shipping. I was talking with one of the leaders down in Durban not long ago. She's over the shipping department, but not an African, black African to ship in the port. So the world of shipping and trading and buying airplanes is another world beyond freedom. We're free today, but unequal. And that is not to denigrate what we come from, but where we have to go. Because right now, the segregation, the apartheid gap of this wide, the disparity gap in terms of who has education, health care, top jobs, board of directors, who leaves here going to Oxford and Cambridge, who leaves here going to Harvard and Yale, the gap, the disparity gap has gotten much wider, and that gap must close.
Reverend, Mr. Nelson Mandela has been praised this week for many things. One of those things is the fact that he stayed on for one term and then stepped down, something that is being encouraged that presidents beyond our borders of South Africa, up into Africa, should be doing to emulate the teachings of Nelson Mandela. What's your view on that?
Well, these positions of president should not be lifetime jobs. In America, Mr. Roosevelt was president elected 4 times. Elected so many times, and because once you get in, you have all these inside machinations going for yourself. So after he was out, after he died in office the 4th time, you can only be elected now twice. But that's because of the over concentration of power in one man staying in there so long. So I think Mr. Mandela made a big statement by stepping down when he could have stayed on. Yeah. The other thing was his role was bigger than that of a day-to-day president. I mean, he is a man with global authority who has the world as his platform. And so in some sense, being president of South Africa may be the highest position some people can ever hold. He held a position higher than that. He was president of South Africa after Chris Hunter got shot and killed. I mean, he was president of South Africa from Robben Island. His leadership, I mean, the power shifted from de Klerk to Mandela while he was in jail. It shifted from Cape Town to Robben Island while he was in jail. That was the uniqueness of his moral authority. You know, politicians get their power from votes, and business people get it from capital, and generals from guns. He got it from another place. So in that kind of rarefied air of a different kind of moral authority. So when he spoke, everybody had to listen. When he didn't speak, they listened to his not speaking to hear what he was trying to say. That's different.
Does this week do anything for the Africa-American connection, you think?
Oh, yes. We have a Wall Street summit with the African-American leaderships on Wall Street in New York in February, for example, at the Rainbow Push. That's the 8th thing we're doing. There'll be many African-Americans. For example, President Obama came here. About 25 African-American Congress people came here for the ceremony on this past Tuesday. I left Atlanta, got here in 14 and a half hours. I mean, we're no longer foreigners. We're neighbors and we're family. We're now learning to build a connection. Of course, South Africans and African Americans probably have the most in common. We speak English in the main. We've gone to the same schools. NAA 1911, ANC 1912. I mean, a century of struggle together. President Zuma was president with Mr. Mandela, and Tambo started the African Youth League, National Youth League. He was married to an African-American woman, Maddie Hall. So she was the first lady of ANC. Mm-hmm. So we see a century of working and connecting. And, of course, the magnificent work of Archbishop Tutu. I mean, I think about Lutuli and Mr. Mandela and Mr. Archbishop Tutu, or a bunch of other king. These 5 Nobel Peace Prize winners came out of these joint struggles against apartheid in our respective countries.
All right,
we've drawn great inspiration from Bishop Tutu, as well as from Nelson Mandela, and people like Alan Bozak. All these leaders, Mr. Sisulu, Winnie Mandela, Gracia Michelle, these are noble people, and we've drawn strength from them.
That's where we're going to have to leave it. Reverend Jesse Jackson, thanks very much indeed for talking to us.
Thank you, sir.
want you to cry for me.
It's crazy T.
Hey, I want you to cry for me.
3 Faith Yabalova. Want you to cry for me. Close your eyes for me. Your head to the sky for me. I know a man that'll die for me. Let me rewind this, please. Take a ride with me. Before 94, before I was free, we were fighting a war against the giant beast. Police kicked down the door, tear gas fired at me. Blood floods the floors of these Mzansi streets. You did 2 + 25 for me. You risked your life so I can breathe. We were blind, but now we see. The greatest man to live in Rolitata is he. Salute, raise your fist, tell your kids this. A true leader is somebody that is selfless, puts their own needs in the back seat and drives forward so we can all succeed. They fight for our freedom, we can never forget them. Dr. Madiba, father of the nation. Uncle Steve Biko, now a Chris Hani. Bloodshed, cry my beloved country. Cry, cry, cry my beloved country. Cry, cry, cry my beloved country. Cry, cry, cry my beloved country. Salute, Abo Baba Sensate. Let it rain, let it rain, let it rain. Madiba came, rained, washed away the pain. Never again, never again, never again. Will kids lose their lives like Hector? Never again. The bloodshed and the party. No more tears and the heartache. Many years in the dark days. No more fears, cheers, cause God's great. As I write this song, wishing I could right the wrongs, but I can't forget the fight he won. Dr. Madiba, the selfless one. Salute, raise your fist, tell your kids this. A true leader is somebody that is selfless, puts their own needs in the back seat and drives forward so we can all succeed. They fight for our freedom, we can never forget them. Dr. Madiba, father of the nation. Uncle Steve Biko, now a Chris Hani. Bloodshed, cry my beloved country. Cry, cry, cry my beloved country. Cry, cry, cry my beloved country. Cry, cry, cry my beloved country. Salute, Abo Baba Sensante. Salute, raise your fist, tell your kids this. A true leader is somebody that is selfless.
Ons Suid-Afrikaanse rockstar, original rockstar is.
He brought peace to this country when everyone expected civil war. And he stood up for what he believed in. I want to remember him as the great man that he was.
Wat sy boodskap saam met jou elke dag.
But his spirit, it still lives within us.
Mandela's first television interview.
There is room for all the various races in this country. The Africans want the franchise on the basis of one man, one vote. They want political independence.
No one is born hating another person for the color of their skin, religion, or background. Even in the grimmest times, I have seen glimmers of humanity which reassured me that man's goodness is a flame that can never be extinguished.
Mr. Nelson Mandela, a free man taking his first steps into a new South Africa.
Amandla in Africa. Hallelujah. Never and never again shall it be that this beautiful land will again experience the oppression of one by another. So go free, go, and no one will say, will meditate on say, ohne Let freedom reign. God bless Africa.
Mandela embodies courage.
He never wanted to take the credit for himself.
He is a man who has taught us the importance of giving selflessly.
He embodies selflessness, the ability to look beyond one's own needs, one's own desires, and do what needs to be done for society as opposed to just myself.
This is Mandela's first television interview.
There is room for all the various races in this country. The Africans want the franchise on the basis of one man, one vote. They want political independence.
No one is born hating another person for the color of their skin, religion, or background. Even in the grimmest times, I have seen glimmers of humanity which reassured me that man's goodness is a flame that can never be extinguished.
Mr. Nelson Mandela, a free man taking his first steps into a new South Africa.
Amandla in Africa. Hallelujah. And never again shall it be that this beautiful land will again experience the oppression of one by another. So go free, go, and no one will say, will meditate on say, ohne Let freedom reign. God bless Africa.